That is some of the best timing I have ever seen.
The best of ones are done and playoffs are set. But as the old saying goes, Super Week giveth, Super Week taketh away. Actually, I don't think anyone says that, but it's fine. Shopify Rebellion actually did the unthinkable. They were the only team to win all 3 games last week and stayed undefeated through the whole round robin. You know the last time a team did that in NA Pro Play? Over 5 years ago. They're just on another level. DZ did not escape unscathed though. They couldn't stay undefeated against the Rebels and lost to their old-time rivals in SSG right at the end. They were both close games though, and they still got top 2. Both new teams didn't make the cut. Cruelty only ended up winning 1 game this week, and it was over Envy, who were the only team to lose all 3 of their games. Definitely a rough wake-up call for the New Bloods. Everybody thought SSG and M80 would make playoffs, and they did pretty comfortably. They both got 2 wins and looked good doing it, but against each other, M80 did win their head-to-head on a tight consulate match. Feels like we might have a new rivalry brewing. Oxygen claimed the 5th playoff spot early in the week. They got 3 points over Wildcard and then dropped their next 2 games. They did what they had to do to make it, but they'll need to ramp it up much further if they want to go anywhere else. That left C9, Orglis, and Wildcard competing for the last playoff spot. C9 won 2 games straight, but it was too little too late. Orglis had a 4-point week, their best week yet, but it also wasn't enough. Wildcard won their last 2 games and only dropped 3 rounds total doing it, and that was enough to lock them in top 6. Now, we're in elimination territory, and once this week's over, we'll only have 4 teams left in the hunt.
How does it feel to be the best team in North America? Well, in just a few days' time, one of our 6 remaining teams will be able to tell us exactly that. We say goodbye to the group stage and we welcome in the high-stakes action of the playoffs. We welcome you inside our wonderful NAL studio here in Philadelphia as we dive into the playoff action. I'm Jonas Willinger. Alongside me, as always, are Foxe and Laxing. Guys, it is so good to be back with you. Playoff week upon us. 9 play days in, 45 matches down, a big super week, and now it's playoffs time. You feeling ready?
I mean, I can't believe we're already here. I mean, in a blink of an eye, we're already here at the very end of it to decide who's going to be the best in North America. And honestly, I'm looking forward to all these games.
Yeah, I'm so excited. I feel like I get the same excitement as when I was a player. Everything comes down to the playoffs.
Yeah.
You obviously want to put your best foot forward. So this is what all the teams have been waiting up for. And it's exciting that we're going to be able to see the best of the best.
Well, the end of the super week where we left off was a tight race for that 6th place spot and some flip-flopping at the top of our standings as well. Big movement we saw towards the end there of that super week. At the top especially, Dark Zero, Shopify, some jostling for position, and Shopify ended up being the only remaining undefeated team. Wildcard just sneaking in to that 6th spot at the very end.
Yeah, I mean, obviously Wildcard had a blowout performance in their super week, but all the teams that came to play, I mean, obviously the top was very top heavy. Those are the 2 teams that everyone's going to be looking at, hopefully going into playoffs, SR and DZ. As for the rest of the teams, I mean, looking at the point disparity to know that how close down to the wire it came all the way to the final day of the super week to decide that 6th spot. You look at the points now and you're like, yeah, that kind of shapes up and makes sense. But getting there was such a process.
Well, end of the group stage means the end of the Fantasy League. So for one last time, here is Jesse with our last Fantasy League update.
Breaking news, the NAL Fantasy League results are in, and after 9 days of groups, one team stands above the rest and has earned the title of NAL Fantasy Champion. Before we get to that though, to the surprise of literally nobody, Laxing has locked down our last place spot. While Kobe did what he could as a top 20 player, there was no saving Laxing's team, whose over-reliance on team cruelty burnt him worse than a well-done steak. Above him was Intero, who thought that he hit it big with Kansan being a top 10 player in the league, but without a deep team to back him up, Intero couldn't break out of 5th. Foxe made up a lot of ground in previous weeks, but despite a top 5 performance from J90, a lackluster final week from his other 2 astronauts caused Fox to crash right back down to 4th place overall. Janiro had a strong team all season, and by drafting Rexon, the 3rd highest performer in the league, she earned herself a bronze medal all her own. Which brings us to the final 2. Lynx has led all season with a power core of Pamba, Surf, and Diffuser, but X has been making gains, and as the dust settles, it was actually his players of Ambi and Citizen that ranked 1st and 2nd overall. On the very last playday, X trailed by 60 points, but in his final game, Ambi broke the record for the most fantasy points in one match and earned just enough to vault X ahead of Lynx and make XR Troika the official NAL Fantasy Champion. That's all for Fantasy at this stage, but the playoffs are now upon us, so to catch all the Siege action, keep watching right here on the NAL.
Well, big congrats to Ollie for taking the 1st place in Fantasy, but you got to admit, Fox, it helps on the last day of the stage when Ambi drops 20 kills.
Yeah, I mean, that got him a lot of points. My spacemen did not do too hot, but I mean, I was on a flight. I think I did pretty good. I was on a flight when we were picking teams, so I got the scraps, and I looked at some of the teams, and I was like, how did we get here? And then I saw Lax's team, and it kind of made sense how so many great players were up for grabs.
What, last place?
You're saying my team weren't 5 great players?
Your team was some.
It was something.
Your team was some.
Well, at the end of Fantasy, the end of our group stage, we now bring you the playoff picture, what this week is all about. The bracket, a double elimination best of 3 showdown, resulting in our grand final on Saturday. Of course, Shopify and Dark Zero, the 1 and 2 seeds, they are just sitting back and waiting, Lax, for the results of these quarterfinals. That has got to be a great place to begin, a nice little rest.
Yeah, it's always nice to be comfortable, get a watch your opponents that you are going to be potentially playing, but at the same time, it can be a little bit of a double-edged sword because you're versing a team that comes straight off of a win versus you kind of just been sitting there. So it can be a little bit of best of both worlds in some situations, but we won't know until after today.
Exactly. We start things out with M80 and OXG, a great place to begin as we dive into this one. A matchup between two teams who are positioned close to each other on the standings, 4th seed and the 5th seed, Fox. But what we don't see is maybe the 5-point disparity between them and the more one-sided results later in the stage.
Yeah, and also what we don't see is it's a pride matchup for OXG. I mean, M80 absolutely showed them the last time they played, 7-0. So M80 couldn't be more confident going up against OXG. I'm sure they're really happy that they got them in the seeding as opposed to Wildcard.
Yeah, you mentioned it. M80 have the edge, Lax, because they are coming off, well, earlier in the stage, a 7-0 victory over OXG. Not something that we take lightly, especially because it was the only shutout that any team faced this entire stage long.
Yeah, it was an insane performance from M80, especially on that attacking side with Skyscraper being one of the most defender-sided maps, just flawlessly having a 6-0 half and then ending it just with a simple win on their defensive side. But if you're M80, you're extremely comfortable with this situation, especially with SSG toppling over you, where you would have then had to go against Wildcard, you're now finding yourself against Oxygen. So again, speaking into confidence, speaking into just feeling more comfortable in this matchup, M80 has the upper hand in almost every single category that you can compare these teams side by side.
Well, another category, especially more important as we get into best of 3 territory, is map pool. Of course, dominating OXG on Skyscraper, but when you look at their other matches, M80 really showcased a diverse map pool, especially when compared to OXG.
Yeah, I mean, in comparison to all the leagues, I mean, they were coming into this already at 7 maps already being shown throughout the regular stage. And that's an interesting statistic here, because when you look at M80 versus Oxygen, Oxygen doesn't really have a whole lot. And that goes to say because Oxygen really hasn't found their fundamentals yet. They haven't found a core dynamic in what works with this roster. And for me, when you're looking at these two map pools and you're looking at a best of 3 scenario, and being a former player, you want to be able to exploit Oxygen, especially in the map veto, which you easily can in a best of 3 series where best of 1s it doesn't allow you. So again, when you're comparing every statistic side by side versus M80 to Oxygen, M80 really is just above in those standings, far than what Oxygen currently are.
Yeah, and when we look at some players specifically, I mean, we've been keeping an eye on a lot of these guys all stage long. Standout player number 1, right? Diffuser at the top of this team, day in and day out, putting up the numbers that this team needs.
I mean, I love that you say day in and day out, because ever since he even joined the Tier 1 league, ever since he joined that Beast Coast roster, he's been nothing but a menace in these servers. He has not let his foot off the gas. We've talked about Diffuser time and time again for being a rookie to where he is. I don't even want to call him a rookie at this point with the performance that he puts up. Now, if there's ever a time to not let your foot off the gas, it's definitely going to be in playoffs. But we've seen him time and time again, whether it's been LAN, whether it's been in the regular stage, he has been a top performer and a consistent performer. And if I'm not mistaken, I believe he's top 5 in the NAL currently, so we maybe see him boost all the way up to top 1, just depending where they end up throughout these playoffs.
That's a great spot to be, and as we've talked about, in good company with the players on DZ and Shopify, great spot. On the other hand, we look at someone like Kino, who we've highlighted a few times throughout this stage as someone who hasn't necessarily had the best showing.
Yeah, again, I mean, Fox has highlighted this pretty heavily. You know, this definitely is not Kino's year or stage, so to speak. He definitely hasn't had the performance that we're typically used to seeing him. I believe Fox made the analogy, you know, somewhere he needs to be on that shield. He needs to be playing Blitz Monty. It's weird that we aren't seeing him on those roles and not be successful, whereas before he was on those roles, still not finding success. But it's a matter of, you know, if you're a player not finding success, sure, you can write it off in a best of 1 where you just can't be able to go from one game to the next. Now you're in a best of 3 series. So if there is ever a time to come alive and be the player that you can be, it is 100% going to be showcased in a best of 3 series, because you actually have one game to the next to right your wrongs or to continue a solid performance. So again, for Diffuser to continue to be showing up, having a phenomenal performance, but for Kino to be stepping up on all sides.
Yeah, I mean, last year Kino was arguably his best year, one of the most improved players, and so now he's been thrown into the lines then, so to say, with having to pick up so many unique roles. I mean, we saw Sense being his most played operator, so if we can just see him fall back to rely on those gun skill that we saw him do last year and find success, he easily can bounce back.
Well, he's looking to bounce back, and as a team, it feels like OXG are also looking for a little bit of that recovery. As we said, 7-0 against this M80 team earlier on in the group stage, but not a great end to their super week either. They opened things up with a win, but then they end up with back-to-back losses against SSG. and C9.
Yeah, it wasn't the end that we wanted to see from OXG, especially since we talked about them getting that team house helping them, because OXG is such a big mental team. If they lose a couple of rounds, it snowballs. If they don't get that opening kill, it snowballs. And that's been the biggest issue for OXG, is the opening kills. They are one of the worst teams, the worst team in playoff contention right now currently, statistically, when it comes to opening kills. That's their biggest issue, is identifying who's going to go in. Yes, you're going to look to players like Gomez to be able to fill that gap, but if things don't go right, especially in how dynamic the league is right now, if Gomez can't get those openings, who's going to step up next? And that's where OXG finds himself, is they're unable to really figure that out. They're 7th right now in the league as a whole. So there's an argument to be made that they didn't necessarily deserve this playoff spot, but they do have the team house, they do have the coaches there now. We did see some big improvement in the playoffs, in the Super Week, so to say. So if we can see OXG use that on the opposite end of the mental game to snowball them, they will look a lot better, hopefully, coming into the playoffs.
Well, you asked the question, which is that player that they can rely on to help them in that category? I think the answer coming into last week and at the start of the Super Week was Yaga. I mean, he was trending up, 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 and up. End of last week, maybe not so much.
Yeah, I mean, if you had the Yogg stocks, I mean, you're broke. You lost the house now. He was so strong in that wild card game. That's what gave them the edge to be able to secure the playoff spot. But in their last 2 matchups against SSG and Cloud9, 4 kills apiece. It was really bad, really rough for Yogg. And a lot of people, every time he has a pop-off game, will say, you don't know how prime Yogg was. Yogg was so good. It's nice to see him come back. And this is a situation where we need him to come back. OXG desperately needs a player like Yogg to step up more and foremost in the playoffs, because everything is on the line. And that's something that when we talk about the mental team, mental players, Yogg is a huge mental player. He needs the energy behind him. Everybody on OXG is very quiet guys, and Yogg is going to be that difference that makes or breaks OXG. If he has the energy, if he's keeping everybody alive, has that good vibes when it goes into the server, everybody else is going to play great. But it's a double-edged sword, because if he's down on himself, if he's negative, that negativity, I know from playing with him, can really hold the room down. And I think he is the first step to OXG fixing that mental game, and it needs to start today.
All right, well, we know that Oxygen want to avoid Skyscraper. That's no secret. That's where these two teams faced off last time. Should hopefully avoid it. When you do look at maps that would favor them, Laxing, is there anywhere that you think they should go?
Again, M80 realistically control this entire pool. So the fact that we're seeing Skyscraper gone, that's already a huge implication. Oxygen is coming into this with the right idea. Removing Consulate, not bad either. You haven't shown it. Labs coming out of M80. This makes perfect sense. They had their, I believe, their second win over LF. I mean, not over LFO. Was it their first one? I think it was their first one. They played Envy 7-2. So a great start for M80. Good pick. Kafe is a little interesting. I don't know why you're going to allow Oxygen some sort of comfort. Granted, their wins weren't very convincing. I mean, they won 7-5 versus LFO and then 7-4 versus Wildcard, which I would say that game alone looked far better on their attacks. But so far, nothing special on Kafe. Still surprising to see Kafe being let through. And then Lair. That's actually the 8th map that is in now M80's map pool.
That's crazy.
I mean, as for OXG, I mean, we saw it. They only had 4 maps played throughout the stage.
Yes.
They banned Skyscraper, they banned Chalet. So yes, we're in a situation where it's the unknown. OXG have been able to hide a lot of strategy when it comes to some of these maps. That being said, we could also use the argument of OXG isn't confident on the 2 maps that they have shown. I mean, you shouldn't be confident on Skyscraper. But that being said, are they going to put up as good of a performance when they don't have something to educate themselves on a loss on? You know, I would have liked to see Chalet go out instead of a Lair potentially, or Chalet come out a little bit sooner. It just puts yourself in a situation where, yeah, you're not confident on the maps you lost. You didn't make any changes to those maps. Yeah. Now you're going to an unknown just because M80 doesn't have footage.
See, I think for me, especially with going into Kafe more so than anything, and M80 allowing that to go through and allowing Oxygen to feel comfortable, I think in some areas it's kind of smart because you can exploit their attacks, you can exploit their defenses, but at the same time, there's still 5 professional players that have played on very good rosters that can adapt if need be, especially when the pressure's applied here where you need to be perfect. We talk about Yaga. So I think realistically, M80 wants to get this done in a 2-0 fashion. I don't believe they want to go to a Lair, but again, you're allowing that chance of comfort, and especially for a team like Oxygen that hasn't found their foundation yet, hasn't found a solid map pool. For me, it's a little bit of a risk to allow comfort where you could truly exploit them in this map pool and make them play a map that isn't so comfortable, that even if it's not comfortable for M80, at least they have the structure, at least they have the foundation.
Yeah.
So if Oxygen really wants to win here, they have to win Kafe. By all means.
They definitely need Kafe, because the biggest issue for me is they're struggling on small maps that should force you to be able to play off of each other, Skyscraper, Chalet. they're going to 2 big maps. First map's Labs, last map is Lair, which is not boding well for OXG when they have an identity crisis of finding that entry. Who's going to be able to force everyone to manage time? Who's going to make the difficult push if they don't have a shield? And that's the biggest issue. On a map like that, you need multiple entries all around the map. OXG doesn't have that right now, and they're not going to have the time to be able to play with it to open up the site.
Well, it sounds like you both think M80 have the upper hand here. The map don't change that a ton. Do you think they're still going to take this?
I absolutely think. I think they're shooting for the 2-0. They really don't want to have to show Lair maybe until later into the playoffs. I mean, the fact they're even willing to have it up already says a lot about their map pool in general being 8. But yeah, I mean, starting out Labs, they already had a very strong showing against Envy. I can't imagine that Oxygen is going to bring something that's really going to stump them.
No, I think M80 wins. Like I said, OXG is currently 7th in the opening engagements department. So, you know, that just being said means that they're fighting for their spot to prove themselves that they earned this playoff position.
All right, well, it's an uphill battle for OXG. M80 looking to come out swinging if they can. It's the opening round of the NAL playoffs, and it starts right now. We've got Parker and Jesse on the call.
Well, thank you very much to the desk. This is going to be a big day as it sets up what comes next for the playoffs. Jesse, today doesn't have to be the be-all, end-all for these teams because there's a lower bracket. But it will give us a great glimpse into how these teams are going to go about the playoffs and if a best-of-3 series is something that a team is better suited for than best-of-1.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Parker. I mean, previously in NAL seasons, we have had lower brackets, but generally the first round hasn't sent a team there. In the past, it's been if you lose this first opening round, you are done. You're going straight to that 5th, 6th decider. No longer is that the case, but it doesn't mean it's not important. Everybody wants to keep that second life in playoffs. It is so valuable. It's going to be easier to get your wins here in the first round than it is later down the line when you are going to be struggling against those top teams, Shopify and Dark Zero 1 and 2, looming for the winner of this matchup. So it's going to be a tough one. Both teams hoping to get a W. I think expectations are set correctly. You know, M80 have looked like a strong team so far this stage. They've been very good on the attack. They've been really good with their map pool. The one thing that they mentioned was maybe a bit of their weak spot was the defense. That's going to be something to watch out for this game. If OXG have an opening, if OXG are going to have a way through to this game, it's going to have to be exploiting M80's struggles on the defensive side.
Absolutely. One thing that these teams have in common is we're still waiting to get into the actual matchup is that both of these teams will face off against Shopify Rebellion, or rather one of these two teams will face off against Shopify Rebellion. But the one thing all 3 of those teams have in common is they all have some shade of greenish yellow in their jerseys and in their branding. So we've kind of got this color heat sink on one side of the equation where it's like M80 is like that highlighter yellowish green. OXG is green. Shopify Rebellion has that yellowish green in it as well. The other game that we're going to see later today that will be going on, depending on how long it takes for this bout to wrap up, will be Space Station versus Wildcard. One thing that is a little interesting to me, though, Jesse, is that OXG are 5th. They're dead smack in the middle of the NA League, and yet they have a losing record. 4 wins in regulation, 5 losses in regulation. It really does go to show just how top-heavy this league has been. 6 wins for Space Station in 3rd place, Dark Zero at 7, Shopify Rebellion at 9 wins in 1st overall. So there's not much we can glean from the way that these teams finished in the standings, but their head-to-head matchup is what we will largely be going off of. Operator bans are in your favorite part of the entire day. It's just about to end.
It is, Parker, and I hope you didn't want to see shields today because we've got 3 of the 4 shields immediately banned out. Blitz will be the only one remaining, and I guess Fuse as well if we end up seeing him with the Fuse shield. But Clash, Montaigne, and Blackbeard all taken off the board. Interestingly, though, Kaid slips through. By far the most commonly banned operator on Nighthaven Labs is, of course, the Moroccan with the Electro Claws. So to see him slip through the operator bans is a little bit surprising. OXG either didn't notice or don't care because they're still bringing Forest on the Bandit. Often you'll see both those operators banned together, the Bandit plus the Kaid. But if you're only going to ban one, sometimes it makes more sense just to take other threats off the board instead. Of course, Oxygen feeling that those shields are going to be a bigger problem. M80 feeling like the Mira and the Clash are going to be bigger issues instead. So Fair enough. We're going to see all of the electricity operators remain, at least for the first quarter. We'll see if that changes after round 3. But as far as the other operators go, nothing too surprising. All very common bans.
Attackers are heading out to
Still time for a third ban to come in on both sides. For those that haven't really tuned into the changes that came about with Siege X, a third operator ban will occur on both sides after the tail end of the third round, which for people that are keeping track, that would be the quarter-way point of a match, or the halfway to the halfway point. Additionally, with Siege X, if you are tuning in just for the playoffs, which I don't think is uncommon, some maps have received a graphics update and various destructible ingredients. This is not one of those. Gavin somehow outfoxing Forest, as this is a trick as old as time. Having open kill holes into that IT wall and then having somebody watch. I know Forest was likely getting the call to action to try to bandit trick, but I am a bit confused by that one, Jesse.
Yeah, it takes about 60 seconds for Gavin to match his kill count from the last game. Played A9, he managed just a single frag in their game against Shopify Rebellion, so already off to a much stronger pace coming out from Gaveni. He's one of their players that they do rely on, a very deadly entry player, so if he is hot, that makes a world of difference for M80. I once again say it, their attacks have been so good so far this stage. Best attacking win rate in the North America League at 60%. Most teams struggle on attack, so 60% is extremely high. We'll see Gunner trying to hunt down this Raptors player. Can retreat back into site if they want to. They've got that late reinforcement, although it's already been used at this point over towards Connector. So they're going to have to leave the wall soft. There is a player in the other site, but not going to be able to walk on through. They've gotten good space on the side of M80 now. IT, of course, opened up. Raptors control as well. Plenty of places to push from. OXG need to find some kind of a response.
I think people kind of lose the plot on the percentages that we talk about. You know, like if a map is 55 to 45% in one side, or if it's 60 to 40%, that 5% makes a massive difference. And I'm not just talking about map stats, I'm talking operator stats, KPR, etc. Final minute of this round now, and Oxygen's been battling from behind after surrendering control of that IT wall, so Gomez will have to take a more forward approach on Rafters. He's on a collision course with Kino, as Kino's trying to isolate him. Hot and Cold will presumably come to the rescue. He's a bit too slow to the punch. Yaga and Diffuser both in the ground, so neither team really gaining much from this first bit of the bout. Now it's Gomez, panics, backed up, boxed into this bomb site. Only 30 seconds left. OXG down by 1. They'll lose Grixer. Gavin picks up his second kill of the round. Gomez, though, eliminating Hot and Cold, still in a powerful position, but Gavin picks up a third before he's buried, and it's all up to Adam, now hunted down by Gunner's death mark. Kino and Gunner, last two alive. Neither hold that case. Kino will have to pick it right back up, and they're in a standoff. Adams 2 kills now, patrolling over towards Aqua. He's got the read on the Deimos, but they're giving him nothing. Tries to bait out, swings over, gets Kino, and he gets them both. Gunner falls as well, and Adam will get a quad kill to save the round for OXG.
All right, we thought it was looking too easy for M80. Massive man advantage. They had the Rafters, they had IT, but it doesn't matter with Adam in the most prime position over by Aqua Stairs. Geez, what a good round to start things off. Adam has had a bit of a rocky start so far this stage. He's currently sitting with a 0.91 KDR. He has never in his career gone negative through an NAL stage. The closest was stage 1 last year when he went 63 and 63 dead even. So this will help boost him closer to even to get back on that stat line. Really nicely done by him. It was odd not to see M80 take any pressure over towards Fish, any pressure towards Aqua. I saw Hot and Cold was going that direction for a moment. He had some presence over there, but chose to just push Rafters instead. Made it a bit of a linear take. They had players down below that didn't seem to get too much value either. So really just weren't able to apply that back pressure to the position Adam was in, just inside of the Fish Hall. So really smart play by Adam to be able to take that out. And after a big 4K, he says, why don't I play the worst defender in the game? And he hops on Thunderbird, Parker.
That's an intriguing one. An operator that we basically never see, Jesse.
Yeah, I'm quite certain it's never been played in the North America League this season. It has in the past. I remember there was actually a Thunderbird strat, I want to say from SI, on the top floor on this map. So not the same.
When you roll over by Aqua, right?
Yeah. Well, and they had like stuff set up over by Connector too.
Oh my, Gomez gets Kino as the M80 bursts through that window. Gavin trades him right back. Not an ideal start for either of these teams. You lose Kino, who had huge impact in round number 1, as the Mav maybe a little bit less impact here other than getting those hatches open, which is quite important. As you see on the top right left of your screen, M80 has no backup for hard breach. Oh my goodness.
Wow.
The jump out from Yaga takes down Gavin, traded right back though, and OXG are desperate to get under the skin of M80. It seems to be working.
Yeah, that's a really nice little entry play. Obviously, you lose a couple of key players on M80. A lot of that soft breach, the hard breach as well. You could tell with this op lineup, M80 wanted to go fast, and they did go fast. But now they can slow things down a little bit. 3v3, most defenders are still down in the basement. Adam is roaming over towards warehouse. He's not really near the other defenders, and he will just rotate back to site as I say that. So gonna make it back to play that 3v3. Looks for the side of M80 that they do want to go for an exo push. They've got hot and cold coming in here. He's probably going to go for a plant just inside the assembly door. That's where we often see a shield plant go down. Very likely that we could see that play coming out with some cover on the main wall too, if any breach ended up happening. But I don't think Kino got that, so it's going to be difficult to cover this plant once they eventually go for it.
There goes the smoke just to isolate these players and give some cover to hot and cold as he looks to walk in, giving himself a good vantage point, or at least a better one. He took some damage in the process. These 3 remaining players from OXG now far enough back that they can greet M80's advance. Adrenal Surge will go out, still 1 in pocket for Diffuser, as it will give a bit more HP to M80, which he will be desperate for this execute. Nitro Cell primed and ready from Grixer as M80 looks to walk into the bomb site. Hot and Cold has found his entry, and he gets baited into a plant, then falls off. Grixer ripping that Nitro Cell is heard by Hot and Cold, and there's a very delicate juggle here. Gunner on the ground watching. Final Adrenal Surge has come out for Diffuser as OXG are just ever so patient. Gunner taking some damage from above, outdueled by Adam, who's having a sensational start to this game. That's the Nitro Cell cut off by Hot and Cold, but he's the only one left. And with 10 seconds to go, he needs to take matters into his own hands. A little bit of a do-si-do. He punishes Forrest, and now it's him versus Grixer with just seconds left. Hot and Cold can't get it done. And for the second round in a row, OXG steals it right as the timer hits 0.
Grixer might be one of the smartest players in the North America League. You saw how he was using the sound of the C4 rip to waste so much time off that clock. Constantly would rip the C4, put it away. Rip the C4, put it away. It made Hot and Cold's job a nightmare because he never knew if he was safe to plant or if he was going to get blown sky high the second he committed to planting that diffuser. He heard it, but there was nothing he could do about it. He had that coverage, so he maybe could have relied on one of his teammates shooting that Nitro the second it came out. He had a player in EXO, he had a player up above. But at some point in that round, OXG just decided to get aggressive. They started swinging. They made some big moves to grab that man count back, and Hot and Cold nearly makes it happen. He's an excellent shield player. I love his target prioritization in the 1v2. You saw that he went in, flashed Grixer, moved back over to EXO to kill the other player, and then moved back to a 1v1 with Grixer. He made sure that he never took a 1v2 engagement, was able to separate those players. Really good play by Hot and Cold. Just not enough, though. Grixer is too good in that one.
5 seconds left.
Not the exact start that M80 wanted here on this map. Nighthaven Labs is at the bottom of the play rate when it comes to the NA League. Technically, it's in second last. Just 3 fewer rounds have been played on Skyscraper. Nighthaven Labs does swing in favor of the attackers at the moment. It does have a small sample size, so who knows what it would look like if it had, say, you know, 30, 40 more rounds played on it, like a map like Lair or Consulate. But just right now, based on these numbers, M80 are running behind where they should be on Nighthaven Labs. And one of the little quirks of this map, and we say it whenever we cast it, is that for a long period of time, it was one of the only balanced maps in the map pool. It sat very close to 50-50 for a variety of events and leagues. This time it's swinging towards the attackers, which is not the only map to do that. Kafe Dostoyevsky, which is the most played map in the map pool, which is actually up next, is also attacker favored. So it's not abnormal that we're going to see some attacker-sided maps, but if you're M80, you need to start putting rounds on the board. Typically, if the attackers have an advantage, you're looking at a 3-3-4-2 scoreline in favor of the attackers. That means OXG needs to get 2, maybe 3 rounds to feel comfortable. They're already there, and we're only 2 rounds in. That's cause for concern for M80.
Tertiary bomb site should be the best opportunity for M80 to get one back. Going down 3-0 on the attack never feels good. You lose a full site rotation. They've got good space here inside of jungle, but there are players just on the other side of that wall. Inside of CC, you see Forrest hunting the drones. He's got Adam right next to him. Gomez isn't far behind either. So notice how OXG are really clumping up. They want to be able to take trades when M80 try to push this top floor. There's not really a good way for M80 to push the site if they don't clear these players out of the top. So they need to engage with these guys eventually. It's just going to come down to when and how.
First duel is going to come out in favor of OXG. Forrest was involved in round number 1 on the wrong side. This time he gets the last laugh, or the first laugh, I suppose you could say. Adam and his 5 kills leading the team are now in the grave at the hands of Hot and Cold. These teams are keeping things awfully close. There's been very few instances where one team has run away with the kill feed. Hot and Cold will find a double kill. He gets... He'll have more work to do now as it's Kino punished. 0-3 on Kino, playing on that support role, but finding very limited value outside of opening up that IT wall on the Maverick. He was also the first death in the previous round, so he wasn't able to have much impact on the American operator. Both of these teams into a 3v3, a very familiar line, but way less time for M80 to deal with. Only 15 seconds to go, a round that has flown by. Blink and you miss it, Jesse. Hot and Cold attempting to get the plant down. He's been unsuccessful through the 2 rounds that he's tried. Gavin will refrag as Hot and Cold dies. Down goes Yaga. Gomez on a single point of HP, along with Grixer with no toxic gas. Means they'll have to go out swinging, and they will! OXG battling the time and foes, and it's a 3-0 start.
Grixer and Hot and Cold, 2 of the most experienced players in this lobby, have been dueling through the first quarter of this game, and they're going to continue to duel as this game goes forward. Houghton is desperate to get these plants down. Round after round, he's trying to get it on the ground. M80 have been a big objective team so far this season. They've got the highest plant percentage out of any team in the league at 45%. It is their bread and butter to be able to put that defuse kit on the ground. It's why they're the best attacking team in the league. And Grixer knows this. That's why he's been playing Smoke so consistently. He's been playing Mute. He's bringing so much plant denial. You saw it in that previous round. Hot and Cold goes for the plants. There's like 10 seconds remaining. Still 2 toxic babes in the pocket of Grixer. He didn't waste those. He didn't use those early. He has been doing a great job of keeping an eye on the clock, understanding his own utility, understanding where the plant wants to go down and how he's going to position himself to best prevent that. I think Grixer's been playing an excellent game. You've got to give credit to those roamers as well for wasting so much time on the top floor. But this little micro game between Hot and Cold and Grixer, can Hot and get the plant down? Can Grixer stop him? Has been really fun to watch in the first quarter.
Yeah, I've been quite impressed with the ability for OXG to keep M80's hands full and deny the ability for them to get the plant down. I think there were a couple good opportunities in round number 2 when Hot and Cold was tucked into that corner in the default spot. But that, again, that little duel that you said, and you complimented Grixer at the tail end of the round for his intelligence with the way that he was baiting Hot and Cold with that nitro cell. And now it's just... there's layer after layer for OXG. Their roam game hasn't really been something we've talked about much because it hasn't been a huge focal point, but the mid-round onward is where OXG has been shining. And they've been able to create these layers, whether it's through a zombie, whether it's through clever reinforcements and walls being shot out, as you can see right now. They're currently reinforcing 2 walls, keeping open an upside of the wall that isn't usually opened up on rafters. Usually it's the opposite side that we tend to see teams favor. And then they're going to likely keep Gomez in this same spot where he played in round number 1, just throwing out Kiba barrier after Kiba barrier, creating all these hurdles and all these obstacles that M80 has just frankly been quite slow to get ahead of or get around. Excellent start for OXG either way. And frankly, I know that there are people who had some serious doubts. The social poll was 75-25 favoring M80, but OXG is stunning me, and I'm sure stunning the audience at the moment as well.
Yeah, and I mean, you're right. The roamers aren't winning the rounds for OXG, but they're also not losing the round. Consistently, they're trading out even. They're wasting a lot of time. They're sending things out with good numbers. So they're setting up their anchors to win the round, which I think is still doing a great job. Maybe not as flashy, but still having a strong impact. So everybody on Oxygen working as a real unit. This is the first time they've played Nighthaven all season. We haven't seen it from them once. M80 2-0, undefeated, 7-0 victory at Reload, and then a 7-2 victory in the North America League 2. So this should be favored ground, but that has not been the case on our first day of playoffs. Operator bans have gone back through. The Demo's taken out. That was an all hot and cold, used quite well over the last couple of rounds. And then, of course, the Kaid as well. I said it, the most popular ban here on Nighthaven Labs. So not surprising to see it go. But Forrest, he's been favoring the Bandit anyways. So I don't think he's going to be too upset by that.
I don't know if you saw it, but there was some chatter on social media amongst the M80 guys saying they got absolutely stomped in scrims. Oh my goodness, this round is not going any better for them. What a huge C4 by Forrest, taking down not one but two players of M80, one of which is hotting on that shield with Diffuser. This is really quite poor for M80, and they'll swing back. Oh my goodness.
Oh.
How did Adam pull out a double kill to win the round there? Blink and you miss it, I said earlier, and now, my God, it happens yet again. 4-0 for OXG.
And it's back-to-back opening picks from Forrest. We said we wanted something out of the early game. Well, there it goes. Forrest, back on Space Station, played M80 in round 1 of the playoffs last year, and he got smoked. 7-3, 7-3. He then described this last Playday 9, as a disaster class on Chalet. He certainly had his struggles over the last long-term past, and of course in the near past too, with OXG on a 2-game losing streak coming into playoffs. But they've clearly figured something out. They know how they want to take up against M80, perhaps expecting where a lot of these pushes are coming through, reacting to the sound cues, really being understanding of where M80's pushes are coming from, and punishing them so hard. This is really impressive stuff coming out from OXG. A lot of people had this team as getting swept by M80 in a 2-0 clean sweep, especially to be doing it on defense against the best attacking team in the league is really an incredible sight.
5 seconds to
Yeah, I'm gobsmacked. This is a real punishing beginning for OXG. A team like M80 needs to keep their head level and stay cool. I mean, one thing I'm sure that's living in the back of a lot of these players' minds is, well, we've still got at least another opportunity. You don't get into the top 5 of a region. You don't become major champions, as 4 of the 5 players on M80 are, by saying, we'll get them next time. I understand that the M80 guys are almost always cool as cucumbers. Very rarely do they look tilted. Very rarely do they seem to rage. These are guys that seem to be quite comfortable with who they are and where they are in the game at all times, which is great, and that's the hallmark of a good team. But there's got to be some frustration and concern here with the scoreline at this current point in time, and there's got to be some bitterness about the fact that they might have to battle through this lower bracket if things don't turn around, either here on Nighthaven or on Kafe as map number 2.
Kino looking to get off the donut on another one of Siege's most rare operators, the Zero. He loves the Zero on this site. He played the operator on this site against Envy as well earlier in the season, so it's not a new pick for Kino. Still doesn't make it any more common throughout the league. They've got roamers to deal with. It's Gomez and Adam top 4, with Gomez already trying to contest hot and cold, entering through the fish stairs. He has made it all the way back down. Adam has joined him too. So again, it's not like the roamers are winning the game for OXG, but they're wasting a good amount of time. They're not losing man advantage, which is really key. And yeah, they're giving up positioning, but again, with the clock, it doesn't really matter. They're setting up their late round players to have big moments and to be able to clutch things out. Gomez and Grixer are still roaming on this top floor. Gomez retreats back, and Grixer just in lounge, not too out of the open either. So should be a safe 5v5 execute kind of late into this round.
These rounds have been usually quite quick with first bloods being drawn. This one, not the case. 1 minute to go, and hot and cold is menacingly in a strong position. He's been down by a nitro cell, tossed out by Forrest, who might look to collect. He's going to bait hot and cold and get very aggressive. If there's a player that just has the courage to do that, it's got to be Forrest. Terrible start in round number 1, Jesse, but he's really recovered now with 5 kills.
Yeah, back-to-back opening picks. Foxay mentioned on the desk how OXG have one of the worst entries in the entire North America League. That has not been the case today. They have dominated on those openings. It just feels like M80 can't find a gap. No matter what they try, it's always being expected. And once again, it's not M80 catching them off guard, it's Oxygen.
Now it's Adam, who's been simply sensational up to this point. He sees the buck of Gunner, and he just needs to be real patient about that. Does he know if there's more up there? Gunner seems to be aware of it, but what a shot by Adam. Swiftly removing Gunner from the server and his head from his body in the same time. Gavin, a flurry of kills, 2 on his end. Diffuser with 1 as well. Leaves OXG on their back foot. With the diffuser down, things are not looking good for OXG, but as I say that, Yaga gets one, immediately answered back by Gavin. And it's up to Grixer to clutch this one out. Only a single death through 4 active rounds, and we'll add 2 to the tally as M80 finally get on the board.
It's been just the G's today, Parker. It's been Grixer, it's been Gavin. Gunner's been good too. But really some big moments. Gavin, of course, the big player in that round. Once again, just a single kill in the previous matchup on playday number 9, but battling back here in the playoffs, making sure that he shut down those roamers. Yes, there was a flank coming up from Adam and from Yaga, and they got an important kill. They killed the Buck. That's a big player to take down, but Gavin was there for the answer. M80, maybe they didn't expect that flank to come up the vending stairs, but they were certainly responding well to it. It is weird to push like that if you're Oxygen. If you're in a 5v4, you already have advantage. Most teams are not going to expect you to push because you can just sit with man advantage in the site. Instead, they went for that flank, and M80, again, I'm not sure they were ready for it, but once they realized what was happening, they capitalized on it. They realized there's not that many players in the site. We can go for the plant. We've got good coverage if we just get inside from Animus. That's exactly what they did, accomplished that really well. Wasn't the cleanest round of all time. There were mistakes in that round, but they've at least got their first on the board.
I mean, this should be the inverse, right? It should be 4-1 for the attackers here at this point in time. At absolute worst, it should be 3-2 for the attackers right now, with obviously this last round being a huge determining factor as to what we see when these sides will be flipped. But yeah, I mean, words fail me at the moment for M80. Gavin with 9 kills. Kino with 0, Gunner with 1. Gunner with 1 kill is far more notable than Kino with 0. Again, these support players that we see are not tasked with getting kills most of the time. So if Kino is held off the score sheet, but the other 4 players frag well, that's really all you can ask for. I mean, the team in first place, Shopify, has, in terms of fragging, a player who is among the lowest, if not the lowest, in the NA League in Canadian. You've got the same on DZ. Nafe is not the person who should be getting kills on that team, and they are both 1 and 2 in the standings. So it's okay that Kino is not picking up kills hand over fist. The bigger issues are Diffuser with 3 and Gunner with 1. Those are the problems.
Yeah, Gunner's been inconsistent all season. He was negative or even through the first 5 games. He woke up in the back half, was positive for the last 4 through regular season. So it seemed like he had finally woken up this season, but 1 and 5 does not paint a great picture. On the Nook trying to make something happening. He's just over by front door. Lots of times you see Nook enter through the basement, maybe try to sneak up through the cargo stairs or something, but instead he's going to be lurking over towards kitchen, staring at this part of the map. Could find an opening. There's nobody directly over there. Maybe Grixer would be the closest, just inside of Lounge at the moment, but still quite a ways away. Bomb site is still storage and control, so they've got quite a ways to go. Top floor has not really been touched. They've opened some doorways, but they haven't been able to pressure Gomez out with these Kibas. He's in such a strong spot.
Grixer manages to survive that, or Gomez rather manages to survive that. I was foiled by the player cams, as there goes Kino to break that donut and finally get on the board with a little bit of a helping hand from Hot and Cold, who picks up an assist in the process. A very swift way to open up a part of the map that has caused some real aggravation for M80 to this point. And with just under a minute to go, they've still got time to take this advantage, walk that diffuser in, and win their second round.
What's the response from Oxygen? Do they care? Are they going to make a move? Looks like Forrest won't be as he goes down as well. That's going to prompt even more panic on the side of OXG, even more movement.
This Lair that we talked about from OXG in the past is failing them. Adam just wanted to make sure Gunner was dead as he finds yet another. Adam has been incredible. I mean, what more really can we say about him and Gavin, as these two are just battles of the Titans at the moment. Gavin still with 9 kills, still alive. Adam with 10, still alive as well. Yaga to support on the side of OXG. Kino with Diffuser will be vulnerable, and there's very little time left, Jesse. Only 5 seconds for Kino to find a window. Gavin is dropped, and Kino's all by his lonesome. Longtime teammate of Yaga's, but it will be Adam to stab the knife in the back of M80 and go up 5-1 as defenders on Nighthaven Labs. A real puzzling beginning for M80, and one that shouldn't inspire much confidence.
OXG's newest pickup from Ontario, California, making sure he knows exactly why he was picked up. Huge plays the first half of M80. Again, hasn't been a strong season from Adam. It's been his weakest stage so far in his pro career. He has yet to be negative even once in a North America regular season. But now, when it matters the most, stepping up in playoffs, when you know you've got to get these W's to make it to top 4, I mean, this has been a fantastic showing to come out from Adam, the entry player on OXG. They'll move to attack, and once again, sometimes when you look at teams that have struggled through the season, they move to attack and you think, okay, this is where it could get tricky. This is where it could get difficult. M80 have really not found success on defense. Defense has been the Achilles heel of M80 all season long. They have less than a 50% win rate on Siege's strongest side. So for Oxygen, you kind of got the hard part out of the way first. A 5-1 half to start things off. Now you get to attack, and OXG's attacks have actually been better than their defenses anyways this season. So they're looking really good to close this out and steal the map pick of M80.
Yeah, but there's an awful lot to talk about between these teams, but really that is the storyline, right? OXG, this huge rebirth on a map that is familiar enough to them, but wasn't a comfort pick of their own. And they did a great job on the harder side based on the numbers. And again, I will say, it is possible that we are being betrayed by a small sample size here, but
for sure,
Nighthaven Labs has very rarely been an overwhelmingly defender-sided map. That I think we can all agree upon, no matter how much time has been played or how many rounds have been played in the NA League. This stage, this has never been prime ground for the defender. Certainly not so like you see like the old maps like Villa, for example, Clubhouse, another example of that. Kafe has been defender-sided for a while, but now it's breaking for the attackers as things get figured out. So yeah, I mean, OXG putting in what I would argue is one of the finest performances that we've seen of this new roster, and it's coming at a great time, right? They want a date with Destiny. Destiny's name is Shopify Rebellion. That's who awaits one of these teams, and I would like to remind you that A, the losing team does not go home. There is a lower bracket, and B, Shopify Rebellion are undefeated. So no matter who wins here, they will have their hands full. I know those SR guys are watching this broadcast right now and are probably a little puzzled with the result too, but are eagerly awaiting whichever of these teams emerges to play against tomorrow.
Grixer salvages that wall. He botched it at first. Usually if you put 4 pellets from Habana at the top, 4 at the bottom, you can make it fully soft, destroy the reinforcement. It didn't work at first, but with one more set of X-Kairas, he cleared out the reinforcement for good, managed to make it soft, so no harm, no foul. They will get the IT wall open. It's not easy with M80 banning out 2 hard breachers on their side. You can bet that Habana is likely to be the 3rd ban, if not a Maverick, so it's going to get very difficult to get these walls open. Very different banning strategies from both teams on the defense. Doesn't mean that it's going to be free just because you have the IT wall, though. They've still got to get some kind of control over connector. They would like to be pushing in through electrical alongside their push in IT. Lot of setup from M80, though. This is going to be their 2nd Nitro heading towards the electrical window.
It's thrown a little bit too short, and OXG survives because of that. The only player who's taken any damage on the side of Oxygen is Yaga, who's rocking the shotgun on the Ying, so those Candelas will discombobulate the senses pretty effectively, and then you just need to follow up with the shotgun. And it looked like it was Diffuser was first line of defense. Yaga a bit reluctant to take that engagement and losing the duel when he finally does. Gunner got the first kill on the side of M80, but Grixer picks up a double as now Gomez might have found an opening through the back of the site before Kino says not today. Forrest out dueling him, and we just go back and forth forever. Diffuser and Forrest both at 1 HP. The clash of hot and cold still upright. Grixer attempting the defuse plant. Forrest now watching as Diffuser attempts to get closer. He's downed Forrest, and Grixer's isolated now, but Diffuser knows a single bullet will remove him from action. Now it's Hot and Cold's attempt to get in on it. Diffuser waiting back as Hot and Cold is the bait here. OXG looking for match point, by the way. Diffuser's been downed, and Grixer can't pull it off as Hot and Cold reads that one so well and will give a bit of hope on the side of M80. The first round as defenders and a first successful defensive win.
Matthew Stevens, the #1 clutch player in the North America League, 45% success rate when he gets put in a clutch situation heading into this game. He will increase that tally with a big 1v1 then coming up over Grixer. I was very concerned when Diffuser went down. A 1v1 is Clash, especially after Diffuse Kid has gone down, is not an easy prospect, but Houghton played that really smart. They used the clock Often as a defending pair in a 2v1 after plant went down, you get really nervous about that time because once it goes down, it is not coming back. That 7-second mark is your deadline. But Houghton didn't panic. He kept his shield up for the majority of that round. He waited for his moment, waited for that ring around the rosy situation where he had the freedom to pull out his SMG, took the gunfight when he could. Excellent shield play coming out from Hot and Cold. That's going to get M80 their second round here on Nighthaven Labs, and an important one too for their first on defense.
I mean, maybe we are just looking at an absurdly defender-sided Nighthaven Labs between these teams. Obviously way too soon to tell with it just being a single round for M80, but very smart plays by these teams, and one little bit of creativity that we witnessed when it was OXG as defenders and M80 attacking, and now through that single round of the second half, is the ability for somebody to sneak in amidst the action. On OXG, it was Adam who would take advantage of the disarray that their opponents would be thrust into. On the side of, I believe it was Gomez who found the same on OXG in the previous round. Forrest had some great looks at it too, but then on the side of M80, Gavin had some very good looks where he'd pick up one or two. And really, on the side of M80, it's really just been Gavin. The rest of M80 still struggling to get on the board. Gunner, Kino, and Hot and Cold all below 500 at the moment in terms of kills and deaths. Diffuser is perfectly even. And I mean, the scoreline should be that way. When you only have 2 rounds to your name and OXG has been blowing you out in a couple of your losses, your stats aren't going to be particularly great. But if M80 can show a bit more ingenuity, as we saw in the previous round, this game can tighten up very quickly. Speaking of very quickly, this is going to be a push on in, and M80 defanging OXG right away. Gunner and Diffuser down for the count, and Nitrocell had gone off to do some serious damage. Forrest taken out by Hot and Cold. The shield only works one way, and it's a slap in the back. OXG reduced to just 2 players with 1 minute and 40 seconds left, and it's a mystery as to how they're going to get out of this in a positive direction. It will continue to go from bad to worse as Adam is the only one left after we saw Grixer trade 1 out, and now the 4 remaining players of M80 with their gadgetry still upright, Valk cams still up, default cams up, goo mines spread around. Hard pressed to imagine that Houghton, or rather Adam in this instance, will be able to survive. He'll hit one of those goo mines, taking out one of those cams, and okay. Not really sure what's going on there. Adam dodging away from that nitro cell as for whatever reason, those Zofia explosions are unable to take out the bulletproof cam, and Gunner will get the final pick. M80 now 2 in a row.
I like the attempted rush. They got everything opened as fast as they wanted it. They had the IT wall open really quickly. They had the garage wall open really quickly. They didn't have any reason to keep waiting, so they decided, let's send it with the Blitz. Let's send it with the Ying. Unfortunately, the Ying went down really early. Gunner had a good cross from the bottom of Warehouse. He managed to catch the Ying, who was just busy blinding Hot and Cold, and then I don't know how he got it, but Hot and Cold managing to melee out the shield was a big pick. Fully blind maybe, but didn't seem to matter at all. They will just sneak up behind and got that backstab. So good denial of the rush. That's another defensive win for M80, and it does prompt attack timeout from OXG. They'll get a chance to talk, of course, with Redeemer, head coach of Oxygen, here inside their team house. It's been not the most favorable second half so far. I'm not sure if they were expecting this double hard breach ban. It is something we see pretty often on Nighthaven Labs, but it's not something that OXG themselves chose to run for double hard breach. So without them banning out the Bandit or the Kaid, it's going to be, I think, difficult going forward to get some of those walls. Hasn't been the biggest issue so far, but especially I think when that third ban comes in, if it does end up being a Habana, could be really devastating to their chances. So lots of problems still to solve if you're Oxygen. You like the scoreline at the moment, 5-3, but doesn't mean it's going to be an easy last 2 rounds to grab.
I always see when it's like, okay, we're 6 minutes away from a victory. Huge. It doesn't work out. It's a real devastating feeling. I mean, one thing that we can relate with the audience about, and the audience can relate here, is almost every single person who's watching this broadcast right now has been playing a competitive team-based video game. Could be Rainbow Six, could be Call of Duty, could be PUBG, could be Counter-Strike, doesn't really matter. Any of those games that rely on your teammates. And you imagine, okay, great, Guys, we're in our very final round. We get the opening pick. Sick. We only need to get 4 more kills. That's it. And we win the game. And then slowly but surely you watch as 1 or 2 of your teammates just kind of softly throw. And you have no real way to fix it. And suddenly what should have been a relatively simple round has now completely fallen apart. And then your opponents win 1. And if it's a game like some of those aforementioned ones, then there's an economy system, which means that your opponents now have the upper hand for another round or 2 rounds or 3 rounds even. And you have to sit there and endure this constant slide as victory gets farther and farther away. It's immensely frustrating. And pros are not immune to that same, mental issue and mental weakening that regular players have. Yeah, the pros obviously are better at it, but we've seen full-on crash outs on stage before on certain teams. I don't think either of these teams are going to be experiencing that, but OXG calling their timeout as early as they did, something suggests to me that mental's not really there for the team at this moment, and they need to fix it, and that's exactly why Redeemer would talk to them.
Yeah, the kitchen bomb site's going to provide a big challenge too. Probably not what they were expecting, not what they talked about in that TAC timeout. Doesn't stop them from getting the opening picks though. Grixer does find Diffuser, so that's the first of 4 to get match point. And Forrest is in a plant spot. He's under the smoke. He's just going to go for it.
Yeah, well, there's a Nitro Cell to stop him, and M80 comes alive. 3 very quick kills. Grixer is the only one on the scoreboard at the moment, and oh boy, things are going to be real tough from here on out. In a 1v3, fighting Shadows upstairs. He's got a logic bomb, so it will buy him about 5 to 10 seconds worth of time, but he's not expecting Hot and Cold on the ground to punish him. I don't even think that first phone call had rang at that point, and M80 now streaking themselves. And this gap between the teams has closed, Jesse, in a heartbeat. 1 round separating these 2 squads after OXG put on a clinic, going up 5-1 in the first half.
Kitchen Cafeteria, the only bomb site that M80 have never shown since joining this organization and becoming a 5-man core again. They've played Nighthaven Labs quite a few times. They beat PSG Talon back at Reload. They beat Envy earlier in the season. They've played plenty of Top Floor, Storage, Tank Assembly. They've never played that Kitchen Cafeteria bomb site. So right after attack timeout, why not bring something that M80 will not be expecting, something that the coach has no VODs on, can't say anything about. That was really good timing to bring out a pocket pick like that. And then they get another set of bans to change things up once again. And M80 choose to take out the Ying this time around. They won't be taking out the Habana like I theorized, which I think is also a strong ban. Ying has been one of the strongest operators on Nighthaven Labs, especially when you're pushing that storage bomb site, when you're trying to get in, and we saw how deadly that can be, even if Yaga didn't find success with it earlier in this game. Still, I think a smart operator to take off the board. OXG not struggling too much with the hard breach so far. They choose not to remove a Kaid or a Bandit. They go for the Mira instead. Another one of those power operators that you like to see being taken out. And with it still on the board, Diffuser, happy to play the Kaid, was hiding through the entire prep phase so that he did not get spotted on a drone, and now is going to be placing some cheeky Electro Claws. If your goal is to open this with pocket EMPs, which it doesn't look like it is for OXG, that could be a huge problem. They will have the Maverick, so I don't think they'll end up struggling with it, but even if they want to get a Twitch drone in, getting those claws is going to be really, really awkward.
You talked about Kaid in the first half, and you were surprised he wasn't banned, and, well, he's going to continue to rear his Moroccan head. I was trying to come out with a, like, if this Electric Claw's rockin', don't come a knockin', but I've yet to be able to find a way to put it in. And then I was like, well, Moroccan is also a pun, and... We'll have to workshop it. Hey, tier 2 casters, if you're listening to this, or my fellow tier 1 casters, if you want to take the ball and run with it, please do so. You don't need to give me any credit whatsoever. This can be a team effort as we witness a team game unfold in front of our eyes. More Mavericking now being done on that IT wall. Very commonplace. We saw it all throughout the first half in the hands of Kino. Now it'll be Grixer tackling that same operator. Big difference, though, as Hot and Cold held the diffuser while Kino opened things up. Grixer's got the diffuser, while the rest of OXG will watch. Not that I think that's a puzzling decision, but you don't always take Grixer as the player on the side of OXG as somebody who can get that objective down, especially with the way Grixer's been having high impact in a lot of tough rounds. Halfway point of round number 10, OXG looking to extend their lead as they've been doing for the last couple rounds. They have failed at every attempt, and with it, M80 is almost clawed back.
I like this round so far from Oxygen, though. They've got really good space. They've got meeting hall control. They've clearly got some players over by rafters. Looks like they might want to apply some pressure to Fish, too, although now Forrest is moving away from that, so yet to really be seen. If they can get solid control of Electrical, that's this room they're just trying to spam into at the moment. They can dodge these Nitros. I don't hate their positioning one bit. Got some good plant spots if they can get in behind the pillar. They've also, again, got some pressure over on the other side of the map towards rafters, too, so a lot of things are open. They don't have any picks, though, and a 5v5 last 45-second execute could get messy.
A quick vault in, but a lost opportunity for Gomez, who had a strong start to this match, but has fallen a bit by the wayside. Both teams will lose one in the ensuing fight. Gunner picking up a second kill now as OXG are struggling really hard. A desperate attempt by Grixer. He's got a missed opportunity. He's down Diffuser. He'll need to secure. He's being shot at from both sides. Kino and Hot and Cold are all that's left for M80 at this point. Grixer, by the way, breaking double digits with this round, and he'll shoot some into the shield. Yaga, big moment is now. He'll need to take on Houghton and do so. M80 has been building quite the streak, but OXG will slam the door in their face and move to match point. It's been a long time since OXG got on the board, but finally they're able to do it. They've got limited opportunity to put this one away in regulation.
Parker, there was 6 seconds. There was 6 seconds. It was a 1v1 and Hot and Cold was sitting behind a clash shield. He could have swung at any moment. I think he had to swing at some point, but it was going to be tough for Yaga to sprint all the way right up next to him. That is a tough one to lose if you're M80. That felt so good as things started to devolve into chaos. Credit to Yaga, did not flinch in the dying moments up against his former team. That was really well played, playing on the Grim. These last 2 shots had to be perfect, and they were. Not an easy round to take, but they get it done. That's going to be match point for Oxygen.
A heartbreaking result for M80, especially with them coming back as well as they have. We've talked to teams in private in the past and asked them, frankly, what would you rather go through? Would you rather get absolutely smoked, or would you rather lose a nail biter? And most players tell you, I'd rather get smoked and move on to the next map. Because if you lose 7-1, 7-2, if you're M80, that's fine, whatever. You know what? They just got the better of you. Just mentally reset. Cafe's up next. You have to obviously do better there. That's the end of the road. But the frustration levels and the heartbreak that comes in from you putting together a run that we've seen M80 now put together through the second half, getting as close as they can possibly get. That would obviously be one more round statistically for them to get that close. And then fall short at the 11th hour is devastating. And teams have said it's a lot harder for you to get over that from a mental perspective, because you really did give it your all. OXG are going to go for broke. Gunner will start things off. Forrest tried to get into the bomb site, but M80 are very swiftly throwing them right back out of the door that all of OXG entered through. Gomez and Grix are the last 2 standing. M80 have yet to lose a player. I understand that you want to go for a rush strat and something quite quick to drive the final nail into the coffin of M80 on this map, but we have seen teams do this time and time again, and it doesn't usually work, Jesse. Now it's all up to Grixer as Gomez dies over by Fish, and a Nitro Cell will give a flawless victory to M80, who now are as close as you can get without overtime. 6-5 the scoreline for Oxygen. One final opportunity for M80 to close this out without needing to do so in OT.
M80 made a rare decision this game, and that was to not ban any shields. They left all 3 up for the attackers to take, and this time they had to contend with them. Both Forrest and Yaga bringing the 2 aggressive shields in Siege, the Blitz and the Blackbeard, to try to make that fast push happen onto the top floor. But the reason M80 don't want to ban those ops is because they know they can handle them. They had such good tools to stop those shield operators from coming in. Most notably in that round, it was the Fenrir from Diffuser, which gave them a really early warning there was going to be a push coming Fish. They, of course, heard the Blitz of Forrest that was sprinting through as well, and they all were able to just turn their attentions. They knew where those players were coming from, hit some beautiful shots from Gunner and Gaveni there on the top floor. Everything else crumbled right afterwards. Really strong top floor hold. If you wanted a statement, that was going to be it. M80, first time and potentially the only time that they will play that bomb site here in this game, as they did choose to go to Kitchen previously, but that storage site looking really, really good for M80, and now just 1 away from forcing OT.
If this is what we can expect for the next two maps, then I am just tickled pink at the possible Kafe and Lair that we will see. We're definitely getting Kafe, we know that much. Lair is obviously far from a given. I mentioned it earlier in the match, but both of these maps right now are attacker favored. They are statistically the only attacker favored maps in the map pool. Bank and Border, also with lower play rates, are 50-50, literally on the dot, 50-50. So can't say they're attacker favored, can't say they're defender favored. These two maps though, 55% of rounds won by the attackers on Nighthaven Labs, 56% of rounds won by Kafe, or won by the attackers on Kafe. So we've bucked the trend here on Nighthaven Labs. The defenders have done a much better job. Do we expect that to carry over to Kafe, which is the most played map in the map pool? Lair is the second most played map, played a full 33 rounds less than Kafe. That could really be 3 full games. That's really quite a difference between the two of them. Lair is defender favored, as we come to expect. Adam has been dropped after a small opening was created in one of the reinforced walls where Hot and Cold is situated, and Adam will need to be recovered, or else that could honestly be the round for OXG.
They have to use a smoke bolt too to stop the run out from the meeting doorway. Makes it a safe pickup. They don't have to be worried about that threat, but there's a bit more utility gone, a bit more time gone as well. This is not an easy bomb site to take, even though the hard breaching has been really good from OXG despite the bans. Got IT wall open, they've got the connector wall open. Despite all of that, doesn't make it any more simple. Gunner roaming on the bottom floor too. Watch out for him. We just saw him with a Twitch drone. I'm not sure if Gomez did catch that. I believe that he did. So they'll know Gunner's position. He's playing in a nitro cell down here. That means they need to remove him. Otherwise, the plant is going to be devastating. But they've got plenty of bodies down here on the first floor to try to hunt him down. So they should have the right read onto this play.
What remained of Adam is taken out by Gunner. That was a great shot by our observers, by the way, to see that in action. Now Gunner's on the run. As no good deed goes unpunished, I suppose you could say. And, well, Oxygen wants to punish him for that opening pick. Gomez will be dropped, and it looks like overtime is quite likely. Yaga taking out Hot and Cold is a huge sigh of relief on the side of OXG, but they're still down in numbers, and it will continue to get worse. Forrest dies. Grixer and Yaga, last two remaining. M80 doubled up on them, but Yaga's hitting some shots that, oh boy, we haven't seen Yaga hit in quite some time. Now it's Grixer there as well, and suddenly the numbers are equalized. Diffuser must go down with 10 seconds left. Diffuser and Gunner on the side of M80 still alive. It'll all come down onto the shoulders of Grixer, who's watching this angle. He's worried about getting pushed, and he picks the wrong target. Yaga pops up. He'll have to win the gunfight, and he won't do it. M80 sweeps through the 2 remaining players. They're fired up, and overtime is on the board for map 1.
I'm sorry, Parker. I got a bit of a question. When the hell did Gunner get to 9 kills? This guy was at 1 in 6 just a few minutes ago, and now he's not only having ridiculous stat lines, being 9 and 8 to end out that round and force us into overtime, but he's also playing just absolutely phenomenal Siege with the rest of his teammates. You saw in that 2v2, he knew that his teammate Diffuser was inside of Pillar. He was inside the other bomb site. So where does he go? He goes towards Fish, walks up the Aqua stairs, managed to make that pinch happen so that there was nowhere for Grixer to look whilst he was covering. He had to fight 2 players at once on opposite sides of the map. It just isn't possible. Really good positioning and timing coming out from Gunner. He didn't get any kills at the tail end of that round, but he really was positioned in the right place to enable Diffuser to get those last 2 and win the round. Really good bounce back from Gunner. I said it, he's been inconsistent at times this season, but when it matters the most, at the end of group stage and at the end of this first playoff match, he really is able to heat up.
I mean, every single player in this lobby has been able to take over a game at least one time in their career. The only person kind of on the bubble would be Kino, but I mean, I think we are a bit too far removed from the days of where teams used to counter-ban smoke against him because of how good he was as a defender, for people to remember what Kino was capable of doing in the server. I mean, Gunner is not going to sit at, he was what, 2 and 6 or something like that at one point?
6, yeah.
He's not going to sit there for the entire match. I mean, maybe he does. Gunner's had some stinkers in the past. especially when he was on that SQ roster way back in the day. But his deployment has changed, his teammates have changed, the way he plays has changed, he's improved as a player, and he's gotten himself in check, and here he is now. Almost caught up to Gavin, who had 9 kills like 6 rounds ago and has only put 3 on the board since. But again, this is the hallmark of a good team, right? If you've got a player who's dominating and suddenly they fall off, if somebody else on the team can pick up that slack, you will be mostly okay. It might not mean you're the best team, but it certainly is going to put you in the upper echelon of the league. On the side of OXG, that was Adam. He sprinted off to a very hot start, but since then he's slowed tremendously. Grixer sits at 11 kills, Yaga at 9 kills, and again, they've been doing this in very high impact, very high stress positions, and they've been excelling, and OXG has been better for it. We're in overtime now, though, so we might as well just completely reset all the numbers and see who thrives over the next 3 rounds.
So Grixer's kind of beefed this wall. He wanted to get it fully soft. It wasn't able to do so. Still has an angle. And for this bomb set, if you're going to plant just inside of storage, all you need to do is prevent the defenders from playing IT. So that's why he's just going to sit on the roof. He's going to hold that angle for the rest of the game, try to cover his teammates. If anybody sneaks past him, it could be horrible. But his job is going to make sure that doesn't happen. Gomez, talk about a bounce back, looking to bounce back himself. Down to 3 and 10 KDR. I'm trying to make some moves happen on the Nook. Over towards the front door, and Forrest hopping in the window.
Hot and cold finding him. Forrest in round number 1 of regulation, the first casualty. The exact same thing will happen now of the first round of overtime, admittedly on different sides. As the Bandit, it wasn't quite so crucial that he stay alive. On the Blitz, a much more important role that OXG will now suffer through. I don't think Grixer was anticipating that pick on gold. I think he was just trying to open the door, but he'll be happy for it either way. Grixer and Yaga with both kills up to this point. Gavin on the stairs chased away from his position after he slaughters Adam. Gavin knows there'll be one breathing down his neck. 35 seconds, Diffuser takes down Grixer, and OXG is behind the numbers yet again. They escaped the first half with 5 rounds. But that was about half an hour ago, Jesse. They've only been able to find a single round since, and right now, based on the numbers, it doesn't look like that's about to change. Yaga will gain information as Gomez goes for the defuse plan. A bevy of targets will jump in front of him. Yaga misses every single one of them, and Gomez dies with half a second left on that defuse kit. Kino swings to get the final kill against his teammate, and now it's M80 on match point.
Really awkward push from Oxygen. It felt like at first they wanted to push storage. You saw them working on the IT wall. They had a lot of pressure over on that side of the map. But then when the IT wall didn't open, they started to panic a little bit. They got some openings over towards Lounge. So they said, you know, maybe we can actually get a plant inside of Control. The problem is planting in Control sucks when you don't have top floor control. They didn't have numbers either, which meant it had to be Yaga all by himself, distracting all 3 top floor players as Gomez tried to get that defuse kit down. And he did a good job at it. He tried his best, but he just couldn't distract for long enough without giving up his life in return. Allowed just a slight moment for a defender up above, Kino, to take down Gomez. And I think that's really good recognition coming out from M80 on the defense, because you saw it the midway through that round from about, I would say, like minute 15 down to 30 seconds. For about that 45-second time period, Kino was just shooting the floor. He was just opening angles in the floorboards with the shotgun. He recognized that OXG were going to go for a push towards Control. He said, I need to get as many angles open as possible because they're not clearing us out of top. We got 3 guys up here. They're not going to clear us with just 2 bodies. I need to make sure we have all the angles open, and it paid off for him. He got that plant denial. It was last second, but he found the angle to take down Gomez, deny the plant, and that would have changed the whole game had he not been able to do so. So good round from Kino, makes things happen on the defense, and now it's M80 on match point after going down 5-1 to OXG.
I mean, all this talk that we did, all the praise that we gave to OXG was perfectly valid at the time, but this is still a newer roster with newer players that are figuring out their system, and while they've been quite impressive and made it into the top 5 of the region, they did have a losing record at the end of the day. So there are things for them to learn. There are ways for them to improve. And this is also not their map. I mean, the fact that they've come this close on their opponent's map, the fact that they were able to go off to such a hot start on M80's soil is enough to say, okay, that's great. A lot of teams approach best of 3s like, we'll win our map, they win their map, we just need to win the decider. If that's the case, and M80 perseveres here. despite how close the scoreline is, that's everything going according to plan. So if you're OXG, you're naturally going to be quite disappointed in the result, but hopefully the players will be able to take some solace from it that they got as close as they did. It is incumbent upon M80 pulling off a successful attack here. Again, the attackers have not been the better side on this map, but M80 is showing some struggles to get to the bomb site.
Yeah, this OXG team have never played Nighthaven before, so this is a first from them. M80 have never lost it, so slightly different scenarios, slightly different comfortability on this map. Grixer is down on the bottom floor. He's currently playing the CC stairs, the Aqua stairs. So he's quite close to the site if he wants to get back up, but there is a bit of a threat down below that Diffuser's going to have to be aware of if he's trying to work some vertical plays with the Buck. IT wall is open. They opened connector wall a little while ago too, so it's going to be trying to work those vert angles to kill the players towards pillar. That's going to be Adam, and also down above Yaga, who actually wins the fight from above. Now it's going to be so much more difficult to get in through electrical if you don't have that pick.
You still got the Glazakino, who's now made his way to positive at 9 and 8. Every single member of M80 has a positive KD at this current point in time. That seemed unthinkable, Jesse, after round number 5, yet here we are. A waiting game for OXG. There's a swing from Forrest to take down Gunner. Numbers now favoring Oxygen, with time still not quite at the point of no return for M80, but they are suffering through this. Gavin and Kino now reduced to rubble, but still alive, just a lot weaker for it. Adam on the ground. This will be a tough angle for M80 to fight if they don't know where he is. Down he goes at the hands of Kino, who swiftly answered back by Gomez. Gomez and Grixer, last two alive against Gavin and Hot and Cold. A showdown as Hot and Cold prevails in that fight. Gomez now last one standing, and he's going to have to get out of IT. Checking his corners, giving his position away. Hot and peels off of the defuse kit. Gavin watching from the angle as Gomez creeps up. And it's Hot to trade him out and give M80 the win. Both rounds in OT breaking in favor of M80, and they steal the map away from OXG.
In an interview last week, Gunner said the defense was the one thing they needed to work on for playoffs, and I think it's fair to say that that improvement has shown here today. Doesn't matter the pressure, these guys are used to it. 5-1 down, who cares? Massive bounce back from M80. They do take their own map pick. Job's not done. It's a BO3, but that is the start that they wanted.
I mean, I could not believe being on the side of OXG right now, how defeated I would be. But I mean, this is a effectively major winning team. They're going to have the staying power needed to win these tight games. M80 takes their own map despite the scare, but we're not finished yet. A best of 3 means at least one more map. We'll be back after this break.
And dash together. Unbelievable. Can he get there in time? Cameraman's going to complete. Big ET finds a huge 4K and Gimbo. Their first round. There's only 4 seconds left. There's no way.
Whilst not easy, is potentially winnable.
No.
Give him a 1v1. And they've given him both.
They find the down as well. Yesterday they took the crown from LA. Today they take their kingdom from Blacktown.
Available now. Right side audio.
You swing right, Gav swing left. Right,
Ready?
3, 2, 1.
One.
He's already E-box side, already E-box side.
I'm looking at.
Hammer.
Let's fucking go!
Hey,
Good grid!
Listen,
Good
everybody
fucking
quiet.
grid.
Listen, wait to come back. I know how
Guys.
fucking awful that felt in the beginning,
Oh my
but we still had to win the game, and that's what we fucking did.
Guys.
Let's be better next map. Let's go.
Toilet now. You have 1 minute to take.
Gunnar just said it right there. Way to come back. How awful that started out for M80, and there they go. They take a thrilling overtime win. The third attacking round they won, or that anyone won this map, was the winning round of the map. A wild roller coaster to kick off the playoffs. Oxygen, let's just talk about their start first, because they came out swinging.
Yeah, they absolutely did. I mean, their defenses, it looked like they were very well prepped in understanding of how M80 was going to approach with the attacks. They knew how to meet them at head-on. They knew how to use those pre-play C4s. They definitely had a very good understanding of what that approach looked like. But you could also say the same for the side of M80, where realistically, on their side of defense, it was more so they were just playing an aggressive, fast Oxygen. But again, I mean, in these rounds, I mean, this was a great heads-up play from Adam to be able to bring that back. And this second... Oh, wait. Okay, we're just showing.
You all back,
Never mind. Yeah, this round in particular from Grixer, I mean, Grixer was having a hell of a performance, but so smart and meticulous here to keep ripping the C4 of denying so much time and the diffuser going down, which ultimately causes M80 to fumble that round entirely just for the simple fact of Grixer just stalling out so much time on that C4.
I mean, this last round, it was a great heads-up play for Han to go for that plant, and he's just low HP already. The smoke from downtown pushes him off. If he had more HP or was a little bit more forward, the smoke wouldn't have hit. And yes, we were talking about both teams struggling on attack, but at the end of the day, when we watch both teams attack, OXG didn't even get into the building some of the rounds. They were losing that first pick. They couldn't execute. They couldn't do much to be able to look like they were in control of an attack round. Whereas for M80, in my opinion, a lot of their rounds started out amazing. All of those first 3 rounds that we watched. First one, Adam big 1v2 clutch because Kino planted a little too far. Second round, losing out to time. That Hot and Cold is in a 1v2 that he almost wins with the Blitz Shield. If he has more time, he would have been able to probably win that if he got the flash off. In round 3, Hot has more HP, he can get the plant off. If he can moves the right direction forward, gets the plant off. All 3 situations where OXG won it because the roamers were doing a great job at stalling time, and they had good post-plant situations when it came to the utility. But M80 easily could have won those rounds if they just did a little minor mistake right. Kino plants in the right spot, you know, manage time a little bit more, someone behind Hot and Cold when he goes for the plant. Any of those factors, M80 would have looked like they were in the driver's seat the whole game.
Which that worries me going into the second map, just for the simple fact, you know, we compare their attacking sides, where M80 looked like it was a step by step by step, and then they would just lose in the end. Whereas Oxygen, it didn't really look like there was a step by step. It was more of like, all right, we're just going to go in, we're going to see if we can find a kill somewhere, we're going to see if we can find a gap and try to play off of that. I mean, you even saw in the beginning right there that we've talked about time and time again with Forrest being the first pick, having that shield, like that is such a key piece for your attack, and you're losing that as your first operator. I mean, it really worries me going into a map like Kafe where you need that leadership. You need that player to be able to create that headway, and you're the first one going. So hopefully Kafe, because of how linear of a map it is, they also will follow a step-by-step than what we just saw on Lair. But again, for M80, I think, you know, it was that step-by-step. It just really came down to that mid to late round execute that they have been fumbling. But again, both sides' defense looked great. Attacks were definitely something.
To summarize, yes, both teams did suck on attack, but M80 had it all the way through up until the last-ditch effort where OXG won it. Even in that last round, I mean, it was a 1v2 that we easily could have saw Yogg win, and then we would have been going to another round. So obviously, it's coming down to the minor mistakes. OXG, their attacks were so poor. I mean, constantly giving picks places where they shouldn't have, and especially when they would go for that opening kill, that's what we talked about was the biggest issue. Who's going to entry? They wouldn't even be able to get position sometime of Rafters or Aqua Stairs because nobody was entering.
All right, well, M80, they are able to make a miraculous comeback. They close it out and take it all the way to take their own map pick. Oxygen now move to Kafe, where they look to take their map pick. We'll see if they can bounce back. Back over to Parker and Jesse as we get into map 2.
Greatly appreciated and good to have you on the desk, Jonah. I've enjoyed the hosting that we've seen across the NA League so far. Jonah's very versatile, Jesse, working as a caster and then also working on the desk and now working as a host. He's all over the place.
Too.
Yeah, well, of course, we could never forget that. Almost as all over the place as our very first map was. And are you expecting things to return to a bit more predictability here on Kafe?
Wow, look at that social swing. The fans certainly don't think it's going to get predictable. I believe it was, what, 80-20 M80 or something like that on the first map. Now OXG will take the lead. Jeez, that is a statement. And I mean, it makes sense, right? Because this is going to be one of those maps where M80 aren't going to be the team with the map pick anymore. OXG chose this map, so you expect them to be a little bit stronger. They are starting on attack. And I mean, the desk hit the nail on the head. The attacks for Oxygen were the weaker side. You know, they were a little all over the place. They couldn't quite lock down those opening duels. So this is going to be where things really come down for a test for Oxygen. If they can't win their attacks on their own map pick, something that they should have been able to prep and prepare for, then that's going to be a big worry. They're not going to be able to claw back this series. M80, they've got to do something to throw a wrench into the plan of OXG. I liked their defenses on Nighthaven. They clearly worked on them over the last couple of weeks. Now we get to see what that looks like.
I don't know how mentally you come back from that if you're OXG. I mean, obviously they're professionals, they will do that, but it's going to be quite a challenge for them to shake off that that result. Did I hear that correctly, Jesse?
Yeah, I believe we have a break, Parker, so we'll just let the players get ready for this game, and then we'll be right back.
Really appreciate everybody's patience here as we get back into the action. Operator bans are done, which means Jesse is very sad and has spent the last 30 seconds crying violently behind the scenes until we arrived back here at the broadcast. Jesse, anything to say amidst the tears?
Well, Parker, as I'm trying to get myself together, we've got probably the most commonly banned defenders here, Azami and Castle for Kafe. You want to take both of those out because both of those are power operators for holding down piano, as well as some of the other windows and long angles that you can get from outside the building on this map. So two really good ops to be taken out. They can do similar things. That's why you want to remove both Azami and Castle on Kafe. And then for M80, some interesting bans to come out of them. Usually on Kafe, you'll see a lot of shields. You'll see a ton of Ying bans on this map. A great map for Ying. Not going to be taken out. Instead, it's the Capitao and the Grim going to be removed. So perhaps some counter-stratting coming through from M80. Obviously, this is one of OXG's most played maps. It's one of only 2 maps that they've won so far this season. The other, of course, being Clubhouse, which we will not get to see today. So I'm sure this has come out from M80's counter-stratting. They clearly have seen quite a lot from Oxygen on this map, so they will be very much ready, and they certainly know what they're going to be doing with these Capitao and Grim bans.
Kafe is one of 2 maps in the map pool that skews towards the attackers in terms of rounds won, and the other map happened to be Nighthaven Labs, which was just won by M80, as you can see the top middle portion of your screen. Kafe Dostoyevsky is the most played map in the North America League. It is 33 rounds ahead of Lair in second place. Lair will be our tiebreaker if OXG proves to be successful on their own map. But boy, oh boy, what a difference between the top and second place. You could fit in almost 3 full games between Kafe and Lair. That's how much more Kafe has been played. Attackers should have themselves a pretty good time, and OXG picking this map are on the favorable side, and they look to tackle this cocktail entry.
Not too much action just yet. They're clearing out those Surya gates, of course, with the track stingers, and they know that getting into this top floor is going to be key. Yaga with Diffuse Kit playing over towards the cocktail side. It makes me wonder if they want to go for a cocktail execute, or if Yaga's going to late go towards maybe the skylight or some other area of the map. He's playing that Blackbeard, so he's got a couple different options for entry. On cold outside the building, looking for a run out around front door, but nobody is there to find. So it'll be no harm, no foul. Here comes a repel in, but they are ready for it.
I don't think there's an opportunity for it to go off. Yaga taking a little bit of damage in the process. This shotgun from Kino will find its hands full. He gets the diffuser, he gets the nitro cell off, but diffuser punishes Adam. Yaga killing everybody, including his own teammate of Gomez. I guess he's taking no prisoners whatsoever. The Yog Dog. His bite maybe just as bad as his bark. Hot and Cold and Diffuser, last 2 standing for M80 as they got flattened on that entry. Kino knew where it was coming from, but you know a repelling Blackbeard is a tough thing to deal with. Hot and Cold attempting to get back a 1-shot onto Grixer. I cannot believe he made that kill work, especially after getting knocked over by the air jab. Hot and Cold to take down Forrest now, and what looked to be working in favor of OXG is completely fallen apart. M80 take round number 1 with both Hot and Cold and Diffuser, surviving till the end of the round.
Wow, I was really expecting to go into this post round and start talking about how good Yaga is as a player, but a miraculous shot from Hot and Cold starts off that 2v3 comeback. I pray we get a replay of that because that was ridiculous mid-air jab headshot onto Grixer. And then really solid positioning from Diffuser, never got panicked, never got flustered. We'll get to see some of these kills back now. It was a great entry from Yaga, playing on the Blackbeard, killing his old teammate of Kino, making a lot of space into towards bathroom. It's a weird way to push into the map. We don't see it super commonly. That, like, how is that a kill? But it doesn't seem to matter, right? End of the day, they battle back on the side of M80. Love that positioning once again from Diffuser, which nailed things down. And Hot and Cold, always dependable there on the defense.
I mean, how many rounds is it going to take for M80 to keep this up? And OXG just falls apart even more than we saw through that second half, right? I mean, this M80 team today has seemed like they have a lot of plot armor. That comeback on Nighthaven Labs was really something. Just, if that was a best of 1, I think we'd be arguing that it is one of the best of 1s that we would have seen in the NA League. Good news is that it's not, so we're going to be treated to this Kafe as well. This Valcam is about to lose signal, so Hot and Cold will gain information about it, but that will be it. And then it'll be shot away at as he conceals his tracks just ever so slightly over towards reading. Black eye cam debris will still be there, and he knows exactly where some of these players are going to be coming from. But now to the roof, OXG will go.
Standard slow little Kafe rounds. Nice attempt for the spawn peak, but doesn't come to anything. It'll be mining and dining for our second bomb site, which is a bomb site that's very much grown in popularity over the last few years. Means that these red stairs are going to be of the utmost importance. OXG will start here on the top floor. To contend with them, they've only got two. It's Gavin and Diffuser, the only players up above. Grixer just walked off the roof. So that sucks, but they can definitely pick him up. We saw him backing off, and then we flicked away at the last one. I was like, surely he didn't. And then I saw him down, and I was like, uh-oh.
Mistakes happen.
That
Did we
they
not
do.
see, was it not Joom who blew himself up with a nitro cell just a couple days ago on this exact map, and the team still won the round, and then he clutches a 1v2 in the immediate next round to win his team the game? I mean, Grixer proved his worth back in map number 1. He can make a little blunder here or there. It's allowed.
He doesn't die for it, so it's ultimately going to be okay. He can still set up those track stingers over by red stairs, which is ultimately going to be his goal. Watch out for these nitro cells. There's 3 of them and Valk cams to try to guide those as they eventually go for a plant on the side of OXG. Not a lot of spots where you can get a plant down without getting nitro celled, so you've got to be really cautious. If you don't clear out Hot and Cold from down below, you could be in for a world of hurt when you try to plant that diffuser. It's likely going to be Forrest who comes down with it on the Monty shield, which will protect him if he's being shot from behind or above, but from below, he doesn't really offer much.
Adam holding this position now, sitting on top of those track stingers. Every team needs to be a little bit wary of walking down red stairs when the bottom of the wall is shot out. Gomez on the board first for OXG. They didn't struggle to get some kills early in the round, previous round, but it was shortly thereafter where things fell apart. This time doesn't look like it's the case. Gavin, the last one standing for M80. Diffuser down on the side of OXG as well. I'm not talking about the player, I'm talking about the objective. That was a nice little angle that we got. And there's Grixer. That's a picture of Grixer. That's the real Yaga. OXG answers back on a round. What probably should be their second round in a row, but fate would not have it in round 1. Tie game now between these two teams.
Yeah, they brought a lot of nitros in that round. They didn't get anything with them. I believe only Kino's was even detonated. The other 3 all went down in the pockets of Hot and Gavin and Diffuser, which is somewhat tough when you've got Forrest going in for the plant on that Monty. He just dropped the train hatch and then walked into mining to get that plant down. So maybe caught them off guard a little bit. Usually the plant will come in through the mining window or maybe down the red stairs. It's not the craziest thing to drop train hatch or anything, but didn't feel like M80 had a really good response to that. So nice for Oxygen to be able to focus down that objective, make sure they get the kit on the floor, and then hold down the post plant without any real problems. They caught Hot and Cold on a drone very early in that round, so they knew he was down below. They applied some pressure over towards Bake. They had players lurking around to hunt for him so that he couldn't get the denial from down below either. Smart game plan from Oxygen. No real constraints in taking that top floor. They took it relatively quickly. They were aware of the threat down below. They focused the diffuser, and it all just went according to plan. So that's the kind of simple, uneventful siege you want if you're Oxygen. You want these attacks to go out without a hitch, and that one pretty much did. If you can string some of those together, if you can have more of those successful attacks, then they're certainly going to be looking good on Kafe.
Back and forth through the first 2 rounds is exactly what we want to see. I was trying to figure out what exactly Houghton wanted in the beginning of that second round. I mean, obviously he got the intel, but what was the purpose? Was it just simply to reposition if they were going to go through the bottom floor and up, or if they were going to tackle the roof, or maybe even go for a spawn peak? M80 does not strike me as a team that would make that gamble, but you never really know. Intel on the side of M80 now, mostly just reserved for those 2 bulletproof cameras that were brought by Houghton and Diffuser.
They'll stick on the middle floor for reading room as our third site, choosing not to go down to the bottom floor, potentially saving it for the second quarter. They might go for a little bit of a Brava ban or something and get cheeky with it. Top floor is always going to be where the contests come. Ying, I mentioned to start unbanned, and this is the push. They're already in the site.
You hear the Ying just firing away. Gunner yet to find a kill. Slow start for the second map in a row for him. Forrest getting Diffuser down. This will be 2 for 2 on the side of OXG. Down goes Adam as M80 now looks to answer back. Logic bombs will go out. OXG will have some information as to where these defenders are. Diffuser taking damage. Gomez dies. Right now, M80 is actually coming out ahead in these engagements. Yaga has an embarrassing amount of ammunition, but he's not finding a single target. Grix are slowed by the clash. They know exactly where he is inside of reading, and now 3 players on M80 will need to take him down with roughly 10 seconds before the diffuser hits the point of no return. Kino sits on it and is hotting to get the final kill. And back and forth it seems to be as M80 picks up their second round and regains the lead.
Great Clash rework usage from Kino, setting it up to slow the player coming in for the post plant and then getting the kill, or getting the disable, I should say, by himself, sticking that plant. Really smart play to come through. That came after he got a big headshot kill into Forest as well, which helped to turn that post plant towards M80. The tides really shifted after Diffuse Kit went down. Gavin won a 1v1 over towards Train. Kino got his pick, and then Gavin a second, probably the MVP to bring that one back. We'll see a Clash and Monty ban, so a shield apiece being taken off here in the third set of bans as these 2 operators will get removed. I liked the execute. It felt like Auction had all their bases covered. They came in through the dining window. They had players in the white stairs. Usually white stairs is where you're going to deny that play from. That's where Gunner was positioning himself, but Gunner was caught by the white stairs window, so he got cleaned up pretty early, and that plant didn't have anything else that could really stop it. But the post-plant positioning, really strong. Wasn't really near the site, but Gavin, over towards Mining, over towards Train, was doing a really good job picking off those scattered players of Oxygen to manage to hold on to that man counter advantage. And then again, good Clash play too.
I don't want to say it too early, but already feeling good about it overtime here. A reminder for everybody that... Can you? What does overtime smell like? Can you describe it to the good people at home?
It smells like garlic mashed potatoes. One of the best
now
foods.
Can you describe it to the bad people at home? Because I said the good people, but what about the villains?
It smells like death and destruction. Which is, I imagine, what garlic mashed potatoes would smell like to a vampire.
Now you've made me terribly hungry.
I'm sorry, we've got a lot more casting to do today, Parker.
Do you think I'd be able to make garlic mashed potatoes in between the breaks that we have here in these games? I think it might be a tough one.
Between a best of 3, I think you could. Between maps in a series, that'd be tough.
Okay, well we can try it. We can figure it out. Maybe by the end of this broadcast, it'll be something that we can put together. Operator bans coming in, by the way. Clash is gone. Monty is gone. You noted the lack of shield bans previously, and it does not surprise me at all that both of these teams would take them out. Clash was a very integral part of these defenses from M80. A reminder that OXG start on the favorable side and are already down in round count.
Into Cigar. Adam saw the mute jammer that he's currently standing on, but I don't think he wants to give his position away. He's been somewhat sneaky in terms of getting down into red. This is a good cam as well from Kino.
Oh my. Forrest is got his hands full at the moment. They're trying to isolate these players on M80. There's no real follow-up at the moment. Gunner taking some damage. He's still searching for his very first kill. Tons of silhouettes on the side of M80 stacked up in Cocktail and Freezer. But nobody right now from OXG seems to capitalize off of this. Smokes will go out, but I don't know if that helps this OXG advance, because it's also concealed those defenders, Jesse.
I like the nades going out, trying to force this back bar player out. It's Kino, who is still surviving, though. Doesn't manage to die. Its diffuser finally goes down, and Boris will start the plant.
It's a very prolonged first bit of an execute. Yaga on the board first. Both of these teams now coming to blows, but Gavin is the last man standing, and he's got a shotgun in hand, working against the diffuser, but Forrest in a position eerily close to where he started that execute will finish things off, and sure enough, no team so far winning back-to-back rounds. OXG has tied or trailed this entire match, and they find themselves in the tied category as it's 2-2.
I think it was really good decision making from Forrest. He was in the bathroom for a very long time. He was in back bar trying to make a play, focusing down on Kino. That's where M80 recognized where he was. But the second that Yaga got the opening pick onto Diffuser, who was playing in bar just under the skylight, that's when Forrest realized, I can go make a plant. The one bar player has died. I can leave this position, go get the Diffuse kit down, and then he of course returns to back bar to get the final kill in the post plants. But his positioning, choosing when to focus on the fight, choosing when to go for the plant, I think was really critical in the success of that push for OXG. I think a lot of less experienced players might have just committed on the blitz to try to take fights in back bar, rush down Kino, rush down those players that were in close range. It takes a lot of experience to be able to say to yourself, hey, I need to go plant. This is not the fight I need to take right now. The round is going to be won by the objective, and that was a really good call by Forrest.
There's a reason why Forrest did not spend that long off of a team, and despite what's been a pretty interesting career for him and some shaky stages that he's had, is inarguably an asset to teams in a shield-heavy meta. He's very comfortable on those shield roles, and you can see what he adds and the value that he brings. It's as a defender where he does still struggle a little bit, but again, it's on those roles that are often very hard to play, where you are expected to die most rounds. So his stats are going to look poor just simply by virtue of that role that he plays on. But there are lots of good looks that we've seen from both SSG when he was on that team, OXG most recently, as that's the team he plays on now, where Forrest is a big focal point and he can kind of be that glue guy who holds everything together for the execute.
Well, of course, he is IGLing this team as well. Hasn't had to IGL in a very long time. Previously on SSG, that was Fault holding that role. So it's been a bit of a shift for him this stage too. And I think he's really come into his own as the season has progressed, taking the IGL reins away from Gomez, who was doing it previously for OXG. They go back to the exact same site on the side of M80, feeling that that top floor was not a big problem, that they have answers to it. You see Hot and Cold once again playing below. He's done that a lot so far this map, and with the Solus, can be really effective at denying the plants, even in her post-nerfed state. Unless they get a plant maybe on the bar or something, it's going to be really tough to get this down without clearing Hot. And I say this, he is on the top floor, but could rotate back down to the mid floor at any time.
I will say, you touched upon how little the Thunderbird was played, and I mean, Solus still sees some picks here, but a far shout from what she used to be. First kill comes in on the side of M80 again in this seesaw match. This should be M80's round, just based on the 4 rounds we've seen up to this point, but Gomez has something to say about that. In he goes. Adam and Grix are now on the board, and M80 falling by the wayside, but Kino will keep those numbers real tight, real close. Maybe a brief pause now as 2 of those 3 stims in the side of Diffuser's Doc have gone out. He and Kino now at full HP because of that. Same with Grixer and Yaga. How many rounds on Nighthaven Labs was it Grixer and Yaga as the last 2 standing, and they pulled it off more often than they didn't?
Kino, do they know he's here? I don't think they do. If he times this right, in the 1v2 though, now it just got a whole lot harder.
Can't really buy the same time. Yaga is holding down the fort there, and OXG will do what hasn't been done so far on Kafe, Jesse. Back-to-back rounds won by a single team, and OXG will take their first lead of the map.
That was not an easy round for Oxygen to win. It was tough if you didn't catch it, but Forrest dropped the Diffuse kit really early in that round. He was the opening death for his teammates. He did go down in bar, so it was in a position where had they got to it, they could have immediately started planting. But even still, through the entirety of that push, they did not have a Diffuse kit to their names, so they really had to hunt down these picks. And I love how close together Grixer and Yaga were able to play in that 2v2. You mentioned it. These 2 players as a duo have looked really good so far this season. Haven't really played together much before this. You know, as a duo, they've been on separate teams for the vast majority of their career, just really playing together now for the first time this season. But that chemistry has grown over the last weeks and months, and it's already at quite a high level, which you're seeing on this Oxygen side.
A good back and forth, and OXG again on that favorable side, as you touched upon. So they are right where they want to be. Another round for Oxygen, which would be a 3rd in a row, which does just seem a little unlikely with the ebb and flow of this map. but you never really know, would give Oxygen exactly the position that they need to be in moving to that second half. I fear a little bit for OXG's chances if M80 can take this round, Jesse, because with the way that they've been playing today, and honestly, M80 just being a little bit above, just a cut above OXG through the regular stage of play, if M80 can draw even through this first half, I fear a little bit what will happen to Oxygen as defenders.
It's interesting for M80, right? Because they have been the best attacking team in the North America League, but they also got smoked on their attacks on Nighthaven. So for me, it's a real question mark what M80 are going to look like on that second half. It's clearly something that Oxygen have prepared for, something that they've been ready for. It's a little bit easier on a map like Nighthaven where you've got so much footage on M80. This is a map that they've played a little bit. They played LFO earlier, but still not the most amount of footage. Adam almost found a player on this top floor. There is still one, of course, Gavin and Gunner up above, and Gavin does strike first.
They immediately trade that one back, so things not particularly grim, but OXG exactly where they want to be to start off this round. We're only a minute or so into action. They already have a numbers advantage of 1. Forrest, the player that I wouldn't say singing the praises of, but was giving a strong spotlight to just a few rounds ago, the only one dead on the side of OXG, and is unfortunately in the ground on Blackbeard. That's not an ideal op to have lost. As for the rest of the gadgetry by OXG, it's mostly been used. One logic bomb to go, and Yaga has been very, very strong in high impact moments, both on Labs and now here on Kafe as well. He finds his team leading 8th kill. It's the game leading kill at the moment as well, but we're not super worried about the kills on the side of the defenders. OXG have suddenly realized they are the attackers on an attacker-sided map as it's left to Hot and Cold, who gets picked apart by Grixer right as he turns tail and runs down the hallway between the bomb sites. Down he goes, and OXG have found 3 in a row, and with it, they take their attacking side 4-2.
Gonna be very happy if you're Oxygen with that, given how bad their attacks looked on the first map. To be able to answer back with 4 rounds feels really good. A lot of that credit does go to Yaga. You mentioned him, really top fragging the team that half. Of course, Yaga, a lot of history with M80, both in terms of the players on this team, but also the organization. It was back in 2021 when he and Kino joined Oxygen as rookies. They joined together, played their first game together, came into the league together. Eventually, they both left together as well to go be on that X-Set team, which eventually turned into M80. Kino never left that M80 squad. Yaga bounced back and forth between M80 and Oxygen throughout his career. He's been on both those teams quite a bit, including replacing Kino for 1/6 Invitational down in Brazil, which was an unfortunate event that Kino did not get to participate in. Didn't last long, though. I was only on the bench for one event. Since these two have left each other, since they've been on separate teams, it's been Kino who's been the better of the two. He has a 4-3 record up against Yaga, so it's close, but Kino does have the edge in the head-to-head between these two players. Two of the most fun players to watch their careers evolve through the North America League because they started at such a similar place.
There's a lot of stories of the players that are in here, right? I mean, you can look at M80 again. We say it every single time they play. 4/5 of the championship, major championship winning Beast Coast roster. Kino and Yaga playing together through most of their career. Gomez being a long-term teammate as well. Both Kino and Gomez coming from Brazil. You've got Forrest, who's been, I don't want to say a journeyman at this point in time, but has played most of his career with the same grouping of players and is now in a position where obviously all these NAL guys know each other, but he's not with his friends, that group that used to be that old, if people remember, Call Out and that old Ape team, etc. Is it just a drop, by the way, that Yaga may have missed, or am I crazy here?
Not 100%. Getting good information still with the Yokai cam. Knows kind of where these players are going to come from on the top floor. Will be aware of what operators they might be bringing top floor as well. And as long as he gets that Yokai cam out, there's really no downside to running it. We're seeing a lot of teams starting to run Echo on the top floor at Kafe. I know Spoit's been running it a little bit for the Rebellion. Sometimes playing a little bit more aggressive, even inside a bathroom. I've seen that a little bit here and there. So it's been kind of interesting to see the evolution of Echo here on this site, especially with some Brava bans. Some teams have really been leaning into it.
Brava's an operator that we don't really see as regularly as I thought we would. A trickster operator, but one who also gains value from those Kludge drones in terms of intel. This is an often underrated part of an operator like Flores as well, is that while his are on a timer, he still gains information from that. But Brava is usually an operator that you get as an answer. It's a reaction to what the defenders bring. Kino will kill Gomez in the very first bit of action. Comes much slower than we have expected here, and Grixer tries to get away, and Kino will tag him down as well. Grixer was going for the rotate outside. Things falling apart for OXG at the moment, but again, this is an attacker-sided map. We expect M80 to do well moving forward.
Third time's the charm. They get aggressive on Kino, and they finally shut him down. So he was having some kills come straight to him, but now his luck will run out. I think he's done enough, though. It's man advantage, and while there is still good utility on the side of Oxygen, it's not going to stop these flames.
Adam's still searching for something. Diffuser going down. Hot and Cold will be successful in that endeavor. The Yokai drone missed it, and now Yaga will be buried inside a freezer by Gavin. It's all up to Adam, who's existed within the same 4 feet that he had at the very beginning in that pixel spot. He manages to tag one player on M80 before getting shut down by the rest of the team. And the first attacking round goes exactly as how M80 would have liked it to. They're going to need a couple more of those. In order to go to OT, they will need to match the scoreline of 4-2 that was done by OXG in the first half. But let's be frank, very few of these teams want to go to overtime. They want the knockout punch in regulation. For that, 5-1 scoreline, which for M80 seems unlikely, but is still doable, must be had.
So, of course, it was a great double entry that round from Kino. He was first holding for Gomez. Gomez was roaming on the bottom floor in Piano. Kino got that first pick, and then it was a double jump out. 2 players, not at the same time, but one after another, were jumping out, trying to trade out Kino. The first was unsuccessful. The second got it done. So Kino wasted a lot of good attention on the side of OXG. They were really tunnel visioned onto him and then got good kills as well. With those kills and with 2 players jumping out of windows trying to kill Kino, it meant that the site was kind of free. A lot of open space for Hot and Cold to sneak in, put that defuse kit on the ground, got interrupted slightly by a Yokai cam or pulled off at the last moment and wasn't able to get it down immediately, but the numbers advantage just kept on falling. Good util usage from M80. We expect to see strong attacks from them, as you said, and they will deliver for their first one.
While we are talking about M80 and OXG, and we might just be a couple minutes away from a conclusion, it really depends on what M80 is capable of doing, as they're up by 1 map. If we don't, we'll go to Lair for our tiebreaker, but shortly after this series concludes, Space Station and Wildcard will go up against one another. If you're just tuning in, this is the upper bracket playoffs. So the words upper bracket suggest that there is a lower bracket, which you would be absolutely correct. The loser of this matchup is not done. It is not a one and done. There will be that lower bracket gauntlet that teams can run through. The winner of M80 OXG will play Shopify Rebellion, the only NA team that went undefeated during the regular season. Space Station and then Wildcard grabbing that very final playoff spot just a couple days ago. The winner of that series will go up against Dark Zero in their matchup tomorrow. First kill coming in, and it's M80 yet again leading things off, and Adam, who was the last one to die in the previous round, is the first one to die in this round.
And we got another jump out. They don't stop if you're Oxygen. This one more successful, though. Kino, he has been dealing with a lot of those. Prompt the push, though.
And a run out as Forrest tries to get back, but gets caught by the Claymore. Grixer's bullet hose tears through 2, leaving Gunner with 1 kill in a 1-6 scoreline to clean up this round. If not, Oxygen will be very close to putting this one away. Gunner had some struggles on labs. He finished positive, but it took him quite some time to get up there in the kills department. Can he start here? 2 kills would be quite a nice feather in the cap and would tie up the game, but the job will be very, very challenging as he's now crept his way into the A bomb site and has the case. There's evil eye cams, there's black eye cams. I have to imagine they've got a read on his position. Yaga will encroach, as will Gomez. They know exactly what's going on. They've got the intel. Gunner will hit the hatch and drop away. He's got both fire arrows, Jesse, but the floor above him is soft. So there are opportunities for OXG to fire away. Speaking of fire, there goes that fire arrow. Gomez is surviving it because the fire will not spread enough, and it's a valiant effort by Gunnar, but I mean, Gomez was positioned so well. OXG doesn't even really break a sweat, and one of the most anticlimactic final moments of a round in this series unfolds in front of our eyes.
That was a really cool idea. Would have been cooler if it worked, but playing below with the fire arrows to try to deny that plan was a really, really smart way to play it. Unfortunately, Gomez seemed to have the read on it when he stuck that diffuser. He was playing quite a ways away. He didn't jump right onto it, was pretty aware that Gunnar had dropped through that hatch, and whether he expected the firebolt specifically or if he just didn't want to get shot from that vertical angle down below, he made sure to play as far back as possible and then didn't get hit by the fire one bit. Good defense from OXG, keeping their players alive. You know, sometimes as an attacking team, you make a call, right? A guy jumps out a window top floor. You've seen a lot of bodies up above. You think to yourself, sight might be free. And then there's a Maestro in sight, and it's not so free. And he gets a lot of good damage onto you, and you bleed out some players. I like that OXG were ready for that. They clearly were aware that that could be a problem as they rush on in through the red stairs and through mining window. And they didn't get caught off guard, which is important.
10 seconds left.
I mean, you've got evil eye cams, you've got those black eye cams, as I referenced, tons of information that you can then use. And I mean, an operator like Maestro that just has an unlimited amount of bullets, it feels like at times. He's going to punish you for that, and that's exactly what ended up happening. Yaga and Grixer have just been, to me, the story of this series. Adam got off to a very hot start in map number 1, but Yaga's contributions have been so important and so impactful in this game. And I mean, it's good to see, frankly, because I think there was a period of time, much of the last year, where Yaga's worth as a player has been doubted in the eyes of the public and probably even doubted by some of the teams. He's having a bit of a renaissance on this OXG squad, one that he's been on for quite a while. He must be at this point, just in days played in this uniform, one of the most tenured OXG players. And it's great to see that he's flourishing in this spot.
I think Foxe probably still holds the record for longest time spent in an OXG uniform, but Yaga's creeping up. Wouldn't surprise me if he passes him soon.
A lot of good players in here, and as we said, there's good stories to be told. M80 find themselves in an almost mirror position from, or almost identical position from that first map. Almost every single player's numbers are underwater. The only player who is positive at this moment is Diffuser. Everybody else is either at 500 or below a kill per round, or the same kill as same death. Gunnar is having a terrible day. I mean, the end to map number 1 was largely accomplished because Gunnar started playing better.
Yeah.
The same could be said here, Jesse. If Gunnar wakes up and this team can play with confidence and manage to get him into safe spots and he can take advantage of that intel and that strategy, then they'll be in good shape. I mean, I say that, and then Gunnar immediately gets picked off, and now he's 1-7. Also worth noting that Labs is their map. Kafe is not. That same familiarity for M80 will not be available to help Gunnar.
So you don't have numbers, but your vert play has always been good. The fuse play was hopefully able to clear out some of that util as well. Maybe some of the ADSs, the Fenrir gadgets too. Some bulletproofs as well, although both VPs are currently still alive. Yaga holding this all-important VIP position. Misses the first drop, though. Hot and Cold got past, and he'll be able to start planting with that shield on his back. Weary of it just yet. Waiting for the Sens wall. Beautiful play.
Yaga's in a bit of a tough spot here right now. Kino taking some serious damage. Gavin finished off by Grixer. OXG swatting this away very effectively. And look at that, nobody on OXG had any damage until we just saw Adam die. Hot and Cold with just the pistol out. The PMM is a formidable gun, but it's a little gun with only a few bullets. OXG are just simply able to bum rush that diffuser and dogpile him. They win yet another round and are cruising their way to a victory here, with Lair looking more and more and more likely.
I really like that OXG didn't overreact in that round. Yes, plant went down, but Kitchen on Kafe is one of the strongest post plants for defenders. It's really hard for attackers to lock that down if they don't have numbers. You still had VIP control on the side of OXG. You still had plenty of players that were able to retake freezer control. We saw Gomez hop on in there so that he was inside a freezer. Nobody from up above was able to deny him. I know Kino was playing above with those Sens walls. He took a lot of damage and went down somewhat early in that to Adam. I believe it was both Adam and Forrest, and maybe even, I think, Grixer as well. Yeah, who all rotated up to the top floor to try to pressure those attackers up top. When you try to retake like that, it can be really successful for OXG, and it certainly was that time. Not panicking, not overreacting, making sure they knew exactly how they wanted to play that defense. Some would look at that round and think maybe they failed to react to the plant going down. I think they didn't care. I think they were happy to play the post plant, went exactly how they wanted it to. And it will prompt attack timeout as M80 will get a chance to talk to the God Emperor.
This is obviously a worrying sign for M80. The one thing you always have in your back pocket when you're down on your own map is just that. It's your own map.
Yep.
You're familiar with it. You're comfortable with it. I said this in map number 1, but just in case you're tuning in for the first time, a lot of teams approach best of 3s as we win our map, they win their map, we move on, we hope that we win the decider. Lair is looking about a 99% chance of happening at this current point in time. You know, M80 are on the good side of Kafe, and yet they are not doing very well. They're getting stopped. Their entries are looking quite weak. They're lacking on the intel department. When they are getting in, they're getting picked off once again because intel is not great. They're struggling through flanks. I did like the strategy of the previous round. Open things up over top of Freezer, get hot and cold in as quickly as possible with diffuser in hand, try to get that plant down quickly, use the Sens walls to buy yourself some time. And of course, when you got a shield on your back, it makes it a lot harder to see you. You isolate Yaga in that position as well. He was the one playing over by VIP. You can keep him away from sweeping through Freezer. If he tries to, you get the kill, and then you can immediately move over towards Whiskey and control the entire hallway leading down to Small Bake. It's a very strong position that M80 could have been in. The problem is that they weren't able to do anything about Yaga. They were too sluggish. They were trying to hold Kitchen. They got picked apart. They didn't hold on to the vertical control. They lost Gunner early, who is Ram is one of your best vert ops. And everything else just kind of came crashing down around it. The strategy was there. OXG seemed to understand it just as well as M80 did. And that's ultimately what gives OXG the round. Will a timeout save this M80 team? Maybe it buys them some time. But through both sides at this point, unlike what we could say on Labs, after the 4th round, M80 has been falling behind. OXG has been firmly in the driver's seat, and I see no reason why that won't continue.
Winning 3 straight as attack, too, is tough because the defenders are just going to get more and more sites available to them as this game progresses. Then they'll get overtime, too, where they get to start on the D, so it's going to be an awkward spot to be in if you're M80. Hot and cold entering down below. Yaga was down here, but he didn't last very long. He's rotated all the way back up to top white. After a Nitro, Gunner starts repelling above, and Diffuser working the mid floor. So all 3 floors taking contests from M80. They're not grouped together, and that might come back to bite them, although they do find the opener. Gunner does clean up Adam on the top floor. That's his 2nd kill of the game, and he's got really good intel for his teammates, too. He's the guy that turned around Nighthaven Labs. A turnaround on Kafe couldn't come at a better time.
I like the Adam pick. He has died early before, and it still hasn't done much for M80. A nice drive-by on Gomez, taking down Diffuser. OXG answers back. Gomez walking away with a bit of damage done, but still holding a gun in hand, and we've seen before how important that can be, even with a single point of HP. Gomez is going to gamble what little remains. He just narrowly misses what I suspect was hot and cold on drone after he had used his final logic bomb. 1 minute remain as M80 got that first pick, but then immediately lost Diffuser, and they are no closer to a resolution. Oxygen looking for the knockout punch to send us to map 3.
The nice thing, though, they have full top floor. They've got an Ash, they've got a Ram. They don't have Diffuser on Buck anymore, but their soft breach is really strong. Now, the Pulse scares me a little bit. Grixer could be holding the round-ending utility in his hands. But regardless, they've got an opportunity to open up a lot of these floorboards, find a vertical pick, or at least make space to allow a plant to come in through Pillar. Gunner's got the Diffuse Kit here, and as soon as the Surya Gate is gone, he's ready to go.
Grixer lobs out a Nitro Cell, expecting to catch somebody from above, and Grixer will have his hands full now as Gunner sprints through, taking some damage. Yaga looking to walk up the stairs. Hot and cold taking down Gomez, but they trade back and forth. There's the flank that's been a problem for M80 in the past. Diffuser goes down, but Hot and Cold is once again left with hat in hand, begging for something from his teammates. He'll assume the position from above, but OXG have a pulse still on the board with that cardiac sensor to track him down. Oxygen almost won map number 1. This time on map 2, they will make no mistake and deny M80 the comeback. Both teams winning their map means Lair, Jesse, is on the menu for map number 3.
And OXG fully in control on their own map pick. They've looked like a strong team this series. May have been the underdogs coming in up against M80, but in this game, they have played fantastic, better than we've seen from them all group stage. The two Boston-based organizations going to a third map to figure out who will be in a date with Shopify tomorrow. Man, it doesn't get better than that.
I am excited. This has been a very, very thrilling game up to this point, and we've still got at least another 30 to 40 minutes to go. Which of these two teams will advance? Which will go down to the lower bracket? Lair is up next. We'll see you soon.
You know how they say, it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Keep an eye out for contact.
Available now.
have camps. We have camps.
Where's the on the ping? Where's the other
Yeah,
ping?
like outer.
Start hitting, start hitting. Start hitting.
Where's the bomb? Hurt. I'm gonna.
Start hitting.
No!
Nice! Go. Looking perfect, bro. Come on, Adam. Let's fucking get this.
Bro, we fucking deserve this shit, bro. We're literally way better than this fucking fraud.
Dude, should have been 2 over. I was outside on, bro.
No.
This is the kind of thing that happens in playoffs. Two teams that weren't competitive at all in the group stage, they now go toe-to-toe in a best-of-3 setting where truly anything can happen. This time there was no miracle comeback. It was OXG who took the lead, who kept the lead. Kafe seemed to have been a great pick for them to establish a very commanding amount of momentum going into map 3.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Oxygen, you know, that entire half, I mean, that entire beginning half was a good back and forth. It was both teams acknowledging where they went wrong, how they wanted to reapproach the site, but it was Oxygen that came out on top, ending in a 4-2, which realistically, I thought it was going to go 3-3, which was best case scenario, but the fact that they were able to pull out 4-2, ended on their attacks, then in the attacks, that's what I really wanted to see from them, because what I said that we didn't get to see in Nighthaven Labs was they didn't have a proper step-by-step. They didn't understand where they were going to enter, how they wanted to approach it, but here on Kafe, they had a step-by-step. They had a process in which they were following, they believed in, and I mean, you're seeing the aggression here, jumping out these windows on the defense, which I find very risky now, especially with the new change with Siege X. When you jump out of windows, there's that delay, you don't get to ADS, but I mean, this was the option that we wanted to see. This is the team that knows how to play aggressive, has the step-by-step, and gets the job done, and now they find themselves in a good position after that loss coming out of Nighthaven.
Yeah, it was a much better plan of action, and I really think it comes down to the map. Kafe, way smaller map than Labs, and what do they have? They had Force on the Blitz. That was your entry. That was OXG's biggest question in Labs, who's going to entry. Now, when we said, besides when Force is on shields, Kafe, Force was on shields. He was the biggest impact to OXG's attacks on being able to take position, and then everyone else could play behind him. So instantly, they have a question, it gets answered on Kafe. A lot of it comes down to the map because it was a 9-day difference. But I agree with the win comms. It should technically have been a 2-0 if OXG was just able to use some type of entry statistic on Labs, and that's what we want to see, hopefully, going into map 3.
It's crazy that we are saying that we're at a point where we're having that conversation because OXG, they lost to M80 7-0 in the group stage. Here in this best of 3, it is looking very different. When you go into map 3 now, and you look at Lair and how this one's going to play out, Lax, if you're OXG, is it pedal to the metal, same game plan, and go out there and do it? Like, what do you have to focus on here to close this out?
I think you gotta play it similar to how they played Nighthaven Labs, just doubling up with one another, not allowing space coming out from the side from M80, and just playing a default game of Siege. We know it, we see the stats in Nighthaven Labs, it's a more defender-sided map, so if you're Auction, I'm sure you're gonna be far more comfortable starting on a defender side, but again, I mean, when you look back at the grand scheme of how we even got here with the map pool, I mean, M80 really let this slide, and I think they're really gonna be in their own heads here now going into Lair, realizing that it's got to this point. And granted, both teams aren't looking too great on Lair. They both are coming off of losses from it throughout the stage. But, I mean, it really, for me, whoever starts out on attack, you're going to have a much harder mental game given the success factor of where it's lacked so far throughout this.
Yeah, I mean, both teams are having their own struggles. I mean, for OXG going into this final map, they have to be able to understand the shields and us having an entry. Even if they don't have the shield, if they can double up, like you said, stack up on each other on that entry to focus on the trades, that'll significantly be able to impact their attacks, which both teams are having struggles. But if they can't just keep that entry, the same consistency that we saw in Kafe going into Lair, that'll be the issue for OXG. Lair's more comparable to Labs on a map of that size. M80's going to win the 1v1 game, so obviously it has to come down to the entry for OXG.
And again, Oxygen starting on that defending side. I mean, this is a very comfortable spot. You fought your way through the defense. You had a very solid attack half on Kafe. Now you get to start out Lair on the defensive side. Right your wrongs when you played against Dark Zero. Understand where M80 was exploited by SR. I mean, I think Oxygen, realistically, this could be a 2-1 from Oxygen.
Well, tell me this. Now that we have this third map in front of us, we've seen how the last two played out. Does that change your predictions overall? Like, if you were to reset and predict who is going to win map 3, Fox, I'll give you the pressure first. Who is going to win map 3 and take this?
I believe M80 is still going to win. I feel like the maps, in my opinion, I think Kafe was OXG's map because it forced them to have that entry. I don't know, unless the momentum would carry them, I don't know if they're going to be able to stay true to that entry on such a big map because so many people have to be able to entry from different sides, and that's the biggest issue for OXG right now.
You know what? I'll switch mine to Dark Zero. Again, I think M80 really fumbled the map pool and it really forcing Oxygen's hand. Huh?
The Dark Zero?
No, not even that. Like, wait, what did I say?
You said I'm going to switch to Dark Zero.
Sorry, I'm going to switch to Oxygen. Sorry, it's the circle logos. I'm going to switch to Oxygen just for the simple fact, I think M80 really downplayed their hand here and how they could have forced Oxygen into very unfamiliar maps, and they're now allowing it to Lair again, where both teams don't look comfortable. But you got to look at just how the game has played from every single map one to another. Oxygen has looked significantly better from game to game.
That's
and again,
true.
Starting on defense on Lair, I have no doubt they're going to play it similar to a Nighthaven.
All right, M80 feels like they have a little more pressure on their shoulders here as the favorites, hoping to alleviate that and take a victory here on map 3. The first matchup of the playoffs is a good one. One team moves on in the upper bracket, the other sent down to lowers where they have to play for their lives. We'll get map 3 started. Parker and Jesse, over to you.
I don't know if I was expecting us to go all 3 maps, Jesse, but here we are. With the way that OXG tackled map 1 to start, I was thinking, okay, it could be a quick 2-0. M80 looked like they were able to muster up a comeback on map 2, but that completely fell apart. And despite what the socials think, which bar's been moving quite a lot today, both of these teams have an even shot of moving on to face Shopify Rebellion in the upper bracket matchup tomorrow. A reminder that the loser does not go home. These teams will still be in play in the lower bracket. Obviously, a lot more grueling for you to go through that lower bracket, but either way, there can be one winner, there can be one loser. We'll start off on Lair with the operator bans now in the books.
Goyo ban on Lair. Okay, we're getting a little exciting here on our decider matchup. I'm just looking, we haven't seen a single Goyo ban so far on Lair. Clash is by far the most popular ban we see here, almost always taken out. Generally, as an attacking team on Lair, you have 2 options. You can either ban Bandit Kaid, make opening that wall a little bit easier, because there's some important walls on Lair, both top floor, bottom floor, on bunks as well. There's some really important walls to get. Or you ban Clash +1, and that +1 has rotated a lot. You see Warden, you see Kaid, you see Smoke, you see Tachanka sometimes getting banned out on this map. So Goyo is a new one for me, but still makes sense to pair it alongside with the Clash. Double shield ban from OXG, nothing special. This is the most common thing to see on Lair. So we certainly have gotten a matchup today, Parker. The decider map coming out on Lair. And I'll be excited to see who comes out on top.
The biggest map in the map pool and the second most played map in the North America League. We've been referencing these map stats quite a lot just so that people are aware of the differences between the way that these maps will be played. Map number 1 was Nighthaven Labs, the second most attacker-sided map, and one of only 2 maps that actually skew in favor of the attackers. Map number 2 was Kafe. It's the most attacker-sided map. It's also the most played map in the North America League. Lair sits very comfortably in second place. So comfortable that it is a single round played ahead of Consulate, who's in third place. Lair is about a coin flip map. 71 rounds have been played. 47% of those rounds won by the attackers, 53 won by the defenders. It's going to come down to operator bans, it's going to come down to teams, and it's going to come down to the bomb site rotation.
Top floor, I love this defensive lineup from OXG. They've got a zombie to hold down ops. They've got Mira from Grixer to hold down some really important angles up towards green in the north, maybe over towards bathroom as well, over towards gallery could have some windows. Got a lot of good placements from Mira on this bomb site. And then Tachanka Smoke, doubling up on that plant denial can be really good. There's some long Tachanka angles that you can get on the mask wall right in front of Yaga there, which is really important to be able to shut down if you're a defending team, because it can be such a strong plant. Early fall off from Yaga in operations, which means that it's going to probably be a push that direction from M80. As I say that though, Houghton has Diffuse Kit at the bottom of lobby stairs. What are we cooking?
Well, it looks like he's going to try to get into the bomb site as quickly as is humanly possible, and he'll dislodge one of those defenders with a nade thrust out, waiting for the flames in front of him to finish. That was Kino keeping them at bay. That might have also been the Shumikas from Forest, as Tachanka is an operator that does see some play here. First kill is going to be Yaga. He's the player of the game for me for OXG should they prevail. We'll see how he does here in this third match, but his contributions have been huge so far. Kino will bite the dust as well. Also at the hands of Yaga. Another nade will now go in as Diffuser finishing him off, so Yaga will only get 2 single kills. That's it. Isolated 1v1s. Flames going out from that Shumika launcher, and it's Gunnar trying to dance around the fire as 30 seconds remain. Diffuser holding Diffuse case. The other 2 players from M80 will be there for backup. Grixer is on a flank, though. A flanking Mira is abnormal, but it just might work here, Jesse. I'm a little worried about M80 stalling out at this current point in time. They have not done much over the last 15 seconds or so as they try to problem solve themselves out of this situation they've gotten into. Adam and Gomez clobbering M80, and with only 4 seconds left, somebody, please, somebody find Gunnar. No, the clock will do it all the same. OXG opening up this third map with a victory.
Hey, you know what they say about the Yog Dog? The bite is worse than the bark. Starting off with a 2K, including an opening pick onto the Blackbeard of Hot and Cold. Very confused how he got that frag, because Houghton was just on mezzanine, presumably somewhere around the master office doorway. Yaga was playing a very standard position on the Azami just behind the office desk and got a headshot pick onto the Blackbeard. That should be difficult to achieve, but he found some kind of an angle, and once the tip of the spear went down from M80, it all fell apart after that. They just did not have an entry point. Nice from Diffuser to trade back Yaga, but after he's already killed your Blackbeard and your Capitao, I mean, good luck making that push happen. So many Tachanka launchers coming out, Tachanka grenades, I should say, to stop that plant. Toxic Babes as well in spades for Gomez in that previous round. There's just no way they were making that push happen. The flank as well wasn't even needed from Grixer, but just felt like OXG were in total control of that defense and looked really solid. This has kind of been the story all day long. M80, supposedly the #1 attacking team in NA, really struggling on their offense up against Oxygen. The story doesn't change much in the first round of Lair.
Yeah, a little shocked with the way that M80 is having this. Again, I don't want to read too much into it, but yesterday on social media, M80 did discuss how they were getting dogged on during scrims. I think they said they went something like 2-10 was the numbers. Now, I mean, teams love to joke on social media, so you don't want to read into it too much. And there's some comedians on the side of M80 that like to have a good laugh, but scrims can in some ways be that canary in a coal mine. And if M80 as a team are really struggling in scrims, it could be that either teams have caught up in terms of coordination. Remember that OXG has far less experience as a unit than M80 does. It can take some time for teams to just find their footing. Maybe a coach notices something, maybe roles get ironed out at the last minute and everything kind of clicks. It's hard to know without actually talking to these teams. And again, that's me taking the comments from M80 at face value. They could be absolutely taking the piss, as our good British colleagues on EML would say.
Pretty light roam. It's just Adam and Grixer up here as a duo. Obviously, with the Azami, you've got a lot of utility to your name, but they're going to try to hold down Armory for as long as possible. I don't imagine they'll keep it forever because Kino's coming in on the Blackbeard at some point, but their goal is to waste some time, get some kills if they can. And if it's not going to be the point of contact for M80, if they're going to be more focused on the garage take, which it looks like they are, then they could go for a bit of a cheeky flank later in this round. M80 will need to be sure that their flank watch is on point because Gavin is very exposed up from this angle. Some good angles being opened up by OXG too. They will be holding down this top floor for the entire round if they don't get cleared out, which will give them a position to deny that plant. It's very one-dimensional from M80, all focused on the top floor and then coming in through lockers, coming in through missiles. I don't see anybody pressuring the office side of the map at the moment.
Some good vertical play right now by Gavin as he's desperately searching for one of the players down below. This round has gone by very quickly. Houghton taking out Gomez, and now Forrest being watched by Diffuser's death mark. That's immediately handled. It's gone, so now Forrest can live with somewhat more impunity right now inside a stock, not far removed from that B-bomb chassis. Grixer as well going for the flank. Yet again, another round where Oxygen thinks that a flank could work for them here. But with the numbers being what it is, M80 has the advantage. Down goes Gunnar. He's had a rough day so far. At the hands of Forrest, Diffuser, no! Killed by Hot Hot and Cold. A massive blunder, but numbers right now go right back to even. Hot and Cold still showing some teeth, as he and Kino are the last two standing. Grixer and Adam are above the bomb site, and you can see the red pings down below means that intel in sight is working out, even if there isn't a player there. Kino right now using his body to keep Hot and Cold alive, protecting him with that shield, as Adam has now made it down below. Diffuser will start to run away. That's the timer, of course. Grixer coming back to the bomb site. B heads Hot and Cold, and it's Kino in a 1v2. He's got an angle. You can still see that bomb as well, and see the case not far removed from it. He's got a read. That's Grixer coming back to the site and taking two separate engagements against this Blackbeard. Might as well be a death sentence. Adam will creep up, and Kino's going to play from farther away and shrewdly play the angle, giving M80 the round. Yes, Kino, we're all very proud of you. What a celebration it is. M80 wins it by a nail biter.
Big 1v2 for Kino, really expertly played on the Blackbeard. I like how they played the 2v2 in general. They knew that they had full site control and that the top floor was being fully controlled by the enemy. So what did they do? They didn't go for the plant just inside of lab, which is where they were initially pushing from, where they initially planned to put the defuse kit down. Instead, they decided, you know what? We've cleared the whole site. Let's push as deep as possible over towards office. They don't have any vert holes made on this part of the map. We can plant behind the shield, so we're even safer in case they do make some vert holes or in case they do try to drop. They really used the clock well in that 2v2. Smart play from Hot and Cold and Kino, despite the team kill that might have gone down in the midst of that push. And then whilst Hot and dies, Kino, again, just perfect play, able to isolate those two players. Often as an Ella, you'll see players hold a Gersma in their pocket for as long as possible because they want to use it to deny a plant. They want to use it to disrupt the shield player. Adam didn't have any in his pocket at the end of the round there, so made it a bit more awkward for him to play the 1v1. Had to sprint to the Blackbeard. Kino heard it, pulled his gun up at the right time. Nicely played.
I do like that the flank has been working out for OXG through most of the day. I mean, they had flank operators that just seemed to be too hard to deal with all the way back on Nighthaven Labs, but M80 have assessed this. I mean, we really haven't spent much time talking about Fabian. I know you jokingly referred to him as God Emperor in the second map, which is a title that he loves to remind people of, but he's also a terrific mind for the game. Obviously, coaches can only go so far. You can take the best coach in the world with the worst roster in a league, and it's not going to make a whole lick of difference. But when you've got 4/5 of a major winning roster and the most winningest player in Rainbow Six history, which is Fabian at this point in time, good things should happen. Now, every team will have bad days. Gunner is having a particularly bad day, which is awful timing, but again, there's a lower bracket, so it's not the end of the world for M80. But Fabian has likely picked up on some of these issues over the last two games. On all of the maps that we're looking at, flanks are very, very popular, especially on Kafe, which is so easy to flank with those staircases. If you have an advantage, you can easily get up those stairs where nobody is watching. A lot of reasons why teams bring gridlock, and Nomad is to try and deal with that. M80 has had some struggles dealing with flanks. Last round, they knew it was coming, they were prepped and ready for it, they handled it so well.
There's only one defender on the top floor. Often on this site, you'll see 3 or 4, sometimes 5 top floor. It's Yaga alone. Now, Adam is close enough to support him. This position with the Kiba barrier is beefed with the last Kiba, so he will not have coverage from the bottom green window. Hot and Cold is outside playing that angle. If he gets a long shot onto Adam, that could be devastating. Makes it back to site, though. Coverage not strong enough. Still, top floor is relatively weak. If M80 want to exploit that, that could be big. They do find an opening onto Gomez instead in towards the bomb site. So maybe they're just not willing to take the top. Maybe this is a good read by OXG. Either way, though, they are losing numbers and losing them fast.
Back and forth between these teams is, I suppose, very fitting given what we saw out of that second map. Map 1 was a huge blowout on each side. Map 2 was quite close until we hit that second half, or just slightly before that. Lair taking shape right now to be more like the beginning of Kafe than what we saw out of Labs, but we're still early in. It's entirely possible that M80 could grab the upper hand here and just simply overpower OXG. Nitro Cell goes out, M80. What's with these team kills? What is going on? We keep seeing them happen. This is the third team kill in this series. There's been one team kill in every single matchup. I don't get it. I do not get it. I don't remember if we saw one on Kafe, but now this is the second team kill in a row on Lair. M80 wins the round in very puzzling fashion.
Listen, back-to-back team kills, but also back-to-back attacking round wins. So for M80, if it's not broke, don't worry about fixing it. Whether they get the team kills or not, it's not changing the outcome of these rounds. And that's because their early game has been so strong. You saw it in that round. It was a weird round for Bunks and Briefing on Lair. Often, that bomb site is defined by the top floor, by players playing up above, the defense holding on to it for dear life, the attackers sending everything they have, either to distract the top floor players or to take it for themselves. But we didn't see that. OXG, very light top floor presence. The only player that was really up there was Gomez, I believe. And he made his way, it was Yaga, sorry. He made his way back down. M80 were never concerned with taking the top floor. They simply opened up the main wall, were holding their flanks so that when those top floor players, just Yaga, did come back, they got a freebie kill onto them. And it was a really smart usage of their resources. They didn't want to commit everything to up above. They didn't need to. There weren't that many players up top, so they just played the site. They played the breach. Kino worked a couple of great picks. He's up to 5-1 now, the hard support player of M80. Second support alongside Hot and Cold, I should say. Really well played by that M80 attack. Not something you see every day on that bomb site, but I thought they did it expertly.
5 seconds to insertion.
Well, the best attacking team that was talked about has shown up. I will say, M80 has not, for their fans, made these rounds easy. There were a couple flawless rounds from M80 if memory serves correctly, all the way back on Nighthaven Labs, but M80 have never really looked very comfortable in this matchup. This is a very well-balanced head-to-head, whether it be thematically, whether it be role-wise, whether it be player-wise. At some point, somebody smarter than me will have to answer the question as to whether or not Gunnar is getting shut down by OXG or whether he's just flat out having a bad day, either based on his own performance or his teammates not really allowing him to have the performance that he needs to have. But that question does really need to be answered, and right now it is the loudest question being asked, is what is going on with Gunnar? He was completely invisible on Kafe. He was downright useless on Labs until we hit round 6 or 7, and then he leveled up to what we expect of him. But now, then Kafe, obviously he regressed, and now here we are. He hasn't really shown a ton of value through these 3 rounds. It could be that Oxygen are shutting him down, and that it's not actually Gunnar's fault. But again, it needs to come down to the desk, it needs to come down to coaches, it needs to come down to people with a better grasp, as I am just a lowly play-by-play caster, to be able to talk about what is going on with Gunnar.
Well, we're back to the top floor as we saw in round 1, and there's typically 2 schools of thought for attacking this bomb site. You're either going to go in through ops, enter in through the mask wall, or you're going to push the green side in through storage. M80 are trying the second attempt after the first strategy didn't work so well last time. Means that they're going to be, yes, focused on this mask wall. Gunner's already opened it a bit, but I expect Hot and Cold's going to be taking the fuse kit, over towards storage to try to make this entry point. And definitely feels like OXG are aware. Look at all of that fire. Doesn't stop it, though. Diffuser with a backstab is able to find Adam creeping up on the Nook. They have the man advantage. They couldn't get this last time they went top floor.
They almost got Gomez with that nade. Yaga now punished as well by Gunnar, who finds his second kill, his first of this round. And he's going to be playing on non-traditional fragging roles here, so I don't know if we're going to see these numbers continue to hold for him. Diffuser takes a second to look at his phone, and unfortunately he's flattened by Gomez, who's traded right back by Houghton, who had the good read on it. Forrest and Grix are last 2 alive. Grix are down for the count. No Mira flank to be had, so Forrest will have to get quite active. Controls the Bearing 9 recoil suitably enough to take out Kino, dropping some flames down from the Shumika, and cannot outduel Gavin, who was shooting him as Forrest tried to reposition. M80 now 3-1 as they are very briskly moving us through this first half and might have just put in the most dominant attacking victory that we've seen from them on Lair.
What I loved about that push from M80 is how many angles they had coming into that push. They had Diffuser that was walking up the lobby stairs for a first dimension. They had Gunner that was coming in through the mask wall. He'd breached from outside for a second dimension. I believe they had some players over towards operations as well. Hot and Cold was coming in through Skybridge and through storage with the Diffuse kit. Everywhere you looked, there was somebody on M80 who was pushing you, who was making a distraction, who was causing some players to look away from somebody else who was then able to work in and get that kill. Those are the types of pushes that are not easy to accomplish. They're not simple. You need a really strong IGL and good teamwork to be able to coordinate all those players on different sides of the map. But when you look at M80, you look at such an experienced IGL like Hot and Cold, when you've got such veteran players on that team like Gunner, like Gavin, like Kino, who have been working together for so long. They know how to pull out those difficult attacks. And so credit where credit is due. M80 had a really good push. For a team that has not had the best attacks so far today, I think that's one of the best that we've seen.
Is that correct? That was M80's timeout that was just taken. That is...
Oh.
It looked like on the screen, correct me if I'm wrong here, production, but that certainly looked like M80's logo, unless I'm...
It was OXG's. I'm looking back at the game feed.
Ah.
I'm not sure what the HUD said, but it was definitely Oxygen's.
Perfect. Okay, because I was going to say, how confusing would that be if, for some particular reason, M80 had called a timeout there? But again, there are times where we've referenced traditional sports where a team will win, and they will still be unhappy about it. There's a story that was told, if you follow the NHL, Steve Yzerman is the general manager of the Detroit Red Wings, and they had just won an impractical game that very few thought they would win. He came into the locker room while all the players were celebrating, sat down, turned to, I believe it was one of the assistant coaches or maybe even the main coach, and was like, really not happy about some of the things we saw in that game, but really happy for the team. I don't think this is the place or the time to go over it, so I'm just going to leave. And he left. And it's crazy to think, but it's good, frankly. And Fabian is the type of person that strikes me as that parallel. Fabian is not going to be happy if you're winning with mistakes being made. Fabian is only going to be happy if you're winning and you are playing up to your potential. If a team like M80 is making mistakes, if a team like M80 is winning rounds, but are not being punished by, say, a team like OXG, but if they made those mistakes against Dark Zero or Shopify Rebellion, and they would be punished by those, Fabian is going to be upset. So it wouldn't have surprised me if M80 had called their timeout entirely, but it makes a lot more sense that it would be Oxygen.
Yeah, and I mean, Fabian knows the expectations on this team, right? When he moved from PSG Talent to M80, he specifically said, I made this move because I want to win. He didn't mean win against OXG in the first round of the playoffs. He meant win majors, win SI, win tournaments. That's what he believes this team can do, and certainly they need to be able to win against Oxygen in a game like this if they want to be hitting those heights. This is one of those defensive auction that's a little bit tricky. There's a lot of players all over the map. Kino seems to have a read on one player. At the same time, Gomez does go down up above. Grix are in a lot of trouble.
Grenades going out, isolated. Blackbeard can be just so oppressive to play against. It's a little bit goofy looking when he's leaning like that with his shield, but I mean, the face of terror that you see is not always the one that you expect. Grixer and Gomez in the grave means M80 have carte blanche now to just punish these last three players. There is technically a fourth operator on the board, as Adam playing Scopos can easily switch between the two. I don't know if that's the plan for him to use that second robot as a flank, but on a big map like this, if you expect your opponents to not drone as effectively, you could catch them off guard. And again, M80 has shown that they are susceptible to a poor flank watch.
Yeah, Adam just teleported back up to the top floor. I don't believe this was droned out, so this will be a huge shock. It needs to be big. He can't just get one pick and then die. He has to get multiple picks, or at least take full top floor control and kill everybody that's up top so that he can deny a plant vertically.
Adam is just playing the clock. 30 seconds. Every single player on M80 still upright. Could there be potential here to find a window of opportunity on a flank? Kino hitting a Gishmat mine will act as information. Forrest is now punished for that, trying to act upon it as Adam is desperately getting back to the bomb site. Where is Yaga, though? Taking out Hot and Cold, dispatching one. There's a fight from above as well as Adam is trying to buy time. 10 seconds left. Diffuser hopping on the case, but Adam shuts him down. M80 will need to get that back and attempt the plant with only a couple seconds left. It's Kino's job to do that. Gunner and Gavin now watching as OXG has 3 bodies to send at the problem. Diffuser going down successfully. Yaga dropped. It's all up to Forrest, and he's taken out as it was Forrest team killing Yaga as well. Our third team kill here on Lair. What the hell is going on today?
That's one of those rounds where I don't think Fabian's too thrilled about, because that was a messy way to get it done. You see the first plant going down from hot and cold. He's trying to plant just in from missile, right? He's trying to get in from that position. They get denied from up above. Adam gets it. Well, I guess Yaga kills him first. Adam is then able to pick up Diffuser, who then grabs the Diffuse kit, trying to plant inside of Lab. And as Diffuser is planting in Lab, where are the top floor players? Gunnar and Gavin are both up above, and they're letting Adam get this kill. They are nowhere to be seen. Gavin comes in for the trade. Eventually, there is a team kill on the side of OXG to kill Yaga. It is pure chaos. Not how that round was supposed to go for M80. They get away with a win, and this will be a 4-1 scoreline going into the final attack for M80. But, man, messy to get there. That top floor play from Adam nearly was enough to win them the game. If there was a little bit less time on the clock, that would have been good enough. But
5 seconds left.
Thankfully for M80, there was still enough time to reposition that plant, and shenanigans from OXG don't go their way.
I mean, you're coming so close. And again, the scrappiness of these rounds between these teams really does just exemplify how evenly matched they are. I referenced it back in map number 1 when we were talking about the overall standings. OXG enters as the 5th place team, but does so with a losing record. It just goes to show how top heavy North America has been. I mean, Shopify Rebellion didn't lose at all. DZ was undefeated for a long period of time before dropping 2 matches to conclude the season, which obviously is an unideal spot for them to be in, but still they remained atop the standings. M80 are 5-4, OXG are 4-5. These teams are, a coin flip away from having the same record. So I imagine the matchup between them seems to suit both teams quite well. Again, it just really comes down to who's having a better day, who's better organized, and frankly, who's better coached. Gavin tries to go in after doing some extensive droning and some work on a soft wall and gets absolutely annihilated by Grixer. And that is a bit of a puzzling entry from M80, and one that is a mistake that they shouldn't be making, as they hope to be en route to a 5-1 first half.
Yeah, that's a tough one too, because that was supposed to be their answer to the Bandit. Now they have no good way to clear off those batteries. A lot of the util being held by OXG will be secured. This push is going to come straight into the storage hall. Hot and Cold watches the repositions of the defenders, but he can't do much about it. The breach eventually goes in through storage, so they have an opening into the site that's not just this one singular doorway, but 5 D-men still up on OXG, looking to be able to stop this. Kino, a classic play from him. He loves the sends on this bomb site. We used to play it on old M80 back when Spoit was on the team. This time, though, it's being jammed out by Grixer. He kind of late positioned that mute jammer, which has really thrown a wrench into these plans. That we're going to have to nade that or get some other way to stop it. Still looking for that opening. Watch for Diffuser as well on the gallery window, hoping to stop any rotations in the D.
Kino is having a quietly good day. He's leading his team and leading the lobby at the moment in kills. Again, they can jostle around these roles on the side of M80 because of the flexibility that they have. On Cold is now inside the bomb site with the case at the halfway point. He bails off. There goes an explosion overhead. Diffuser taking down Gomez, Grixer and Forrest on the board. Gunnar holding things together, now looking for another opportunity. He can't get to Adam fast enough as Diffuser beats him to the punch. Gunnar is leveled up. He was 1-1 when we asked the question, is he having a bad day or what? He's got 4 kills now to his name. That's where he will stand at the end of the first half as Forrest denies M80 a 5th round. A 4-2 scoreline for the attackers is about as good as it gets on Lair and is really where it should be. The other way around, this is a defender-sided map, but M80 are doing better on the worse half. 4-2 the scoreline, and now your second favorite part of the day, the second wave of operator bans goes underway.
Should be seeing shields coming out, and then a muted interesting one to take out if you're OXG. Almost certainly to be paired with a clash if history will repeat itself, unless they want to get absolutely wild. I guess could be a Kaid if you want to really lean into the anti-wall denial as well. But no, it will be the clash to come through. You know, about 2.5 hours ago, Parker, we started this cast by giving a lot of praise to Grixer for denying plants on the defense. That was a huge part of that lead OXG got early on Nighthaven Labs, being able to stop hot and cold from planting, largely thanks to play from Grixer as an anchor. And he kind of did the same thing. He had the first Nitro Cell that went out that forced hot and cold to get off the plant. That Nitro Cell did quite kill hot and cold, did 90% damage. The second Nitro then came out from Forest. It was 2 in a row to be able to kill that Blackbeard, even with the shield in front of him to stop that plant. Good stuff coming out from the defense in that final round. OXG very focused on stopping that plant. There was also a run out coming at the same time from Gomez, who jumped out the bathroom window, which we didn't catch. It didn't amount to any kills, but was still, I think, a good call to try to put pressure on that gallery player. Shows that OXG are thinking about these defenses quite hard. They were trying to come up with answers to what M80 might be showing, and I think they had them at times, but M80's attack's just too strong. Things getting too chaotic for OXG in some of those rounds, so they will be at a deficit in the second half. Hopefully this is where, if you're an OXG fan, M80's weaknesses on the defense start to shine through. You really need to rely on some scrappy holds coming out from M80 because they only need to win 3 rounds, and they'll be headed to the next round of playoffs.
I didn't really expect us to see such a thrilling first best of 3. I know we talked about whether it would go to a third map or not, but I suppose I should have expected more between these two teams. I think good money to start off with was that M80 would win 2 very close maps, and that would be it, and we'd already be deep into Space Station versus Wildcard, which, just based on the way that Wildcard played in the regular stage, should on paper be less of a balanced matchup. But again, after what we saw today, anything is possible. Both Shopify Rebellion and Dark Zero received buys because of the standings being the way they are and the way that the playoffs work. So neither of them will be in action today. We'll be eagerly awaiting which teams they will face off against tomorrow. Shopify Rebellion will play the winner of this series. Dark Zero will play the winner of Wildcard versus SSG. And OXG are having a pretty good start to their first attacking round. They've already eliminated Hot and Cold. They've done some serious damage to Diffuser, and they've wasted much of M80's utility at this point.
It's been chaos in the storage hall. You see bees, toxic baits, flashes, nades, every util you can imagine has been thrown at this hallway. Barbed wire was there earlier as well. Nobody's died from it until just now, though. Gunner opens up on a Gomez and then trades himself back out as Forrest found that for quick refrag. Still trying to work their way into the site with 1:15 still to go. OXG don't need to press this at the moment. They've still got Yogg down below. They've got Grixer on the sends as well, who could set up a strange play over towards Gallery. But they are hunting and fishing for kills at the moment.
OXG continue their reign of terror, Jesse, leaving just Diffuser and Gavin as the last 2 for M80. And Diffuser narrowly dancing around that nade as he links up with Gavin. They've got a good cross here. Gavin finding them all. They have suddenly narrowed it down to just Grixer, who again has been sensational today. Into a 1v1 with Gavin he goes, and Grixer gets the job done. A not necessarily do or die round, but a tremendously important victory for OXG to stay competitive in this match. Gavin versus Grixer, the battle of the Titans, and OXG comes out ahead in their very first attack.
Thank God for Grixer. That was a 4v2 thrown to a 1v2. Every one of Grixer's teammates fed into that push, and it felt like OXG were just too eager to get the plant down. Forrest was in a plant spot very early in our 6th room. Gavin was happy to just swing out, get that kill. They didn't have the control to go for a plant. Gavin was too well positioned. Immediately got that trade back onto Forrest, who was planting on the Blackbeard right here. This is the most important frag. Nobody's able to watch for that. There's 50 seconds. They did not need to plant at that moment. They could have taken their time, chose not to. Everybody goes down. They leave Grixer in a dangerous 1v2. Thankfully, Grixer is a great player, and he's able to stand tall for Oxygen, but that was not an easy position that his team put him in. Had to bail them out a little bit. If there's anybody you want to get bailed out by, though, it is Grixer. He's got that experience. He's won the last 2 stages of NAL that he participated in. If you'll remember, he won Stage 2 last year on the Sonics, was benched for Stage 1 last year, so didn't participate until the last chance qualifier, and then won Stage 2 in 2023 as well. So he knows what it takes to win in these playoffs, and he shows a little bit of it in that round, helping OXG stay alive in that game, because 5-2 would have been a devastating scoreline.
Get another scrappy round, Jesse. What do you think the over/under is right now on another team kill? I feel like we could hit a fourth. I feel like we could hit a fourth here on Lair.
With the way it's going, absolutely. It feels like we're due for another win in the next round or two.
I will say, this might seem like a very simple thing and a very obvious thing to many viewers, but the frantic pace that we are seeing, the mistakes that are being made, the all-out executes from these teams just go to show you how hard these two teams are going about this. I don't think there's a single person who's going to be able to walk away from this match and say, yeah, OXG threw her. Oh, yeah, OXG weren't in it today. Both of these teams are fighting as if this were a major SI Grand Final. And for the upper bracket of a playoff, don't necessarily want to go as gung-ho as that, because where's your energy going to be moving forward? But I really do love that both of these teams are leaving nothing on the table.
I think we're getting ready for a fast execute, Parker. We've got the Ying on Yaga. We've got Forrest on the Blitz. Forrest is not exactly in a position. I think he's going bathroom window, so killing Diffuser and Gaveni is going to be the immediate push-in. Even if Yaga tosses one Candela, it might not mark the push. If he throws a couple in and the smokes, yeah, this is going to be the push, I believe. With Toxic Babes and Fire, maybe not.
I mean, they're slowing them down, but yet again, OXG were great at burning out this utility previously. Hot and cold out dueling Forest, a bit of an embarrassing moment for Oxygen. And now Yaga will have to breathe through those toxic plumes, getting ever closer with that shotgun. So much damage can be done by a good Ying at close range. Gavin turned around, flattened by Yaga, who finds two. Adam is on the board as well. There is still a pulse on M80. Gunner and Diffuser will have to work together. They were sought out by M80 long ago and joined by the remainder of that Beast Coast team minus Spirits after some roster moves. Adam will get Diffuser down. He very rarely plants, but he'll do it while Yaga guards next to him. Diffuser within reach of both of these players. Problem is Yaga's only good enough at about 3 feet. You can see how little damage he's doing to Diffuser from that range. Adam dies, and now it's all up to Yaga, who with the sidearm out gets swiftly shut down by M80. And the duo happen to grab the case and win the round.
Ying shotgun feels really bad in that situation when you've got a cover from long range. Obviously, he was jumping in gallery. He expected close range fights around the display window, around server, as well as they tried to get into that part of the map and got value out of the shotgun, admittedly, when he turns the room, the corner into R6 room. Was able to pick up a frag there, but even still, that was another kind of fast, messy round. A lot of util coming out on the side of M80 to stall that one to make sure that it wasn't a free rush in from OXG. And again, we were talking about it earlier, Parker. M80 calling a tack timeout after they win. This time it's an actual M80 tack timeout. They win that round. They're up 5-3 at the moment. Not happy with the situation, though. It has been a messy game for both teams. That 2v2, not a fast reaction. Coming out from Diffuser and Gavin with that Diffuse kit to go down, you gotta wonder if Yaga's not on a shotgun, how does that round play out? We'll never know, but at the end of the day, there are mistakes still to fix on the side of M80, and so I don't mind this tack timeout.
So I will say, though, Yaga only gets those 2 kills because he has the shotgun. So if we did theorycraft and say, well, what if he had the LMG? Does Yaga get those first 2 picks with the LMG at that range? It might be unlikely, right? Maybe he gets 1, immediately gets traded out, and he's not even in a position to get the kills moving forward. I mean, I understand where you're coming from, and I also engage in this, like, well, you know, what about, let's speculate kind of deal, but it's hard to say, because if he switches his loadout, does he have that same impact earlier in the round to sacrifice potentially opening things up to give his team a good spot, and it makes him better in the later round, but maybe the early round is weaker. It's hard to say.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah, that time around, I don't think I was betrayed by the logo on the screen. I don't think my eyes failed me either. M80 saw some issues there. Fabian said, let's fix these. Let's go for the knockout punch. We're 2 rounds away from a date with Shopify Rebellion tomorrow.
And if you're a Shopify Rebellion fan, with some of the mistakes that are being made in this game, I mean, you're feeling good. I think Shopify Rebellion will be the favorites against any team they go up against, regardless of how good that team is playing, because the Rebellion have looked so good so far this season. I believe still one of only 2 teams in the world undefeated this season. If you include Reload as part of the season, Weibo were undefeated as well, assuming they still are. Those will be the 2 at the moment.
Ooh, nice run out by Gunner, who, for the record, we had some breaking news. Remember when I said somebody smarter than me needed to weigh in? Well, Lynx is inarguably smarter than me, and did message me privately during the cast to say, Gunner's just having a bad day to his own standards. So thank you very much, smarter person. I appreciate the feedback. Gunner obviously was 1-1 when I asked that question. He has gone 7-2 since then. And not that I want to take credit, but I do feel like the caster curse can cut both ways. Very rarely do our words seem to help players. So when they do, you're damn right I'm going to take credit and run.
Well, OXG might be looking for a little bit more help in this round. I guess they've still got 2 minutes and good soft breach, but with a man disadvantage and everybody on M80 hunkering into the bottom floor, I can't imagine this is going to be a simple end to the round. We saw a really big Scopos play coming out earlier in this matchup where a flank right back to the top floor started to make a difference, even if it didn't ultimately win the round for the defenders. If Gunner's still got that second body, maybe up towards our 6th room, up towards the very top, he could have a similar impact on a flank. At the same time, even if he doesn't, inside the bomb site, you've got Toxic Babes from Kino, you've got Shamika Launcher being held by Hot and Cold, you've got Impacts even from Gavin with Akiba in pocket as well. There's a lot of utility for M80 to lock this down. The default cam will find the push in through Filter. They're going to start to open the wall. This will be heard and read fully on the side of M80. They just need to know where's the push. Is it Filter or is it dropping from the hatch?
Good question. Slower game here on Lair that we've witnessed. I mean, it is a significantly bigger map than Nighthaven Labs and Kafe. You know, I'd love to actually get map stats delivered from the devs in regards to like square footage of these maps, because we can speculate, but some maps are big and feel small, some maps are small and feel small, some maps are big and feel big. You never really know. Give me the blueprints. Draw them up. I want to know. Kino dies in the hands of Grixer, and OXG have found a new level for their attacks. They have struggled up to this point. They'll continue to chew right through them. Diffuser with 1 kill, taking down Yaga. Grixer on the board. Diffuser will pick up his 2nd, and just like that, OXG will snap their fingers and say, I know you took a timeout, but we're going to take the round from you either way. A dogfight it has been, and a dogfight it will continue to be as OXG closes the gap and guarantees us a much deeper run into Lair.
They had the man disadvantage, but it didn't matter. They were really strong on their duels. Grixer found an opening onto Kino down in that bottom push. And then whilst we did see the flank from Gunner as well, I was expecting it on the Scopos. Didn't find anything for it. Flanked up to the top floor, immediately killed by Adam. Wasn't a big problem. Slowly but surely, OXG took ground more and more in that bottom floor push. Yes, maybe they lose Gomez early, but with the Dokkaebi down, you don't really get that much value out of a Dokkaebi in the site push, right? Usually that's more for the roam clear, so it wasn't the biggest loss in the world. Feeling good about that if you're OXG. You know how critical it is to keep M80 off of match point. This will be series point as well. Coordination in that one too. Very tough to pull off, but they managed to get it done. So this is going to be them staying alive, and M80 returning to the exact same bomb site after banning out the blitz. So they're thinking without Forrest on that operator, they should have a bit more success.
I'm always wary when I see a Fuse on the board, because Fuse in particular is a poor substitute for the traditional shield operators, both of which are banned out, as you talked about. I mean, there is an option to play Blackbeard, which looks like Yaga will flex into.
Okay.
Oh,
that
Jesse, how long have you been casting for? And you fell for the traditional bait of don't talk about the operator lineup as a certainty until it is certain.
You brought it up.
No, you said Fuse. You talked about Fuse. I heard it.
What?
Mm-hmm.
So we're gonna have to replay
And you
the
can't
tapes
accuse
on
me
that.
of gaslighting, Jesse. I own an electric vehicle, so I don't even know what gas is. Yaga will instead run with the Blackbeard. He has been a staple at this point. I mean, shields are not as strong as they used to be. I think that is a consensus around the league, but they are still very strong. So even if they went from like a 10 to a 9.8, they're not as strong as they used to be, but they're still much stronger than the alternatives. Blackbeard is an often very oppressive operator. We've seen how you can use those nades in pocket to dislodge opponents, act as a form of area denial. The nades are not necessarily what's going to kill you, but it's going to put you in a spot where the Blackbeard can follow up on it. Or if you don't want to deal with the Blackbeard, then you die to the nades. I mean, you really just have to pick one or the other. He's also a strong fragging operator, and for Yaga, while he has some struggles right now on Lair, he has been, in my eyes, one of the best fraggers on Oxygen and in the entire matchup. Forrest with no shield in front of his eyes will run directly in. I don't know if he thought that he maybe had some protection, but he gets gunned down, and M80 will find a second kill for their troubles. This time, it's Grixer who's gone. Things falling by the wayside very quickly with still half of the round to go, and OXG down 2 players.
That's a devastating mistake from Forrest. You've just delivered the defuse kit straight into the hands of M80. That's a tough spot to be able to pick it up from. Obviously, the Goyo canister getting popped out. That's going to stall out some time. They're going to have to push in through missile to pick up that kit if they want it, but M80 are very aware of its position, so they can now play around this gift that they've been given. I saw where Forrest was going for. You know, he thought he had an angle. They were rushing. He had a lot of momentum. If he can work a pick with the shotgun, maybe that's a play. But now, I mean, you see how much trouble Gomez is in trying to recover this kit.
I don't even know if he's going to be able to. I mean, it was M80 who turned a very similar scoreline on its head, and Gomez starts with a pick on the gunner. That'll be all she wrote. Yaga and Adam still remain. Choked off for the time being by that gas with 40 seconds remaining and 1 in back pocket for Kino means there will be more of that toxic babe to be dispersed. Adam finds yet another kill. He's up to 9 at this point in time, but again, that'll be all she wrote. It seems to be that OXG find a single kill and then are traded out. I wonder if that's because M80 are in lockstep right now as defenders. Yaga will square off against the 3 remaining players as M80 looks for match point, and they will find it again. Yaga's at the upper hand against Kino through most of this match, but when it matters the most, it's Kino to come out ahead. 1 round away from a date with Shopify Rebellion tomorrow. M80 win the round.
And sometimes it's just those little moments, those little decisions. I think Forrest's going to be haunted by that play in his sleep, rushing in with the defuse kit, with the Ying shotgun again, I might add. I don't know, it's been a bad day. Not able to find anything, getting it done, maybe having some flashbacks back to last season where in stage 1, he was in a very similar spot. First round, upper bracket quarterfinals. His team, Space Station, up against M80. They got floored in that series. It's certainly been more competitive.
What is Forrest doing?
That's what I'm saying, though, man.
I was thinking something similar when we saw him sprint into the building undroned with no shield.
This is what I'm saying. Like, these little mistakes will come back to haunt you. It is a do-or-die round. Now it's 6-4. Forrest has got to be a hero these next 2 rounds. He's got to do something to bring this team back into it because that is going to be a mistake that haunts them.
I have praised Forrest many times. From his time on United, to his venture on SSG, now obviously on OXG, when he was on Astralis, Ophos on XD, I have very favorable things to say about him. But the one critique of Forrest that I have always had, ever since he played down in Challenger League, is that there are just some moments where you see what he's doing, and the only thing that can run through your mind is, what the hell is he doing? There are few players that I can say that about.
Yeah.
But I don't know if it's just you subscribe to the old adage, if you don't know what you're doing, neither do they. I'm not sure, but there are just too many times where we see Forrest do things and there is really no rhyme or reason. And I will defend myself a little bit because, again, I will go back to the comment I made where I said I am not an analyst, I am not a color caster, and I often rely on people who are smarter than me to tell me things about the game, as most play-by-play casters do. There are no shortage of pros who also ask that same question and go, what was Forrest doing? So I am at least in good company. Adam right now is in no company whatsoever as he's the only person who has died. And since this is match point, that is a dreadful time to be the opening death.
I like the tools. They've got smokes. They've got the glads as well. They eat the C4, but it's not too much damage. That shield in front of Forrest will save them. Stalling things out with the Kiva barrier doesn't matter, though. Here comes the hop in.
And amidst the smoke, both the gas and the friendly smoke, Forrest looks for an opportunity. Grixer dies at the hands of Gunner, and answer back as Forrest is now dead. Gomez and Yaga still remain. Yaga on the board amidst the smoke with the glass. He can see through it, but that plume of smoke will very soon end. He's looking for the army crawl that we witnessed not far removed. His Diffuser now on 12 kills. Gunner at 11 kills as well. These two have been the dynamic duo so far on this map. What can Gomez and Yaga muster? Oxygen will not go home if they bottle this round. They will just go down to the lower bracket. Gomez now in the midst of the gas. He has to get out of that position. Yaga will sweep around looking for something, but M80 right now hiding behind every single angle they can. It's all up to Gomez on 1 HP as he gets ever closer to the bomb site. The case might as well be miles away. Oxygen will hold their breath as he slowly moves through with 40 seconds to go. M80 Zen-like patience. Candela will go out, and it's a swinger be swung moment. Hot and Cold will suffer for it, but he gets the kill, and M80 wins the match. They move on to square off against Shopify Rebellion tomorrow. It was a slow start on map 1, but they managed to find their footing, winning map 1, struggling on Kafe, and coming back here on Lair to take it 2-1.
You learn a lot about a team based on how they react in tense moments, and in that one, you saw it. OXG struggling to get through. They just come right back with those rushes. Back-to-back rounds. They're unaware of player positions. They get in deep, they get in fast, and they get punished. Really well read by M80.
What a best of 3, and we've still got one left. But before we get to Space Station versus Wildcard, a break, and then we'll chew through what we just witnessed.
You know how they say, it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
I have security first contact.
Okay, I'll pick up you.
No, you don't. I'm taking it.
3 and 9. Security.
Better
Ging.
not, bitch.
I'm taking it.
Got it. Nice!
Holy
we did it.
Can we please stop making it harder for ourselves than it should be?
M80 managed to pull it off after a marathon of an opening playoff game, the upper bracket quarterfinal. They make it work. We welcome in Hot and Cold now as the winners of this matchup. Clearly feeling, you must be feeling good after this one, but probably exhausted, I can imagine.
I mean, honestly, not really feeling that good. We were expected to beat them, and we just made it so much harder on ourselves. So we got the dub. That's cool, but we still played like shit.
Yeah, I mean, I'm assuming, like, we heard the end game comms, and I'm assuming the little banter between Gunner and Diffuser being like, nah, like, I'm going to take the peak. Like, I'm assuming stuff like that kind of happens all throughout the series. And obviously, you being the IGL, you know, how do you take control of that to make sure that people are managing everything, especially after, you know, map 1, it being so close, map 2? How do you make sure that everyone's just staying mentally, levelly locked into it?
I mean, a lot of that comes from Fabian, to be honest. His timeouts are usually just him yelling at us like, guys, what the fuck are we doing? Lock in. But I mean, I just try and second that as best as I can. Make sure people are taking deep breaths after rounds, because I mean, our biggest problem is just our comms just get so hectic when they really just don't need to be. So yeah, I mean, it's just trying to manage the nerves.
For sure. Well, again, congratulations. You guys find yourself in a good spot going against SR tomorrow. I kind of want to ask you, Matt, you know, going into this map pool, you guys obviously had a far extensive map pool compared to Oxygen. Allowing Kafe to be up, to me, was a little bit of a blunder. I felt like you could have forced maybe another map that maybe might not be your guys' favorite whatsoever, but knowing that Oxygen is still a brand new team, still trying to find that foundation, do you think if you were to obviously wipe today off and you were to relook at maps, would you still approach it as the same maps or maybe go a different route?
I mean, at the end of the day, it's their map pick. We didn't expect them to go for Kafe, but you know, if they want to pick it, we were more than fine. Obviously, the score didn't show. We kind of got destroyed, but I feel like we had a good game plan going into Kafe. We just let rounds slip that we probably shouldn't have.
For sure.
Can you tell me about the moment on the first map? You guys are down 5-1. Honestly, what felt to me like the pivotal moment of the series here, you guys make that comeback and you win 8-6. Was there something that somebody said? Was there a spark that kind of lit the fire to let that comeback happen? What was the moment that you guys decided, all right, let's lock in, let's take this?
I don't know if there was like a specific moment, to be honest, but we all knew that we threw so many rounds on attack. Could have had a 3-3, maybe even 4-2, and ended up 1-5. But I mean, it's a hard map to attack for one, and we know that they're not really that good at attack. We just play our game, and then, you know, once the rounds kind of start building and building, the momentum obviously is just on our side, and I don't think that they were able to handle that momentum switch.
And just one last question to follow up, obviously, and your guys' struggles with comms in those late rounds when it gets chaotic. I mean, how do you then address that now going into tomorrow? Like, what are we going to see differently from today that we're going to see going into tomorrow?
I mean, it's hard to say. I mean, the thing is, like, we've been addressing this for the last week or two, and we've, you know, it's been really good in practice. The last couple of days of practice, we've had like really calm and cool and collected comms.
Yeah.
So it's just about doing it on match day. I mean, I can't, you know, make everyone do it. It's just gotta be in their own brains, and hopefully it clicks tomorrow. I mean, I'm excited for the SR match. I don't think we played good against them last time, so I mean, I hope that we show a better M80 tomorrow.
For sure.
All right, thanks, Matt. I hope that you and everyone on the team can kind of let out a collective sigh of relief as you move on to tomorrow, and we wish you the best against Shopify. Looking forward to watching that.
Thanks.
All right. So they take the win. M80, as you could tell, maybe not the most spirited of victories, just given how difficult it ended up being. Fox, clearly it took a toll. There was a moment earlier where I thought I saw, after they won a round, Hot and Cold close his eyes, literally let out a deep breath, and just be like, oh my God, thankfully we won that round, move on to the next. Like, it's pretty, like, the stakes are high, and the toll is taken on these players is no joke.
Yeah, it's a high-pressure situation, and obviously when you're in, like, a best-of-3 series, you're not really worried about the maps beforehand, but once everything comes closing down, you think of everything that you went through to get to this point, and obviously, I mean, we even heard in the comms, they made it harder than they needed to. Obviously, the humility from Han to be able to say, like, we should have been better than that. Yeah, we won. Obviously, the last map was their best look, but it should have been way smoother of a matchup. I mean, Lair really was the average M80 that we were hoping to see, and it took them getting rid of those jitters in map 1, you know, taking a loss in map 2 to be able to play full force into map 3. They kind of, it looked like they exhausted OXG's abilities, but yes, as an individual player, it's so mentally taxing, especially when, you know, you have a lot of big personalities on the team. People are going to go for big plays, maybe make a mistake here and there because they're doing a peak that they shouldn't necessarily be done. So obviously, if you're the IGL and you're seeing that, it's so hard to manage communicating to your team efficiently while also not letting those emotions bubble up.
Well, obviously, we talked about Diffuser, big player. He had another big game on Lair. We also talked about Kino, who had been having some rougher moments, but I think map 3 was a big step up.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, especially in round 2, Kino having this big 1v2, playing the post plant perfectly, understanding that he needs to get pressed here. He needs to get pushed away. So what do? Fall back. Keep bleeding that clock. And Kino, again, coming alive. I mean, this is a player that I said, even in this moment here, he needed to pick up that diffuser, knowing that it was the priority, knowing they needed to get that diffuser down in that round. I mean, this is what we want to see from Kino. This is what me and Fox personally know is what is expected from Kino. It's unfortunate that we haven't seen it throughout the stage. But again, if we're seeing it now in playoffs, that is the most important factor because that is the key to success. That is what's truly going to build up a team to have a more titles underneath their name, more stature when you say their name, is when you can have all players show up when it actually matters most.
Yeah, I mean, we needed Kino. We talked about it. We needed him to show up, and being on the shields last year was something that was a struggle. Hot and Cold comes in, takes that ability to play the shields. Kino found success, but now in this new system for M80 was struggling, and so to see him on Lair play the BB, not necessarily like a Blitzer or Monty, he has the BB. He's able to kind of do a hybrid of both. Be that shield, gather that info. The 1v2 was such a nice heads-up play, but he was constantly putting the pressure on the opposing team and putting himself in these dangerous situations that the shield can bail him out of, that when he was doing it with just no shield and a gun, it wasn't working out. So to see him fall back and play it and find success, obviously, you know, if I'm M80, I'm looking at that and seeing where can we incorporate Kino more on the BB.
Well, shaky, but M80 are able to pull out the victory. Much needed as that one was progressing. They send Oxygen down to the lower bracket where they'll be fighting to stay alive. And of course, M80, they now wait for Shopify Rebellion in that upper bracket semi tomorrow. For now, though, we'll step aside, and when we return, it is SSG taking on Wildcard. The 3rd seed and the 6th seed go toe-to-toe in our second upper bracket quarterfinal. We'll be right back.
And dash together. Unbelievable. Can he get there in time? Cameraman's going to complete. Big ET finds a huge 4K and Gimbo. There's only 4 seconds left. There's no way.
Whilst not easy, is potentially winnable.
No.
They give him a 1v1. And they've given him both downs.
They find the down as well. Yesterday they took the crown from LA. Today they take the kingdom of Blacktown.
they say, it's not the destination, it's the journey.
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Keep an eye out for contact.
Available now.
Well, our first match on the first day of the playoffs was already a back-and-forth thriller between M80 and OXG. Our second one promises to be a good one as well. It is SSG and Wildcard, our second match of the playoffs, our second upper bracket quarterfinal, as we dive back into the action here in the North American League. Welcome back, everybody. I'm Jonas Willinger alongside Foxe and Laxing. Game 2, it's a big one, and it promises to be a good one as before. SSG and Wildcard, this is the 3rd and the 6th seed, but despite that, we actually saw a surprise matchup earlier in the stage. Wildcard looking to repeat their overtime victory against SSG.
Yeah, I mean, this game definitely should deliver. It was a very close game. These two met up last time, and I think SSG wanted to get that win over Dark Zero just so they could slot themselves in 3rd and then play 6th, which is Wildcard. And then for Wildcard, you mentioned in the beginning they squeaked in. I don't really think they squeaked. I don't think you gave them enough credit. They had a pretty dominant Super Week to clinch their spot here.
Yeah, great way to close out the Super Week and jump into this. It's kind of been a bit of a back and forth stage as a whole, Fox, for this team. They started out with that win over SSG, then 3 losses in a row, and then they come back, end of the Super Week. They only drop, what, 3 rounds over 2 matches?
Yeah, I mean, I think a big thing was performance and getting everybody on the same page, but once we got to that point, it was one step deeper. I mean, within the first week, we talked about Kansan and Bay needing to find success, and that was the biggest issue. Or Kansan and Bay were the ones finding success. We needed Baby Shark and Dash. That was the biggest issue. Then, coming into week 2 and 3, Baby Shark and Dash were actually doing amazing, and the rest of the team wasn't all together. And then they face up against OXG, and they lose really badly while everybody was under this same ideology. But when you take it one step further and the success into their playoffs, it was because they were playing with the same ideology of what the game plan was. It was them making sure that they're playing the classic wildcard that we saw Reload, taking advantage of these gaps and opening everything up on their own. And if they can just play like that all together, they'll find success regardless of who's performing, who's underperforming. It's not about the stats, but if they keep that same level of play, they'll be so consistent.
Well, part of that recent success for Wildcard, right, it has been their ability to adapt and change things up in the middle of a round. They see something, they make a counter move, and all of a sudden they find some success, especially, again, late last week. That was very, very strong.
I mean, it started off with the game against Envy, and this was such a highlight, a difference night and day from the rest of Wildcard into the playoff Wildcard that we were going to see today. They were just constantly taking advantage of the opening gaps, going for plays like this, big pick. Now, if you pay attention to every single one of these clips that you're going to see, there's not one direct player that's doing better or worse than the rest. They're just doing the game plan. They find an opening, they act on it. And yes, it doesn't necessarily matter if one person gets the kill. It's because the rest of the team is set up to get the kills. And that's what we saw in the LFO matchup. Look, Kansan gets the first kill, and he'll immediately drop down into Oil Pit. And now the difference with this Orglis matchup, supposed to Envy, is Envy, they were jumping in, they were taking position. But against Orglis, they were using the Blitz, the shield, to mismanage and move everybody around. And that's why we saw Wildcard just constantly take advantage of that. Constantly, look, the Blitz is going in, and it forces Orglis to have to move. And everybody else from Wildcard, what are they doing? They're playing in the gap positions, holding angles, waiting for Orglis to make a mistake, and that's where they get the picks. Now, it looked very flashy in the Envy game. They jumped in, they were going for these big plays, but it's the same ideology. Opening space, they take it, the rest of the team moves, and that's where Wildcard cleans up. And if they can just stay doing exactly that, that's what we saw in Reload, the adaptation and taking advantage of those gaps. If we can still keep seeing it, Wildcard's going to look like a completely different team in playoffs as opposed to the rest of the stage.
Yeah, all they really have to do is keep up what we just saw. I mean, if they can carry that with them now, they are going to be a scary team to go up against. On the other side, SSG has been a scary team from the jump. They're 6-3, 19 points, the 3rd seed, but most of all, a massive win against Dark Zero to close out the Super Week. Another team with a lot of momentum heading into the playoffs.
Yeah, I would say they definitely have all the momentum, especially getting that big win, allowing themselves to be a 3rd. To have this rematch against Wildcard, I think it's definitely going to be a big statement game from SSG. But again, SSG has been doing extremely well. We've highlighted many different things from especially with their aggression within their roster, but we really have to look at the bigger picture and what we really referencing, because we've talked about Reload time and time again and how much they've improved, but when you look at the grand scheme of SSG, how much have they really improved?
Well, that is an interesting question here, because we've talked about those improvements. We're like, wow, this SSG team we're seeing is new, is refreshed. They're building around different people really well. when we look at the numbers from this stage compared to, say, the same time or stage 2 last year, they're surprisingly similar.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you can see it here. It's not really a night and day difference.
Wow.
It's, if anything, it's realistically the same. And then, you know, this is something that I've always painted the picture with SSG. I've never thought it's been about players, whether it was Hot and Cold, whether it was Iconic, whether it was Forrest, whether it was Benja. I never thought any single one of those players was the true hindrance and why SSG never could win a trophy, why they could never be top 2 at an event. To me, it always came down to their playstyle. To me, it was a double-edged sword. As much as we build up Space Station and how aggressive they are and how much it truly carries them, I don't think changing one player has truly been the testament to be like, this roster really is better than the last, because you can just look at that. From the previous stage to now, changing out Forrest, adding Newers, which realistically plays more aggressive than what Forrest does, they are still achieving the exact same statistics.
Well, on the defensive side, we are seeing some more concrete improvements. We complemented some additions to that playstyle, bringing in more passive play, and I think we have seen some improved results there.
This is the biggest change to me. This is the driving factor that proves to me that SSG is different compared to their previous stage, to their previous iterations, is that they can play a slower paced game of Siege. Because as we've talked about, their aggression is truly what carries them through and through every single game, but from every single game, we also see their aggression start to hinder their performance. But towards the end of this stage in particular is where we saw their slow, passive playstyle come into fruition, which again is only going to heighten that level of consistency across this team and possibly push them even further, especially in playoffs. When you get a best of 3, when you're in these scenarios, especially even in this last round against Dark Zero, they understood the win condition. They understood they play slow. They don't need to get aggressive. They don't need to force their own hand. And this is truly what shows me that this is a different SSG. We even talked to Fultz after that game that wrapped up the stage of what are you going to do? What is this aggression going to look like? And he talked about they want to adopt all kinds of playstyles so they can pivot that whenever they need to. And that to me is showcasing me more than any other previous roster has, that they are taking the identity of that aggressiveness and trying to be more tame. When you look at teams like SR, when you look at teams like DZ, that they know when to get aggressive, but they also know when to pump the brakes. And that to me is going to be the biggest difference maker once we get into this best of 3 and what those results look like, where they might stand at the end of it.
Absolutely, because we always talk about the SSG plateau. Essentially, they'll one day they can be hot, and then the next day immediately they look like a completely disorientated team. And that's the issue is, yeah, they'll make the event, but then they go to the event and it's poor results and they come back and it's the same story. But I agree with the statement of this is a situation where now that they have the adaptation of being able to play slow, there's a lot of potential in the upside of them being able to surpass that ceiling.
Well, best of 3, as we talked about, so much can come down to this map, Vito, and where we start, especially for Wildcard, trying to avoid some of that SSG defensive aggression. We start out with Nighthaven Labs. Lax, this is an interesting one.
This is. We haven't seen either of the teams pull it out here this stage. And now if you're a Space Station, you're happy you're starting on defense here. This is where the aggression, again, I wanted to see a little bit tamed. You don't need to force your hand here. You have to allow Wildcard to possibly try to get into the building, open up the site. But for SSG, again, just play a little simpler game. But that Chalet game, that's going to be a game where I am going to see that aggression really start to flourish there, really start to pick up. And then Kafe, I mean, that's, wait.
That's Kafe.
Okay, that is Kafe. I thought. Okay, I think I was looking at this wrong. But yeah, I mean that first map in particular, we haven't seen it from either one of these teams. It's going to be an interesting one. Now for Wildcard, we talked about all being together, being able to adapt, understand the win condition. I think we have seen that from their past 2 games, and it really has to start here, especially on the attacks. Where again, I think the beginning is really going to start with a shield player like Dash being able to get into the building, be able to create headway on Labs. But again, for SSG, I just need to see a slow, methodical aggression.
Yeah, I don't think the maps have that much of a hold over the fact of the bans. The bans were so calculated by both teams, essentially just getting rid of Border, Wildcard getting rid of Border, that's one of SSG's best maps. SSG immediately getting rid of Skyscraper and Clubhouse. So, of course, if you're Wildcard in a situation, every other map, Chalet, SSG is going to pick it. So you don't want to pick that first. So you're going to have to go to a map that you haven't shown yet, which Labs, honestly, as a map, when you're looking at the 2 teams, it's more structured, more defender-sided. Wildcard would have the edge on a map like Labs, as opposed to a map like Chalet, where you're going to give SSG, the more aggressive team, you're going to give them the edge onto that map. And then in a map like Kafe, I mean, we've seen ups and downs from Wildcard on it. SSG is a lot more consistent when it comes to the map. That being said, I think Wildcard should get it in a 2-0, or else I believe it'll go to SSG if they go to Kafe.
All right, I'm hearing that prediction there. Lax, what do you think?
I mean, given how Wildcard have looked the past 2 play days and leading into playoffs now, I mean, I have to give it to Wildcard because that was the Wildcard that we received during Reload. But this first map, I am going to have to give it to SSG.
All right, well, our second quarterfinal getting underway now. It is SSG going against Wildcard, and it starts right now.
Great job as always. And how do you follow up an intense best of 3 as we saw with M80 versus OXG? Now with SSG versus Wildcard, well, it sure looked, Jesse, like the tarps are off for SSG as they rip their shirts. An unfortunate thing, but some, I suppose, eye candy for the viewers at home. Even if the action in the server doesn't grab your interest, well, maybe the player cams just might. We start exactly where M80 versus OXG started, which is on Labs. Are you expecting a different matchup between SSG and Wildcard than we saw out of M80 and OXG?
Oh, SSG. Yeah, I think you always got to expect something unique when this team hits the server, right? They're known for their fast, aggressive plays. They like to get in your face. They like to prank, as they like to say. But it was interesting in a previous interview last week, Faults talked about how they're trying to widen their playstyle, how they're trying to rein things in a little bit. Not always, right? They don't want to leave the playstyle that's been working for them for years, but they want to expand their toolbox a little bit. So for SSG, I'm hoping we get a bit of a mysterious look from them. I want to get some new looks on some of these maps that they've maybe played before, especially for a map like Lair or like Nighthaven Labs, because when these two teams met at Reload, this was actually the map that they played down in Rio de Janeiro, and that was an elimination game where SSG got sent home after losing that map 7-3. So I'm hoping things go a little bit different. Now, of course, the whole SSG system has changed since Reload. They made a lot of adjustments after that tournament. So I don't think it'll be as dominant for Wildcard, but they still have to have the edge. They have historically been very good on this map and historically very good against SSG.
Jesse, do you want to talk about the operator lineup in the bottom right before they get locked in, or what are you thinking here?
You did this. I didn't even do this last game. I will talk about the operator bans really quick because they are kind of fun. We've got the Dokkaebi being banned out with SSG. That's obviously been an operator that Baby Shark has been running a ton for Wildcard, so they're going to be removing that out of his toolbox. He'll have to flex to a different attacking operator into the start. Looks like that's going to be the Nook. Monty, of course, a very common ban here on Nighthaven Labs, and then Kaid Mira, about as standard as it gets.
Well, Baby Shark is already off to the races. Maybe less and maybe more Donna. Maybe he goes from Baby Shark to just regular Shark in Jaws. He is on a Nook. He should be getting in relatively quickly. I'm a bit frustrated that we are not seeing player cams from SSG just yet. Give the people what they want.
You want to see it, don't you?
I actually do not care what they're wearing. I think it's funny from a broadcast perspective. Well, Baby Shark catches Ashen off guard, and now an EMP to try and dislodge the clash. This is excellent coordination. Look at how quickly they were to the punch as Fultz gets punished by Bay. Now it's J90 and Newers as the last two standing. Wildcard still all 5 players alive. They've got dual shields and they are close enough to the bomb site to do some serious damage. Dash is actually in the bomb site and could get the plant down when he chooses, but maybe they fear where these remaining players are. It's all up to Newers, and Wildcard are just a single kill away, and there it will be from a flawless start. Excellent stuff.
Well, it doesn't get much better than that, does it, Parker? They start off with some really good frags coming out from Shark on the Nook. And this is the problem with target banning against Baby Shark. You know, yes, Dokkaebi's his most played operator. He's been a great Dokkaebi player so far for Wildcard. But Baby Shark has also played a ton of different attackers. In fact, with 22 different attacking operators played, it is the most out of any player in playoffs, tied with J90. I'll give him credit there. But he's been very versatile. He's been in a bit of a flex position, a bit of a flex lurk role for this Wildcard team, and he's showing exactly how flexible he can be with different operators in that round. Getting that early pick, of course, onto the connector players. The clash play, I don't know, that was a little out there for me. Didn't feel like they knew exactly what they wanted to do with it with SSG because there was a player jumping in electrical right behind him. So yeah, things kind of fell apart in the side of Space Station. Hopefully just the first round jitters, get it out of the way, and they can bounce back stronger in round 2.
As we saw from the very first matchup of OXG M80, there is very little that we can gain solely from a one round, whether it's flawless or not. Could it be the very first part of SSG's House of Cards toppling? It could be, of course, but I mean, on paper, SSG should be the better team. There is a bigger gulf between these squads than there was of M80 and OXG. Though I will say, Wildcard only finished a single point back of Oxygen, and Oxygen gave M80 a pretty big run for their money. What's at stake here is a shot in the upper bracket semifinals tomorrow against the second place team of Dark Zero. Dark Zero looked impervious and, dare I say, indefatigable, if I can use that word on a broadcast, which I don't think I've ever really used that much, but I've been waiting to use until the end of the stage. Kind of, they slowed down a little bit, and maybe they regressed, maybe teams caught up. I'm not entirely certain. Again, only having 9 actual matches doesn't give us enough of a window into how a team will play, but best of 3s will be quite revealing here. Space Station and Wildcard will play off against Dark Zero, who by finishing second in the regular stage got a bye. The loser will go down to the lower bracket quarterfinals, which means that they are still very much in this, and I would not sweat it. But no team, of course, as we said with the M80 OXG matchup, no team is playing thinking, oh, well, we've got another shot. Every team is going to queue into the server wanting to prevail.
So SSG are holding a ton of map control. They've got players on the top floor and the mid floor. They've got them over towards garage and storage as well. And Wildcard don't seem to care. They are sending it straight down through EXO. They want to be able to get a plant off. They've likely done a little bit of breach work over on the main assembly breach. That looks to be where Kansan is holding right now. So they'll have this angle. They need to put a little bit of pressure up inside of storage so they don't get denied from above. Even though you're going to be planting on a blitz, you still got to be careful that you don't get denied from that top floor. Benja's currently playing inside, so if you're trying to go for a smoke plant, he will still be able to get that vert angle on top of you. So they need to be pressure there, but otherwise it's a very linear direct push from Wildcard that's starting to send into sight now.
And just through the doorway, the first shield will go of Dash. The only shield, there it is. As J90 dies, Fultz will join them shortly thereafter. And my goodness, we are now seeing what we expected to be in the very first game. An attacker-sided Nighthaven Labs. Kansan dies, but then Wildcard get right back on the board. Unless Newers can pull off some kind of magic here, it sure seems like SSG will walk away through these first 2 rounds with only a single kill, and that's exactly what will happen. Only 1 kill through 2 rounds is a devastating start. I don't know if SSG will slap their timeout early or not, but there should be some serious cause for concern on the side of the SSG coaching staff.
Yeah, game plan is going perfectly right now for Wildcard on their map pick. That was an interesting push. Usually when you see teams go for that push, what they do is they take control of kitchen cafeteria, they go down the vending stairs, they take EXO control, and then they go for this plant just inside the EXO door, inside of assembly. They try to make a plant happen just in the doorway, and then they've got to dodge some nitros. They got to watch out from up above. That's what I thought Wildcard were going to do. Instead, they rotated through the hallway into Nano, and it was actually Dash that got the opening pick playing on that blitz. He wasn't content just to play passive, go for that plant. I think that's what SSG were expecting. Instead, went in through the back, got that opening pick, had a teammate behind him to get the second pick as well, really cracked that site wide open. And then they had free reigns of the bottom floor. They didn't need to worry about getting denied from above because they moved their plant all the way over to tank. They picked an awkward spot that wouldn't be denied from up above. Really smart play from Wildcard. I think understanding what was expected of them and doing the opposite to catch SSG off guard.
And there it is. Well, it's a tech pause, not a tactical timeout. That's okay. I mean, I do think that it certainly benefits this SSG team, but I will say during tech pauses, you're not supposed to be able to talk. I do wonder if the tech pause might be something related to do with their jerseys. Well, I actually don't know in the rule book if you're allowed to play shirtless. So
I mean, they played the last play day, right? They played without their shirts, I believe, against DZ as well. So you know they're used to this.
Fair.
They like to be out and expressing themselves. I remember they forced Fultz to put on his jersey for the interview, though. So whilst he did get away with it for the playing, I don't know if this will disqualify Ashen for being a part of the interview or not, but
We used to be a real country, Jesse. You know, until unfortunately now players can't be shirtless because of the woke, I believe. So that's my professional understanding of the current situation, you know, but
oh boy.
We are getting word that part of the tech pause was that players were forced to get their jerseys on us. One of our producers just said, "I am the woke." So if, by the way, you do not understand humor and are terminally online and think that we are being sincere, then I ask you to maybe take a step back because we are simply joking. Does not need to be said, but unfortunately not every viewer gets this. It is not woke to wear a shirt. So we have, unfortunately, tarps must be on, as they would say. Just as hopefully SSG, by putting on their jerseys, will be able to also put on a better show in the server because they have but a single kill through 2 rounds, and it was Ashen getting a largely impactless frag. For defenders to not get a kill through 2 rounds is really something. If it was attackers, I could kind of understand that. Attacking can be quite challenging, but a lot of times defenders, the attackers come to you. You just need to be prepared for it, be ready for it.
Yep.
SSG unfortunately did not get that memo so far, and they're suffering now through the first 2 rounds.
Well, hopefully a little bit of time to reset too in that tech pause for SSG to think about what's been going wrong. They'll run back the top floor. Of course, if they didn't play it here, they'd only get 1 chance in the second half, assuming they win it. Now they can get 2 Ws on the top floor before this side ends, and top floor on Nighthaven can be extremely powerful, especially with the zombie up, as Newers is currently trying to take advantage of that. No hard breachers were banned, but they're still going to use the Mav to make this wall a bit softer. I think OXG did a really good job of this same strategy back when they were playing this a couple hours ago. Wall being opened up with no real issues. Took a bit of time, but not going to be the end of the world. Fenrir not punished as he gets on out. That's Benja, who is currently 0-2. Not having the greatest of seasons for SSG, but he is willing to make huge plays when he needs to. And Fault's in that category as well.
Oh, that's how you start off strong. Again, they come to you, right? So what do? You wait for them at the open door. Dash walks in. He dies. He has no shield to give himself a bit more protection, if we want to say it that way. And with that, a lead for SSG, which they've not had so far in this match.
Yeah, it's weird to see Kansan on the Blackbeard rather than Dash. Dash was never the shield player for W7M. That was always Dots' role, but ever since coming to Wildcard, he has picked up the primary shield role for this team. Every team's got to have 1 shield player at this point. They're trying to hunt down Faults, who is still bottom lobby. He's not run up the stairs just yet, and if he does, he should be met by Bay with an air jab, so Faults is going to need to fight his way out. Even if he does just die, though, Parker, I love the time he's wasting. Less than a minute now on the clock.
Yeah, I mean, again, part of the roam is not necessarily to get kills. It's to waste time, waste utility. Fultz has done a great job of that. And with 40 seconds, he set his team up very effectively. Unfortunately, SSG has lost 2 players. So what could have been a blowout round for them has fallen by the wayside. I say unfortunately for the fans, not for us, because we don't particularly care. Wildcard will now take the upper hand in the engagement. Baby Shark and Bay 8-0 to start off this bout. And there's opportunities for those numbers to continue to tick upward. Bay takes out Ashen, Baby Shark takes out J90, and despite the spirited effort from Fultz to kickstart the round, they ultimately sputter out and fall completely flat. Wildcard very firmly in the driver's seat in this matchup.
I really want to give credit to Bay. I feel like he's a player that does not get talked about anywhere nearly as much as he should be. He's been extremely consistent for Wildcard all season. 79% cost is the highest in the lobby and top 10 in North America. There was a time a few weeks ago where he was top 1 in North America as well. Always consistent, contributing to every single round, whether that means staying alive or more often as the entry, finding one of those frags, finding an opening for his teammates, even if he dies, making sure that he gets traded. It's part of how the wildcard system works, where Bay can be that tip of the spear, and if things don't go so well, Kansan or someone else behind him is always able to find that refrag. So I really want to give credit to Bay. I think he's been an exceptional player for Wildcard throughout this season, racking up the kills in that one, and is going to prompt attack timeout as SSG will now get their chance to talk with Callout. This isn't their map pick. They don't need to be too concerned if they lose it, but even still, going down 0-3, defending on Nighthaven is never where you want to be.
I mean, I think so much of the focus for Wildcard has been on a player like Kansan, right? I mean, he's absolutely dominated. Prior to Diffuser climbing the ratings, I remember when Kansan was the only non-Shopify Rebellion Dark Zero player at the top of the entire league. I mean, DZ and Shopify Rebellion have just been so good that you expect them to be at the top. Ambi's first, Citizen second, Pambazoo's third, Rexen is fourth. Like, that is really quite an absurd thing. Diffuser just narrowly edges out Kansan for fifth overall, but I mean, Kansan has been mighty, mighty good, racking them up. Entered the day 16 kills shy of 100. As it stands right now, there's only one player that has broken 100 kills, at least excluding the matchup that we saw earlier, which is Ambi at 111. Rexen's not that far behind at 94 to break it as well. Could very easily see some of these players involved in action here breaking that milestone and really cementing themselves as some of the top players in the region. But yeah, I mean, Bay can be unfortunately hit or miss. You know, he enters the day at a +6, 64 kills, 58 deaths season. Unfortunately, he's underwater when it comes to entry picks, but he also plays flex/support fragging ops. So there are times where he won't be at the forefront of whatever Execute Wildcard is doing or whatever Roam Wildcard might be doing as defenders. So getting those numbers on what can be considered utility roles is very impressive for a player like Bay.
Yeah, I mean, he is their primary entry, but like often Dash is kind of the tip of the spear, right? Because he's playing on those aggressive shields like Blitz and Blackbeard. So it's often one of those situations where he's not always the first one engaged. And again, he gets traded when he does go down, which is key. First player to go down will be Vaults this time, though, to the hands of Baby Shark, who is 6-0 running back the Nook on this site. Finally traded back, and we're not done with the Chaos top floor as Bay finds a trade back onto J9O to keep the man advantage. But this is definitely the start that Wildcard are hoping to continue to have. Their entry frags here on the top floor of Nighthaven have been absolutely phenomenal. Just working all around the map. Some players Raptors, some players Connector. Doesn't seem to matter. They're working those picks regardless. And now they're forcing Newers to fall off. He would love to stick around and take a fight back, get numbers back on their side, but he just can't do it all alone.
Yeah, I'm very surprised at the way that SSG just continues to fold round after round. Nobody on the team having more than a single kill. Benjamaster still looking for his. Benja's gone through a bit of an odd set of games on this SSG team. At least he's playing a high-value utility op in that Legion. Good for damage, good for intel, good for area denial, and great to slow things down as we get into the final moments of a round, which we are still quite a ways from. We just hit the halfway point of round number 4, and Wildcard have yet to drop a round. Again, Nighthaven Labs is an attacker-sided map. We expect the attackers to do well. Maybe not quite this well, but still well nonetheless. SSG had a tech pause, then they had a tactical timeout. Ashen coming alive, taking down Baby Shark, and now it's Bay's chance to do some damage to the aforementioned Benjamaster, whose Gumine is putting in some serious work. That was Baby Shark's first death, by the way. Will Bay join him in the afterlife? Still 12 kills between these two at the top of Wildcard. Bay hunting up. Down goes Benjamaster. Benja still without a kill. Bay still without a death.
Feels really good for that push. Now it's Ashen and Newers all alone. No impacts, no nitro cells either. They're all out of utility. One flash from Bay Ashen could avoid with those goggles. 2 Kibas as well from Newers for whatever that's worth, but this is not going to be simple. They've got to be playing together so that if one guy dies, they can go for the trade. Spiker doesn't have a great way into sight. He's going to go Animus for a plant on this side, and again, with no nitros, it's going to be tough to stop this plant.
Newers and Ashen now looking for something. Limited HP for Wildcard. Spiker, where's his opportunity? Down has gone Bay. They just couldn't get the job done. A bit of a blunder from Wildcard. They thought, based on the numbers, that they would be able to get in and get the plant, but they just had no intel on the last 2 players from Space Station. They ran out of time, and instead of trying a haphazard plant, they go for more intel, more kills, and they lose out on all fronts. Because of that, the clock gives the round over to SSG, and they are finally on the board.
Benja died with like 41 seconds left on the clock. At that point, Spiker was outside of the bomb site, right? Just sitting outside on the breach as he was for the rest of that round. Kansan and Bay were connected over towards Cargo. So you've got to imagine if they'd been able to work the vert, a plant behind the pillar inside a tank would have been huge for them. But I think he was a little bit worried, Spiker was, of going for the cross. So then last second, he's like, I'll just plant inside the door, which again, with no nitro, should be really safe. And then he saw the Goyo canister. And as soon as he saw that Goyo, he was like, shoot, I can't plant here. There's no time to get to a new plant spot. I've got to just push up for kills. They end up losing the fights. That's a really awkward one that gets away from Wildcard. Felt like they should have been able to win it, but the time gets away from them. There's a little bit more util in sight that they're not aware of. So credit to the SSG roamers. They didn't get a whole lot of kills. Benja 0-4, but he wasted a whole lot of time. Those other players top floor as well. Ashen able to delay quite a bit of time as the last guy alive in sight, and then some players roaming up alongside Benja were really the difference makers to stall things out and put Wildcard in that quite rough position.
It really did just come down to the clock management, and sometimes things can slow down a little bit. Wildcard had so much bravado and so much swagger in those earlier rounds that anything less than an execute or first blood being drawn by about a minute left is sluggish by comparison. So, I mean, Wildcard must like this tempo. They'll start off strong yet again. I said first blood happening with about a minute to go. Well, it's not even a minute in, and Wildcard have already killed Ashen on that roam on the Soulless, an operator whose only value will come from being alive. So we talk about passive and active gadgets. Well, Soulless is an active gadget. If Soulless is dead, there's nothing to be found from this operator, and unfortunately, SSG are worse now because of it.
Yeah, it's the 4th entry pick from Wildcard in 5 rounds as well. So they've got to be feeling really good about how each of these rounds are starting. The Illinois entry duo of Ashen and Newers just haven't been able to put it together so far today. So that's something that they're going to have to work on through the rest of this stage, the rest of this playoff stage, I should say. Kitchen's a very odd bomb site to find ourselves on, but I like the setup that SSG have so far. They've just got Benja alone top floor. Even if he dies, there's a lot of horizontal angles that you can lock things down from on this site. And it doesn't seem like Wildcard are too concerned with taking the top floor, right? It's just Benja up there, but it doesn't feel like Wildcard really minds so much. And if that means Benja's going to stay alive to get a vert denial, well, that could be massive in the late round.
Another round, another kill for Fultz on this roam, and now he'll be hunted down and potentially punished for it. Newers will come to the rescue as there's a vault on in. Baby Shark almost team killing Bay. As amidst the smoke right now, Newers hears sounds around him. Bay has X-ray vision and guns him down. Potentially a lucky shot, and now Fultz will join as well. 9 kills for Bay through 4 finished rounds, 5 active. Benja and J90 now not far removed. Bay should see one through the smoke, but he misses the opportunity. Benja finally on the board. Diffuser goes down and it's all up to Spiker, who's got 1 target in his sights. He decides, I'm not going to play for that inside the bomb site. I'll go outside instead and attempt to draw them out. SSG can double up on this case now planted. One will watch while the other goes to it, and there'll be a tight angle. Spiker, a nice shot on the J90, and he gets them both. It looked so routine for him, but it's not that easy to pull it off. Wildcard go back to their winning ways as their lead goes back to 3 rounds.
Wise beyond his years. Spiker, really smart play in that 1v2, the youngest captain in the North America League, but he knows how good a plant is on that site. Kind of a weird push overall from Wildcard. Usually you see teams really focus on getting the meeting room up above, taking long desk, taking security. Wildcard were very focused just on that window, just on pushing into the front door, and they managed to get enough distractions to get that plant down through the kitchen window. Once that defuse kit goes down, it is almost impossible for the attackers to lose. Spiker played that correctly, just waiting for them to jump out at you. Knew that he had that kit down. It was the 1v2, but who cares? Bay did a whole lot of work in the hallway as well, continuing to have a lights-out game for his teammates here on Wildcard. And yeah, just brilliant positioning late round from Spiker to get that done. A player who, you know, had a bit of a rough start in the North America League. His first season, back when he was 18 years old, he had to team with Laxing on Parabellum, which I wouldn't wish on my worst enemy, and then didn't get much better, went over to Mirage right after that. Finally, the next season, found a home on Wildcard, where he's been ever since. So safe to say he found his place and is looking really good on this team.
Oh, 5-1 first half would be, just chef's kiss based on what we saw to that M80 OXG matchup. And Ashen will crush Dash and then hit him with the drive-by question mark. I mean, Ashen is really the only bright spot on the kills department of SSG, but frankly, with the scoreline, I don't think anybody on Space Station should be typing in chat at all. I guess if you want to motivate your team, you can do just that. Hopefully, Wildcard, for their sake, do not fall victim to the trash talk in chat. Wildcard can do all of their talking in the game. And Labs, of course, is an attacker-sided map, and it's also Wildcard's pick. Feel free to correct me if I'm wrong on that one. So both of these things working out as you'd expect. A 5-1 half for Wildcard would be terrific, but not really what they need. 4-2 gets them still into the green.
Yeah, I think for Wildcard, although this is their map pick and they're a very good Nighthaven Labs team, they're still underdogs in this matchup. You know, this is 6th seed versus 3rd. This is SSG you're going against. These are no small fish. So even to be able to take your map pick so dominantly, I think would be a big statement. And heading into Chalet, you'd be feeling good too. Not exactly the Blackbeard play you wanted at Kansan. Spiker falls right after. So I think the 4-2 is looking likely. Baby Shark with the pistol, hoping he can change my mind, but he's got a lot of work to do just with him and Bay.
And he was trying to go for a slow peek onto Benja. He does not succeed. Baby Shark and Bay are still combined for 17 kills, which is got to be up there for a duo at this point in time. I do wish we had stat tracking for most kills by a player or a duo through 6 rounds. Bay will die, so 17 is where it will stand as the side swap kicks in now. But 17 kills across 2 players in just 6 rounds is unheard of. I'm certain it's happened before. But what a start by these two. And the man who entered the day as the highest rated player on Wildcard, Kansan, has been held to just, 2 kills, 3 kills through those 6 rounds. I suppose if you've got 2 players killing everybody, it's kind of hard for you to compete. But Kansan is perfectly capable of battling with the best of them. He's just letting his teammates get the glory right now. Operator bans come in for the second half as Wildcard, on the good side of their own map, comes out 4-2.
And we look at the classic Bandit Kaid double ban on Nighthaven, which is the most common duo of operators to see get taken out for the defenders. And Wildcard answer back with a couple of hard breach bans. So it's a good thing SSG did remove the electrifying operators, because not having a Maverick or an Ace trying to open a wall with mute jammers, bandit batteries, and electric claws would be miserable. I think it's worth noting too, when it comes down to the kills on Wildcard, obviously it's the entry duo of Baby Shark and Bay that are having the most value in this game. But keep in mind what Fox was saying on the desk before this game even went on, right? It's not about necessarily who is getting the kills on Wildcard. It's about the overall system where they're positioning their players in the right spots. They've got their early players in Dash and Baby Shark, or sorry, not Dash, but Bay and Baby Shark doing what they need to do. And then late round, if they require them, Kansan can be there. They can have Dash out there. They can have Spiker, whoever it needs to be. So it really is a team effort from Wildcard, the way they've been playing this game all stage long, even though it's often been Kansan who has top fragged this team. It's been a team effort. They've had a lot of good coordination, and they're a successful team, not just because they've got talented individuals like Bay and like Kansan, but because they've been able to work as a unit, despite not being a team for more than 6 months.
Wildcard's top 4 run at Reload really did catch some people by surprise, and I think it threw our expectations a little bit out of whack. I know that you and I co-streamed the event, but there were some good looks from some of the Wildcard guys. Dash in particular had some very good looks that have yet to be replicated here. Though I will say, to his credit, Dash does enter as the 2nd highest rated player on this team today, which is not funny, but I mean, if you just take a step back and examine the body of work from Wildcard through stage 1, I don't think anybody's saying, yeah, Dash is the 2nd best player on the team, but by rating, he is. He's not that far removed from Bay, who is in 3rd.
Well, it's interesting because Dash was -24 after the first 2 weeks. He was the worst player in the league. And then in the last 2 weeks of groups, battled back massively. He now sits with an even KD, 76 and 76. So he's very much made a comeback. Not sure if it was a playstyle change after week 2 or if he just got his act together, but he's been far better in the second half compared to the first half of the season where you and I were doing a lot of the casting.
The biggest surprise for me has been Baby Shark. He's at the very bottom of the team and frankly is very little company beyond a couple of the other squads down at the bottom. And he's one of the few players who are down there on fragging roles. Most of the bottom rated players are on support roles. When you look at guys like Bino, Skimzy, Dream, JJ Blast, Canadian, they all share one thing in common, which is that they're playing on roles where they are probably going to die and not get a lot of kills. So to have Baby Shark down there as well, quite bad. Now, very first attack for Space Station, and they're going to remove Bay's head from his body and find themselves with quite a nice lead of one player and getting rid of the Fenrir and also the highest kills in the server. That'll be good for SSG for the final minute.
And just fighting Ghost. He's got players all around him, but he sees one around the corner. Gonna just back off, dash downstairs, deciding he doesn't want to take this fight, knows he doesn't have to. Not a lot of good control from SSG in the 4v4. They've got Raptors, they've got IT, but not a lot else if they can't get the fish haul.
Flashing out in the clash will take up space now instead as SSG is getting pummeled trying to get into this bomb site, Jesse. Things looked so good for them at the start, but it's all fallen by the wayside. Newers, the newest addition to this team, is last one left, and he will have a prompt exit at the hands of an explosive. Tossed out by Baby Shark. Obviously, making up for lost time, wanting to climb the Siege GG standings. Wildcard will take their first round as defenders, which is a promising sign for their fans because you expect them to drop more rounds than they win. They're already off to a good start.
Yeah, really miserable push, frankly, from SSG. Not that it was bad, but just feels really bad to push into that because you're going up against the Clash. I really like that play from Kansan. A Clash on that bomb site is so difficult to get past. It's so annoying, frankly, to get through because if you don't have multiple dimensions to your push, if you don't have anybody coming in through jungle, if you don't have anybody coming in through fish, well, you're all pushing the same direction. Right? You're pushing IT, you're pushing Raptors, you're both coming in from the north, and the Clash doesn't have to expose her back to anyone, doesn't have to worry about different angles, can just stare at all the players trying to make that entrance through, and then while Kansan is slowing you down on your entry, while Kansan is making your life miserable, it's his teammates around him that are standing up and getting those kills. So really awkward for SSG. If they'd won that fight down on the bottom floor, they could have had somebody rotating up Aqua, could have had somebody pushing fish, and that would have added that second dimension that maybe could have shifted that push in their way. But without it, that push just feels really, really tough. And so SSG, that is a devastating round to lose. They at least won't have to go back to that bomb site for a couple of rounds. And in theory, if they can win every other site, they can still force overtime. But they are not making it easy on themselves.
This might be unfounded just based on numbers. But SSG has always been a team, to me, that seems to sink or swim. There is no in between. Either they dominate or they collapse. Ashen, after getting a kill to go a positive 4-4, has gone 0-3 since. Baby Shark will remove him very quickly into the round and then hit him with the exact same question mark that Ashen had hit Wildcard with. Again, I understand the chatter and I'm generally a fan of it because I find it adds something to the match, and it's obviously a talking point for us. In order to have good heroes, you need to have good villains, and Ashen loves to be a villain, as do several of the players on this SSG team. But I do kind of raise an eyebrow when I see that. When you are behind and you are saying things like that, I do wonder if that's the right time and the right place to do so.
People will talk about this a lot. I feel like it's good to be consistent, man. If you're going to talk all the time, right? Anything that happens, you can't back down and only talk when things are going good. That's my opinion, at least. And that seems to be how Ashen likes to play things as well. But taste of his own medicine a little bit. Candle will start to fly in, and this is going to be the brunt of the push. But Faults falls off. He's just trying to distract so his teammates can get in, and Newers is looking to plant storage.
Oh my, Fultz will fall by the wayside too, and Newers will join him. SSG just collapsing time and time again. It's a good shout by Benja, and now Newers is on the board too. My goodness. Very well played by Benja, showing shades of the player who was at one point a world champion. You can't take that away from him. A missed opportunity by J90 right as Kansan gets the shield in front of his face. That was very narrowly an equalizer. Now Benja will get the diffuser down as J90 creeps up. I don't think Spiker knows about this at all. He'll give his position away with the bullet marks, and Spiker lives to see another day on the ground, and he beats J90. He had no right getting that kill. Benjamaster inside the site, sitting on the case. He takes down what remained of Kansan. Spiker counter diffusing as Bay watches over it and will ensure nobody stops Spiker from getting the job done. What a great retake by Wildcard, and a terrific effort by Space Station to get to that point in the round. Both teams juggling that moment so effectively, but the look on the faces of Space Station tell the full story. Wildcard winning yet another, and now they move to match point.
Yeah, you said it exactly right, Parker. I don't think SSG could have played that any better. They had the defuse kit inside of control, but without, or inside of storage, I should say, but without any bodies up on the top floor, they knew they couldn't plant there. It was too obvious. So they go over to control to get the defuse kit down. They smoke for the plant. That was exactly what they had to do. J9O unfortunately loses his one down at the bottom of Fish Stairs, and then Benja does what he can, but in the 1v2, the pressure is way too fast from Wildcard. Played it super well, but it just wasn't enough, and now it's a 6-2 situation. The early round gets away from SSG once again, as it has this whole matchup. Go back to those opening picks, it's evened out a little bit, but it still feels like it has been Wildcard in control. They've had 5 of the 8 so far when it comes down to the entries, and a lot of that is coming back down to Baby Shark, who has the majority of those 5. Talk about a player who is still kind of getting used to things here in North America. His rookie season, he's been imported across the seas, and he didn't start with the super strong stage. You talk about his statistics, has not been very high for Wildcard, but today he is showing up where he needs to.
Yeah, I mean, the 2 top-rated players are Kansan and Dash, as we mentioned, and it's the guys that are just a bit below, including their worst-rated player in Baby Shark, who are leading the way. SSG better be able to swiftly recover on Chalet. Not that I want to write them off way too early, but I mean, the 2 rounds that SSG have won were not really in a place where I think they can replicate it with any consistency. Wildcard just needs a single round win. That's it. We are so early into the second half, Jesse. We don't even have that 3rd operator ban coming out. Bay will tussle with Ashen upstairs and kill him without losing a single point of HP. That's 0-4 on Ashen since typing the question mark in chat. That is not exactly what you want to do after trying to get under the skin of your opponents. It seems to have worked the opposite way, as Wildcard have only improved.
Still plenty of utility from Wildcard too. They've got 3 guys on the top floor trying to make some sort of a play happen if they need to. For the moment, they can just chill because the onus really is on SSG. A couple of nitros down at the bottom floor as well. Kansan's wasted his, and Spiker looks like he's primed to toss his at next. But with 90 seconds to go, what do SSG have? They've got a lot of soft breach. If they can work a pick through that, that would be a big difference maker. But without it, I don't know if this push is going to go their way. They're going to have to drop the Animus hatch. They'll be dropping straight into a Nitro Cell as well, and they die before they even get close.
Wow, that first Nitro Cell misses, but it's going to be a complete cleanup. Newer's the last alive against 4 players on Wildcard. They say it's a marathon, not a sprint, but Wildcard sure is sprinting to a conclusion at the moment. They've got some utility to spare. Castle barricades will persist. Black mirrors are still there, but beyond that and the cardiac sensor in the hands of Kansan, it's all gunfire for Wildcard. Baby Shark will find it and send this one away. My goodness, it feels like SSG didn't even spawn into this first map. Wildcard dominated in every single sense of the word and barely broke a sweat while doing it. We were running perfectly on time for our first best of 3, but it seems like Wildcard have some kind of plans or engagement later today because they are making up for lost time. We are already going away to Chalet, map 2, and we just started. We've barely gotten underway.
It was a 7-3 win at Reload on this very map, and I thought there's no way it'll be quite as dominant. Well, it wasn't 7-3, it was 1 better. 7-2 from Wildcard. That's a statement.
Chalet is up next, and the analysts are going to be eager to talk about what we just witnessed between SSG and Wildcard. Sit tight.
And Dash together. Unbelievable. Can he get there in time? Cameraman's going to complete. Big ET finds a huge 4K and Gimbo. Their first round. There's only 4 seconds left. What? There's no way.
whilst not easy, is potentially winnable.
no.
They give him a 1v1, and they've given him
Stop! They find the down as well! Yesterday they took the crown from LA! Today they take the kingdom from Blacktown!
Keep an eye out for contact.
Available now.
is armory
I'm
door.
gonna flank her. I'm gonna go to the back.
Don't small. I'm holding your armory door. Just chill. Chill, structure. Small door.
In.
I have your armory door.
Nice,
Nice,
boys. Let's go.
Let's go, boys.
Good man.
Good out, guys.
Guys, let's go, guys. Good job.
Now that is how you open up a series with a win. It was on their own map, but Wildcard, they come out swinging, and they get things started in this matchup against SSG. But what a start, Lax. They were as coordinated as we've ever seen.
Yeah, I mean, statement performance after performance after performance. I mean, this is realistically the wild card that we saw during Reload, that we were hyping up all stage, that we didn't see all stage, but now we're actually seeing it start to come to fruition at the end of the Super Week, now into today. And these are key moments that we highlighted again and again with wildcarders. They are so good at understanding the win condition. They are so good at understanding where they need to adapt, where they need to apply pressure, singling out these players from SSG. I mean, this, again, is the wild card that we highlighted early on in the stage, and I'm so glad we're getting to see that now.
Yeah, I think we're extremely ecstatic about the fact that Wildcard was just doing such a good job at picking apart SSG, individualizing every single player. And when we talk about Wildcard taking the gap, right, it's a little bit different when you're taking the gap on defense or as opposed if you're playing the pick gap. So essentially every single time Wildcard would see a player alone, they just coordinated. This guy's alone, 3, 2, 1, we double peek him. At least that was the standard for Wildcard, and they were doing a great job. And because SSG is so aggressive, they're so sporadic, and they take position or hold position very spaced out, it makes it that much easier for a team like Wildcard just to identify where the player is and go for him right away, get that advantage. And it didn't look like SSG had a response to that. They weren't playing closer together. We weren't seeing them use that passivity where they could all play together and turtle up. They just kept throwing the same defenses at Wildcard, hoping that they'd just be able to outshoot their way out of the problem. And then once they were on attack, it didn't really look like SSG. Even when they went for these executes and got the diffuser down, Wildcard was not panicking. Yeah. That was the discipline that we saw out of Reload, and now we're seeing it here in playoffs.
Well, it kind of speaks to the preparation they had coming into this game. Clearly, they knew the kind of team they were going to go up against, and clearly, they put the right people in the right positions to capitalize. Bay is someone we talked a lot about. He was playing lights out.
Listen, I hope Bay has a significant other at home that's watching these games so she can, or he can be going, that's my Bay! Because he was going crazy this game. And, you know, this was a play that we also talked about during Reload, where he was finding a lot of success. He was taking a lot of those engagements. And for his first international event, you don't really see that too often from some players when it's their first event, first time playing an international team. But Bay just never let up. He was always performing. He was always confident in his play. And even in this game here and throughout the stage so far, we're seeing nothing but confidence coming out of him. And in 14-5, I would say that speaks confidence.
Oh, yeah, he's mad. He's ready to go into the next game. I mean, you can see him on the screen. He was playing so great. And obviously, if you're a fan of Wildcard, I mean, Bay is just not his name, but he was your Bay for the viewers at home, essentially. But he was doing a great job at being that spearhead. Didn't look like Wildcard was ever letting up. And when you have the coordination, the ideology of, okay, we're going to go for picks, we're going to play the gap, and your entry's just constantly getting those picks, I mean, it makes everything that much easier if you're Spiker calling the team. I mean, there's no real heavy lifting you have to do when everything's going right from the jump.
Well, SSG are the favorites coming in, and now they are the ones that have the responsibility of taking it to their own map pick and finding a way to bounce back. We've got Chalet next. This is where SSG wanted to go. But what we just witnessed, Lax, is this something that they're going to have to like go back to the drawing board before they even get to this map, or can they full steam ahead knowing what they know, see if they can fix those problems?
I mean, this is no difference for SSG. They can easily bounce back. They've been in this situation before. Every team has experienced this at some point. Doesn't matter when. It's just about being a best of 3, being able to right your wrongs from the last game. Now, I think with Nighthaven Labs, where they were being exploited is they weren't giving the respect to Wildcard. When they probably should have fell back, they probably should have doubled up, they didn't. Fox was talking about they probably want to take those engagements. Why are you looking at me like that? Anyways, so going into Chalet.
I'm locked in. I want to hear what you're going to say.
Going into Chalet, it forces a lot more of that team dynamic, forces that team play. So it kind of, in some situations, when you do fall back, you're kind of already at the next line of defense. Whereas, again, in Nighthaven, you kind of move around a little bit by bit, take piece by piece of the map. But again, with Chalet, it's going to force more of that dynamic of team structure, regardless on defense, regardless of attack. So I think in some situations, that does favor SSG. But again, I mean, if Wildcard can be so oppressive on their attacking side of things, I mean, it's going to be a lot more of a struggle for SSG if they can't somehow nitpick or find a weakness within those attacking rounds.
I agree completely. I mean, I think for Wildcard, if they just keep doing what they're doing, I don't think it matters so much on the map. They were just doing a great job at isolating individual SSG players. I think SSG needs to play more of a utility-based game. If they just keep doing the same thing, it's not going to work out. Chalet, smaller map, that works in their favor, though.
All right, and let's see if they can do it. Chalet, SSG need a bounce back to send this one to the third map. We'll see how it goes right now.
Well, not to compare it to our first matchup of the day, but we kind of thought that M80 OXG was going to go that way on Nighthaven Labs. Obviously, that wasn't the case. M80 found a new gear, came back, pushed it to the brink. Wildcard did not let up at all. They were unrelenting, and with it, they dominated that first game. The people still believe in Space Station, but it looks like it's mission critical for the astronauts at this point, because if they lose here on their own map, Jesse, they go down to the lower bracket. Wildcard are situated very well as we get into map number 2 and we watch as operator bans unroll.
Yeah, this is looking scary if you're SSG, but this is your home. This is the map that you chose, so you've got to have something strong to come out onto it. Interesting bans, to be honest. We don't get an Azami ban on Chalet, which is nearly unheard of. This is one of the strongest Azami maps. I would say the strongest Azami map in the game. There's so many powerful outside angles that the attackers can take, and then Azami just shuts down. The fact that they let it through means that SSG certainly are coming in with a game plan. I don't know if it's going to be a successful one, but they clearly have a plan for what they want to do with these bans. Instead, it's going to be the Clash and the Fenrir that do get removed, which are also good operators, but I would have taken one of those alongside with the Azami personally. I'll trust the professionals, though, Parker. I assume they know what they're doing as far as Wildcard are concerned. They removed Capitao. This is a great Capitao map in Blitz again. You very often see shield bans on Chalet, as you do for most, not all, but most maps. So no surprises really coming out on that front.
No Capitao means, damn, no M80 skin.
That's true. That's a fire skin.
I will say something. Well, of course it's fire. It's Capitao. Duh, idiot. Anyway. Just a little bit of the way that we talk to each other outside of the broadcast just leaked through, and I didn't even, it wasn't even like conscious. It wasn't, it just was, that's the way we talk to each other. You know, that's what friends do. But I will say, and not to glaze any of the people here who made the skins, because I mean, there have been so many R6 share, pilot program, affiliate, whatever skins you want to call them, because they keep changing the name, that there's been a great deal of them. I will go out on a limb and say, I genuinely think that this batch of R6 share skins are the best grouping of skins that we have ever had. There are no real weak entries in my eyes. There's always been one or two where I'm just like, whatever. And then obviously I'm a certified anime hater, and there was that one where like everybody had anime skins and I wanted to pull my eyes out of my head. But like, by the way, rise up if you're anime haters. Please, let's say something in the chat if you hate anime as much as I do. But anyway, these skins are excellent, and I do like seeing them being used by teams, and I'm hopeful that if there's a next wave that they live up to that same billing. That said, enough waxing about what the operators look like and more about what this match looks like, because right away SSG are running into Wildcard's defenses over inside a Solarium and Trophy.
And good for Wildcard to not give up any bodies just yet. With that Azami, it becomes a little bit easier to survive from those outside angles, so that certainly plays a bit of a part. You see Bay playing upstairs in Piano. This idea from SSG, they've obviously got Faults here on the Sens, who's thrown 2 of those walls already, but hasn't used them just yet. Can throw another one, and a Nitro goes through. That was smart by Faults. He shot to bait the Nitro. He baited like he was repelling in to get the Nitro to get thrown out by Kansan. That was really cool.
Kansan's got quite the lineup here in the swing over towards Fultz. They both walk away with a bit less HP than they had to start with. The teams will trade out. Ashen and Baby Shark both die. These are players who, for different reasons, had a huge prominence in the previous matchup. Baby Shark and Bay absolutely terrorized Space Station. Now it's Bay's turn, who's on the ground and gets 2. Fultz and J90 both die from the same doorway. Could this have broken open the match? Yes, it will. Kansan and Dash very quickly getting the final 2 kills, and Wildcard have not let up. This is the same pace that we saw in map 1, now carrying over.
Another great round from Bay. I feel like a broken record, Parker, but when he's continuing to perform, there's not much else to say. All around from that attack, I do think SSG had some smart moments in there. Again, I really like the interactions that Faults had up on Rappel, playing that Send. Send's a great operator for attacking down on Kitchen, but that top floor proving to be too difficult for them to take control of without being able to get some of those longer angles. It was really difficult for them to work picks to get a man advantage. And then that rat spot from Bay, I don't know. They did have 4 drones alive. I'm not sure if those drones were nearby, if they were drivable, but the fact that you can't even trade the one back is really a bad look for Space Station Gaming. So Bay getting away with murder on that one, both literally and figuratively, means it's going to be starting much the same that Nighthaven did.
Well, I mean, some days teams just have your number, right? And some days you have bad days and you struggle to load in. M80 did win their matchup, but it wasn't because Gunnar was in top form. He did have a bit of a resurgence on map number 1, and to his credit, had a terrific map 3, but he was completely absent for the first 6, 7, 8 rounds of Nighthaven Labs, and then was absent for all of Kafe. You have to rely at this point in time on everybody showing up. When you make it into the playoffs and you are one of the top 4, top 6 teams, however you structure playoffs, in our case it's top 6, when you make it into the playoffs, you are playing the best of the best. You can't just beat up on the bottom teams anymore where 2 players can have an off day and, oh, that's fine. You know, I can beat Team Fluffy Kittens with one arm tied behind my back. No, it's, you're at a point in time where if 1 or 2 players are having an off day, that alone is a difference maker. You can have the best strategy, you can be coached extremely well, you can get a very favorable map pool. But if somebody like Ashen or somebody like Newers or somebody like Benjamaster are just not hitting their shots and they couldn't hit the broadside of a barn if they tried, you're going to struggle because the other team will presumably have depth from all of their players. And sometimes 1 or 2 people having an off day is all the difference.
It's also been a historical matchup that Wildcard have been favorable in. In the last 5 times these 2 teams have met, Wildcard have won 4 of them. Their only loss being an 8-7 game in Stage 2 last season. They are 2-0 this season through both Reload and Stage 1 groups. So it's long been a difficult matchup for SSG. I like this round so far from Wildcard too. Now, that nade could be scary, but Baby Shark is dodging them. His shield's still up despite 2 nades and 2 Flores drones being used by J9O. That's going to be really awkward. Finally dies to the lower angle from Ashen, so that's going to be Blue Stairs control, but with it getting immediately traded back, this is still good for Wildcard.
Oh, Bay almost had the flick on over to J9O, and somehow, puzzlingly so, Jesse, Wildcard has managed to recover quite gracefully here. Fultz and Newers now outnumbered by Wildcard. I did want to take a second to say it's very funny that when Baby Shark activates the Warden, you can see the blue hue on his screen. And Kansan was attempting to run back down to the bomb site. He gets punished for it by Newers, who will now gain access to some pretty serious intel. He's got their cams. And because all this action occurred so early on, there's still 40 seconds remaining for SSG to problem solve and get their way into a favorable spot. Spiker and Dash now limited HP. That's back bar that's been opened up by the utility of Fultz. He's still got 1 Selma in pocket if he wants to chip away at some more of those. Instead, he's got his hands full dealing with Dash. In a 1v1, Dash is trying to buy time. Tracer's coming around the corner, but Fultz is not squaring up to the doorway, managing to get past Spiker, letting the moment go. And now Newers has pushed in as well. SSG very well coordinated, but they are just losing out on their gunfights. Newers is last alive against Dash amidst the smoke, trying to recover Fultz. He'll pick up the case, but he's about to run out of time. And all Dash needed to do was hide, and he does so admirably. Wildcard surviving a wild round, and they're up 2-0.
Oh, Dash, I don't know how he's alive. About 9 chances for Newers to get that pick in the hallway, then rotating back to the rotate to see him through the softball, also in the games hall. My God, that was scary for Dash, but he does survive just barely. The support duo of Wildcard, Dash and Spiker, making sure that they play that intelligently. They don't overswing. You saw that engagement between Spiker and Fultz in the hallway. Spiker knew that he could let Fultz get in. He did not want to die and leave his teammate in a 1v2. That would be the worst case scenario. SSG trying to bait that out, trying to make something happen, but they couldn't do it. to me, it all comes back to the early rounds. I mean, they really took their time struggling to clear that blue stairs position. There was a lot of util there to clear out, but even still, by the time they got it, it was messy. There were some really good trade backs from Kansan, and I was ready to praise Kansan through that round until he had a questionable death to Newers at the bottom of the blue stairs. But no, Wildcard are not a one-man team. You know, they don't need one player, Kansan or otherwise, to step up and get all the kills. They're really working together as a unit. I think these last couple of weeks, they've shown immense improvements, and you're seeing the results of that in this playoff game.
Really worrying sign for Space Station to have to call their timeout in the second round of Chalet. Like, that alone is just such huge cause for concern. This is your map. You're starting on attack on Chalet. I will say, because we have referenced the map stats a number of times, Chalet is pretty firmly in the middle of the pack. It does, based on pick rate, tend to skew towards the top. Based on numbers right now, it looks like it's the 4th most played map. But it is overwhelmingly defender favored. The only map that is more defender favored is Clubhouse, which should surprise pretty much nobody. Chalet, through 57 rounds of play, has been won by the defenders 58% of the time. I'm going to go back to the very first match where we talked about, 60% versus 50%. It might not seem like a huge difference. If something is 55 to 45 and then something is 60 to 40, it doesn't seem like a big difference. Like, big whoop, it's minor. Not in this case. If a map starts to encroach a 60% win rate on one side, that moves us pretty firmly out of a 3-3 first half is possible into a 4-2 first half is likely. A 5-1 first half is possible, but unlikely. Chalet is a map where you're starting on the wrong side if you're SSG. You're getting dominated. You're getting very little good looks. It's your map. And I understand that because it's your map and you're starting on the weaker side, you might think, oh, that's okay, we'll make it up in the second half. Some teams just don't have that in them. You just got slaughtered on map number 1, and now you're asking these 5 players to basically will themselves through 6 rounds where they might get dummied and emerge in a 1-5 first half. That's a huge task that a lot of teams just simply are not capable of completing and coming back from. So I think it's the right call for SSG to settle this down. Things don't start that well in this round. Jesse, Benjamaster just took a ton of damage and now needs to use a very early adrenal surge.
Yeah, they got to get this roam clear.
Hello, Dash?
They find him looking the wrong way.
I have to wonder if he was maybe going for a late, maybe he was reinforcing because he was sitting on the hatch, but he just seemed like his controller and brain disconnected. I'm not sure, but either way, good opening pick for Space Station.
He's facing a lot of pressure. I mean, everybody on SSG just barreled into that mid floor. He had pressure coming from all directions, so you can't look all ways at once. It was him and Baby Shark that were tasked with holding down that bottom floor. Baby Shark at least got out, but Dash was not able to. They lose Kansan top floor as well, which means that this is going perfectly for SSG thus far. They've got players outside on the window, which you see from J9O. Their goal is going to be to open things up from mezzanine. Faults has the defuse kit over towards library at the moment, so this is not going to be focused on solar whatsoever. Very standard plant coming in through the breach.
SSG showing a much better effort this time around, killing everybody who walks in front of them. Fault's the only casualty on the side of Space Station, and that will be it for the round. I mean, you're not expecting SSG or any team, once you get into the playoffs, to get throttled 7-1, 7-1, right? And the fact that we had a strong start here from Wildcard does not change the fact that what I said in that round also applies. This is SSG's map. They need to settle down. They need to shake off map number 1. And more importantly, they kind of just need to wait until the second half. Try to get 2 rounds here. A third round on attack would be terrific for Space Station. But I think your win condition for this team is just emerge 4-2. Don't let the remaining rounds get blown out. Go to that scrappy style that we saw in our very first series of the day. Be scrappy against a team like Wildcard. You know SSG has good gunners on their side. They can easily compete. So you've got good mechanical skill. You've got the map that you want. Eventually you will have the side that you want. Keep it close until you get to that point. And then hope to God that you're able to come back. But that, of course, is the catch. Wildcard can go 4-2 or 5-1, and those are blowout losses, and you show very little progress. It's going to be tough for SSG to get over that mental hurdle in the second half.
Yeah, it's certainly better than 3-0, but I mean, winning just the tertiary site on attack is not necessarily where you wanted to be for Space Station, especially on a map like Chalet, which historically can be quite strong for the attackers. They do ban out the Azami. I'm glad to see that being removed now. Again, you'd expect it to come earlier, but better late than never, so SSG will remove that threat. I'm hopeful that that Azami ban will allow them to have a better clear of the top floor. When they lost rounds 1 and lost round 2, it took them a lot of time and resources to get that control over top floor. The first round, they never even really had that control. So I'm hopeful that with the Azami taken out, they can have a bit better success clearing through these top floor players. Kansan's on the castle, which will do very much a similar job, but it's less reactable, right? You can destroy those castle barricades. They're not going to come back the same way Kiba's will. So we're hoping that we can see a good top floor clear, and immediately faults will start. Oh. Nading castle barricades absolutely sucks, by the way.
I mean, there have been some issues with explosives. We saw it in the, I think it was it M80 OXG when they tried to Zofia blow up a bulletproof and it did not work on both times. Bugs in the system, a little bit of a gremlin in the system, you know? Here's something that's a little worrisome. If you're a fan of Wildcard, Baby Shark is back to his historical average this stage. He is 0-4, a far cry from the 10-11 kills that he had by round 6 of map 1. He is now back to looking like the Baby Shark that is one of the lowest rated fraggers in the entire league, which is troubling because you need somebody like Baby Shark to be able to step up and rise to the occasion. He did so quite well in the first map, and he could compete with the best of the best. He was engaging in direct gunfights against Space Station and coming out ahead. It's not been the case. He has looked, not lost, but looked very uncomfortable so far in this map. If he does not manage to power up to what we expect of him, or even close to map number 1, Wildcard are going to be in a bit of a dearth for killing potential.
Cool Sen's play to get inside of Solar. Dash is nearby inside a closet, hoping to take an engagement. Kansan and Piano not far away either. Dash just hiding. That's a silhouette. Doesn't want to do anything too risky, but does he know just how deep J9 got?
They'll open up this trophy wall now as SSG seem to be pretty well situated. I say that right as they lose Ashen and Fultz, though. The advantage that was gained from killing Baby Shark early is now gone, and that advantage now turns in favor of Wildcard. Final 40 seconds as the setup from SSG will come solely from Trophy. J9 from above. Benja on the board as well. He's swatted away by Bay. Kansan is down, so Bay will need to clutch. Baby Shark's had some problems, but Bay will not have that issue at all. A 1v1 against J9, but time is on the side of Space Station here. They've got 30 seconds for Jack to find this last player. Problem is that he's got all these Swiss cheese walls. No utility other than 1 frag grenade remaining. Can he go on to drone in time? Well, he's a bit worried, and that apprehension is well placed. 10 seconds left, and J9 will get dealt some serious damage from Bay as now he loops through Kitchen. And thanks to the intel provided by the rest of his team, Bay gets the final frag and wins the round for Wildcard. Jesse, there are times where we say that the contributions of certain players go unnoticed because they aren't reflected on the scoreboard, and that is just such an occasion. Bay gets that kill because of a cam inside the site. Without it, it is very likely that he loses. Bay gets the credit and the glory, but not the rest of the team. That's just a moment where Bay's success is because of his teammates.
Even still, I think Bay has a really good position there. No information at all for SSG. You're right, the info was all on Wildcard's side. They had perfect intel as to what J9 was doing, but J9 had none in return. You could say it's a 50-50, I guess, if that information isn't there. But with how Bay has played today, still feels like he's going to walk away with it. 6-2 has been by far the best player on Wildcard. Jacob Dowling from Quincy, Illinois is having a life game when it matters the most. First round of playoffs up against SSG. Nobody thought this team was going to walk away with the win. Now they're up 3-1 on their opponent's map pick after taking the first 7-2. This is about as good as it gets when you're an underdog team coming into playoffs.
I learned so much listening to you about where these players are from, by the way. I will say, though, the one thing I am most thankful of is that you dropped the whole island bit. I love a good island as much as the next person. And I mean, I live in downtown Toronto. We have several islands that are just south of us that are wonderful for a nice retreat. That said, I could not care about who lives on an island, though you seem to be very concerned with it.
Not many people in the NAL do is the real problem. Let's get to land, cast some of the Southeast Asian boys, and it'll come back. Don't you worry.
We're good. No, we're okay. Maybe that's why they didn't bring us to reload. Somebody at production is a mainlander and understood, and they said there's no way we can bring him and his pro island talk to Brazil. No way.
Most of production are Danish. They're like almost all on islands.
I wish you owned a map.
What? I own many. The big cities are all on islands.
I wish you would use that map. Ask them the next time we see them if they are pro island or not. Dash dies to Ashen, and that's the very first kill as we now transition away from our Goofy Island talk and into the action with just a little bit over a minute gone in round number 5.
Lots of damage on a Bay and Kansan out of nowhere. J9's on the roof. He's got good cutoff angles. That's what can happen when you ban the Azami. A little bit faster to clear out the blue shield as well, where Baby Shark found so much success wasting time back in round number 2. They are very ready if he tries to get active just at the top of those stairs. There's surely no way he's going to survive this shot from the Dane. Benja, he's poking up. It's whack-a-mole on Chalet, but he's not finding the shots that he needs to. He doesn't really have teammates. Both of his teams are back in the site, so he's going to fall back to play alongside them, give up that top floor control.
Newer's now hunting one down with that sidearm out. Down goes Spiker. Swinger be swung, I suppose, at this point. Wildcard have to go for swings. Baby Shark last alive to try and stop a flawless. He'll do just that, getting a single kill, but that'll be all she wrote. He does break his donut. He gets on the board finally. Baby Shark is playing on fragging rolls, so we expect him to get some kills. He is falling short of his obligations at this point in time. A 3-2 half, setting us up for one final round. I said a couple rounds ago, Jesse, that if they can take 3 rounds away from Wildcard, Space Station will be situated well for the second half. That is still very much on the board. This will be a crucial final round of the first half for both teams.
Yeah, and I want to give some credit to Call Out, I should say, because ever since the TAC timeout, SSG have been looking like a much different team. They won the round immediately after in round number 3. Round 4, they did lose, but they had a 2v1 advantage. They ended up just going down without much information, which was tough. And then this one, really clean, almost a flawless round, going through that top floor, clearing out blue stairs, not getting choked up with utility as they previously had. Looks much better from Space Station. So yeah, Wildcard, they're looking good at the moment, but don't count out SSG. They're still looking strong in this game. They get a 3-3 half. They move back to defense, where I will remind you, they had an 83% win rate last time they played this earlier in the North America League, and things are looking way different.
Same spawn peak that we saw previously. It's not worked out just yet. I mean, if there's a team that's going to be expecting spawn peaks, it really should be Space Station with the way that they play, especially a player like Ashen, and even add Newers to the mix. I do appreciate what Wildcard is trying to do, but that is a dangerous place for somebody like Baby Shark to play. He has not been the best gunner in this map, and for him to gamble his life on a spawn peak, admittedly on Valkyrie, who is passive gadgets, so those black eye cams will still exist even if he's dead, but you want an extra gun and you don't want to be playing at a disadvantage on a map like Chalet, where they can very quickly take up map control and catch other defenders as they scramble to... scramble to stop you. J9 dies after Fold had some difficulties getting through that garage door. We've all dealt with a garage door malfunction from time to time, especially North Americans, because I don't think garage doors exist in Europe. They will get onto the board as well this round as Wildcard find 2 kills, and Benja and J9 are no more.
How do you bail yourself out of this? You got 3 extremely talented players. Ashen and Newers, the entry duo, plus Faults, the IGL on a BB. These are the tools that you would want to have, but doesn't mean that it's going to be simple. They've got library control as well. Dash holding a really passive angle, just sitting here on the shield. Kansan's actually one to strike first, though, finding Ashen. Now it's just 2. Now it's just 1. Everything falling to pieces for SSG, Parker. They get at least 1 back, but it's Newers in the 1v5.
Big cause for celebration here as Baby Shark has picked up his 2nd kill. If he was ever to climb to the top of the standings, you got to get some, right? There was a period of time where Gunner was only at a single kill in the previous match, and he ended up doing mighty fine. Newers with 7 kills, 1 of which was impactless. From this round, we'll see what more he can do. Does Wildcard have tools at their disposal? Again, they've got those black eye cams. They've likely got yokai stashed somewhere. I Kansan's on one of them right now, down below as it navigates back to the bomb site to give them an active drone. It's a real bad spot for Newers to be in. Nice shot on a baby shark. He's also, for the time being, disoriented by that yokai. He's not much longer for this Earth as Wildcard just had too many players waiting and too much intel to deal with. Shades of that kitchen defense down below where Bay's final kill came out from his teammates. I have to imagine that intel paid off quite well in that round. A 3-3 first half for SSG would have been a major win, but they'll have to settle for, well, what the stats tell us is most common, which is 2 rounds as attackers on a defender-sided Chalet. SSG will now ride, presumably, the better side for the remainder of regulation as operator bans come in.
Yeah, that previous round definitely felt like Wildcard maybe were predicting SSG quite well. They were reading them really well. The opening pick went onto J90, who was outside the piano window, a position it feels like he sits in every single round. That was Dash that got that first pick onto him. And then Bay just playing the blue stairs, caught Benja down inside a fireplace on a tight angle. And once you have that 2-man advantage, it gets really tough to bail yourself out of it. I like that SSG slowed things down, but it just didn't seem to be enough in the end. Always felt like Wildcard were easily reading what SSG wanted to do and then finding the shots exactly when they needed to find them. You mentioned the operator bans, way more standard than the first half. Zombie plus Castle ban going out for the defenders. That is by far the most common that you'll see on Chalet. Again, they can be so powerful in making that top floor a little bit safer for defenders. And then the double shield, both Monty and Blitz being removed. So it'll just be the Blackbeard, which, again, historically will get played by Dash. He's been the guy who's been playing the majority of shields for Wildcard, but we saw Kansan taking it for the majority of map number 1, where he had some good rounds on Blackbeard, and he'll run it for his first attack on Chalet as well.
I mean, when shields are banned, you've only got 2 options, right? You got the Blackbeard, you got the Fuse. From all we've seen today, I think there's very good reason to avoid a Fuse. Sometimes teams try to force it, but we are currently in a meta where shields are almost always mandatory. They're strong enough. They act very well with teams that are aggressive, and they can be a great focal point for drawing the ire of your opponents away. Newers dies very early. Why is the smoke down below? I don't fault a Nook getting in that quickly. Dash getting down to gaming and bar is not a surprise, but what is Newers doing down there at this current point in time? Miles away from the bomb site. Not exactly the operator you want to lose early.
Yeah, he's in a solo roam over by games. Would have made sense to try to stall things out, but caught off guard at the same time his teammate J9 goes down. So this library side has fallen very quickly into the hands of Wildcard. They trade 1 back with Baby Shark falling, but with the map he's had so far, that is a player you're willing to lose if you're Wildcard for all the space that you've now managed to get. Ashen feels like he needs to make a play to get some kind of advantage back because he can feel this game starting to slip away.
It's been a rough day for Fultz, but again, he plays on, I would argue, SSG's toughest role. If you've got Fultz fragging, that either means he's having an excellent day or everything is going very poorly for the rest of the team. It was something that we used to say about like Fabian and Canadian. If they're at the top of the standings, then something is wrong. Fultz has been playing his role quite admirably. He just hasn't been getting a lot of support from the rest of his teammates. That's an easy kill for Fultz, though. Dash going up the ladder. Spiker dying as well, and suddenly things don't look quite so grim for SSG. Kansan now tucked into the corner, putting his shield away. Bay not far removed. Fultz will be able to slow them down with a minute left on the clock. Things aren't quite so bad for Space Station.
You brought 0 hard breach to this push, so you were never going to get this wall open. You can bash through with the Blackbeard, but instead you're headed off his door, baiting with the Fen rear, but it's not enough for a kill. Here comes the push in from Kansan as Bay fights his demons behind.
They've narrowed this one down. I am frankly amazed at Wildcard's ability to stick with this team of Space Station. It really does seem like Wildcard are just... They're there. They're a very sticky team. There's no other real way to say it. They managed to chase them away. A missed opportunity by Kansan. And Bay has his sidearm out. It's all up to Fultz, the player that we talked about, who's now going to play around the shield. Sloppiness from Kansan. Fultz attempting the win, but Bay gets him first. A game of inches, but the blade from Bay is just a touch longer, and Wildcard wins a crazy round.
That is a 2025 round of Rainbow Six Siege. If I have ever seen one, what did we just witness? It didn't even end crazy. I mean, it ended crazy, but at the start it was wild too because it was a 2v2. Both teams had a shield. Clash versus Blackbeard, and you could see the positioning game where both shield players were trying to find the operator with the gun up. They were trying to get that information for their teammates so that they could feed that to the guy with the gun so that they could go in and take that play. In the end, both shields were successful in calling that information to their teammates, but it was just the pistol of Bay that was a little bit better. Then we take a shield 1v1, the Blackbeard versus the Clash, which Fault wins. And I don't even know what happened at the end there. It's a double knife attempt from both players. I guess it's going to be Wildcard's knife that lands first. A ridiculous set of events that I've never seen before in Siege, I'll tell you that. Man, we got a fun game on our hands, even if SSG aren't really showing up for it.
I'm enjoying this. I gotta say, we go back to M80 and OXG, and my expectations were dashed right away. I had fears that OXG would fall apart. It's kind of similar to what we're seeing at a space station. Maybe we just flipped the scripts here, but I did have some concerns with the way the teams had played that M80 would make it a quick 2-0 and it wouldn't be very competitive. I think there's something to be said about quick matches from a storyline perspective. Most of the time, we are cheering for the best match possible. Wildcard winning as quickly as they would, let's say that they do go on to actually win this, would not necessarily be great from a storyline perspective unless something goes wrong against Dark Zero. Because that storyline wouldn't be good from a space station wildcard setting. It would be great from what happens next. Because if Dark Zero also gets blown out by wildcard, now you've got something cooking. Or if Dark Zero blows out wildcard, obviously this is if they were to win, then you can very easily say what happened to the team that we saw yesterday. But wildcard making top 4 at Reload, like I said, threw everybody's expectations off. And now here we are with wildcard crushing space station. They did it on their own map, and now they're doing it on SSG. Still time for SSG to figure this out, but that window of opportunity is closing quickly.
It's Baby Shark's third opening death on Chalet. He was 3-0 in a positive direction on Nighthaven for his entries, so definitely a different game from Baby Shark. It's not slowing down Wildcard, though. Even with a lot of these entries, SSG are failing to convert. And some of it's just giving up these picks, right? I mean, no reason for Benja to be out in the hallway like that. Spiker's holding the windows. This is how Chalet plays. You're gonna have attackers on windows the entire round, and Benja, unfortunate where he's walking, unfortunate timing, he just goes down, and all of a sudden, SSG, they have this big advantage, but it gets thrown to pieces.
I mean, Baby Shark not playing well, oh my, is a story in and of itself. SSG are well poised to deal with these players as they just storm the gates. Very limited intel here, and it's a free round for Space Station. They hit the panic switch and all entered at the same time, and were all thrown right out of the building in unison. Space Station reading that one so effectively, but more than anything, poor form for Wildcard. I don't necessarily think many teams could have succeeded in what Wildcard was doing.
Yeah, that was certainly sloppy. I think that last round might have still been in their heads. You know, they give up the opening. Okay, this has been happening. It's Baby Shark that goes down. They get a freebie back right onto Benjamaster, and then 3 players rappel in the top floor without a ton of information. They knew there were defenders up here. They were quite aware of that. Maybe they thought with Benja dead that there wouldn't be too many more, but Ashen was perfectly positioned to get 2 of those kills in the repelled in players, and then SSG wasting no time to capitalize on killing the last ones. Certainly not the round you were hoping for if you're a wild card. I think they might need to rein things in a little bit. If they lose this one, I could see Coach Lagonis calling attack timeout, because it feels like the last rounds have gotten a little chaotic, a little out of control, and you don't want to open up the door for SSG to pull this one back. While it does feel like a dominating position for a wild card, it only takes a couple of rounds to start moving the momentum, and then SSG will battle back. This is a team that have been extremely experienced in these tough situations, so they know how to lock in and not let the ball roll out of hand.
I don't know what it is with these MPXs, but J90 is now trying a spawn peek with that same gun that we saw in the hands of the Valkyrie of Baby Shark back in the first half. The thing with an MPX is that, like all other guns, a single bullet to the head is an insta-kill. But the MPX is a real pea shooter. Beyond like 20 or 30 feet, that thing's doing negative damage. I'm pretty sure it heals you, actually. So you could do some damage, but you've given yourself away, and I mean, most of the attackers are going to have better optics as well. None of the spawn peaks have paid off between either of these teams on Chalet, but yet they continue to try, and I gotta tip my hat to them for it.
Pretty common on Chalet. It is one of the best maps for spawn peeking. We did have a Capitao ban for the second half, but they are still not going to bring it to try to clear out Library Corner, deciding that nades are going to be good enough. And the moment it has been, there's nobody playing inside of Library. It's Newers, Mez, and then Ashen and Benja are in the hallway, kind of on the blue stairs around to support as well. Wildcard will realize that, of course, and will start to move their focus a little bit outwards. The first stim comes in, but I don't see anybody jumping in the building. That's going to be Spiker and Baby Shark who start to make those moves now, though.
Spiker had a narrow opportunity to take one of them down, but he loses Baby Shark right next to him, and now it's the Wamai of Ashen to do some damage. This is when the question mark should be coming into the chat. Ashen, now is your perfect opportunity. Things will continue to go poorly for Wildcard as it's their house of cards that collapse, and it's SSG winning a flawless round. This is far from over. 5 rounds seems like a good nest egg to have, but that egg might not hatch, baby. SSG winning to the point where they are now a single round away. And again, SSG's map, SSG on the favorable side. They seem to be warmed up. They did burn their timeout very early. It was at the tail end of that second round, but they haven't really needed it since. Wildcard still have their timeout in back pocket, which will allow SSG to talk should Wildcard use it. Final operator bans are in. Brava banned out by the attackers. Clash banned out as a defender.
Those are the rounds I wanted to see from Ashen. The Ashen antics, as I sometimes call them, because he's a player that can do miraculous things up against even some of the best players in the world. And I don't think we saw a lot of that back on map 1 or even through the first half of map 2. His stats have been good this game on Chalet, but there haven't been any real big quote-unquote Ashen moments that we know him to be so good with. And that was the first time where it felt like Ashen just said, okay, screw it. I need to take control of this round, end it before it begins, get aggressive on that first player, find the Blackbeard right afterwards. The last time Ashen played Wildcard, he put up 19 frags, top fragging in the entire lobby. Still lost, unfortunately, but it just goes to show how good he can be when the pressure is high, when he's playing against certain players, when he can predict what you're going to do. He's a guy that really lights up the scoreboard when he gets hot. So if he starts to turn things around, this 5-4 could snowball to a 5-5, 5-6, and all of a sudden we're looking at a third map.
That's not Bay spawn peeking, by the way. He can't spawn peek himself. That was Ashen attempting that one. Yet again, another spawn peek. None of them have paid off. A little bit absurd to not see any of them succeed. We saw the most team kills I've ever seen in a best of 3 in that M80 OXG matchup, and you just kept thinking it can't happen again, right? Mm-hmm. And yet it did. Now here, though, you see all these spawn peaks, and you're like, they're not getting anything? Really? Not a single thing? It is actually not that challenging to spawn peek on Chalet. Yes, you are concealed by rocks and trees as you run up, but there are common spots that you can pre-fire. As you saw from Ashen, it was the same spot the Baby Shark was looking at, where you can easily fire through the trees. Just because you can't see the forest doesn't mean the trees aren't there. First round of play now still in the discovery phase, as the main point of entrance for Wildcard appears to be Library.
Just because the spawn peaks aren't finding anything, they're also not getting punished. So, I mean, no reason to stop if you're not losing anything for it, especially when you're Ashen, who's been on a bit of a heater these last couple rounds. There'll be a top floor push, of course, coming out from Wildcard, where they've taken control of Library. Wasn't very heavily contested by SSG. Instead, they're choosing to play 2 players down below. We talked about Newers in games. He was playing the similar position last time on the smoke, died very early to a Baby Shark Nook. Still holding down that position now, though. These are the vert angles. There's a reason why he wants to play smoke. Part of the reason so he can have that shotgun to make these vert plays. It's also just, frankly, unexpected. They might not expect him to be down here. With a nade and with this hatch being opened up, though, they will be about to flush him out. Although still hesitant with this decision-making. I'm not sure if they're aware Newers is down there or not. And if they know, do they even care, or will they just hold the stairs?
He's still on this deep roam. He was spotted off-site before. If you remember, he was killed by Dash, and Dash will get another kill in the exact same spot. Different operator for him and different player. It's Ashen who dies this time. Spiker also dies at the hands of J90, but at least they'll be aware that there's a frost on the board should that information have not been revealed earlier. Frost an incredibly strong operator on a map like Chalet, especially if you're going to extend over towards Solarium or Library. It forces players to take that engagement either with you or with the Frost mat. You're not insta-downed anymore the way that you used to be, but you do get that debuff. I'm amazed Dash wins that and somehow survives the C4 as a nade gets thrown out from Bay and Fultz is no more. J90 is also very low on HP. All the while this is happening, Dash has found an opening over on Office, and it's Kansan watching. Bay gets taken down. A nice play from the Blackbeard. Come on, Kansan, get them all. 3 players lined up. Wildcard win the round, and a huge moment from Kansan.
And we have been waiting so long to see Kansan pop off like that in a super meaningful game like these playoffs. It's been 1,008 days since he last qualified to a LAN. That was Yongshiping back on the Sonics. We're ignoring Reload as an invite event when I say qualify, of course. So to see him battling back now, playing that Blackbeard, I'll admit I was a little confused seeing him on a shield, but if it's going to be any shield that you put Kansan on, it'll be the Blackbeard because he can take that space for free. And then when you're not looking, when you're not ready, there goes the gun. Beautiful shots. I'm really proud of Wildcard for not wasting their time on Newers. You know, they had the Deimos track on him. They were trying to clear him out of games. They knew he was down below, and there was 40 seconds on the clock. So what did they say? They said, screw it. Who cares about Newers? Let's just go plant inside of Office.
Good job, Evan. Oh my God, Evan.
And so they stuck to their game plan. They made it work. Newers had to rotate through the basement, up West Main, up Trophy, up through Solar. Didn't have any impact by the time he got there. His whole team was dead. Really smart decision-making by Wildcard. They are now 1 round away from meeting Dark Zero in the next round.
If I'm SSG, I'm feeling mighty steamed. Is there a way to go even more shirtless at the moment? Maybe they pull off their shirts and instead of their skin, there is a, I don't know, what's an apt comparison right now? And something that's maybe a bit topical. I don't know, like a Superman logo underneath, potentially. I don't know. This SSG team is just, they confound me. You know, they really do. The desk talked about a regression of sorts, but there are times where individually all the pieces of this team should be succeeding more than they often do. They do get a great start to this round. Kansan dies. He just clutched the round previously, and he's on a very high-value utility op of Capitao. Those fire arrows and those smokes likely a very important part of what will be a Sens and Amaru execute. Without it, you're not going to have that same level of concealment. That means that Bay will have to go more utility heavy and play a bit more conservative, because if he dies as well, there goes your chances on the round.
You're talking about Clark Kent. I'm thinking maybe SSG needed a hero. A villain might suit them better, though, if Ashen's going to be the one to step up. He is still playing close on the Solar window, so he could have an impact on the player that's on Rappel just outside of him. That's going to be Spiker trying to shoot him, find an angle. Taking this battle, he's got Benja and Newers up above, leaving just the support duo of Fultz and J9 to lock down the site. Wildcard needs to decide what they want to do. Are they committing to fully clearing this top floor, or are they just going to send it in through Trophy? If they just send it, it's going to be a difficult plant without that Capitao. They've got Baby Shark and the Maru, too, who's going to jump up the dining hatch, but without the Fuse Kit, I'm not sure what he plans to accomplish.
Yeah, this is a real rough one. This seems like a bunch of individuals, and now Baby Shark has found his opening, taking down Fultz. Dash punishes Ashen as well. The site control is now firmly in favor of Wildcard, but a very linear take has left them in a tough spot. Baby Shark going a bit too early before Newers was cleared out above, and a great answer back from Space Station. 1 minute remains, and they can swing with some impunity, but maybe not a bit too much. It's now down to a 2v2. Bay has been dropped, so it's all on Spiker, who very aptly named as a spike in his back foot from the Legion. Spotted by J90, finished by J90, and one of the anchor players you discussed saves the day for Space Station. Match point still for Wildcard, but they've got one more round to push this one away before OT.
J90 has been fantastic in the support role for SSG this stage. Obviously, his roles have had to change a little bit with Forrest being moved off this roster in place of Newers, and he's had to take slightly more of a backstage role. He's had to be a little bit more backseat in terms of where he's playing on the map, but he's been so good, especially on the defense for his support play. been primarily playing Smoke and Warden, his most played defender ops, 83 and 71% win rate with those operators respectively, both far higher than SSG's average win rate of 64%. So you know how good J9 can be when he's put in those power positions. Wasn't quite the Smoke yet, but the other SAS shotgun playing it with the mute gets the job done all the same. Brilliant anchor play. For Wildcard, they had the timing right. Everybody was pushing together when things went their way, but they didn't have a whole lot of positioning. It took them a lot of time to kind of get that top floor presence, to be able to clean up that pick onto Newers. Then jumping in through trophy window is a big problem. That player up the hatch getting traded was a big problem. Not having the man advantage too, with Kansan getting spawn peaked, I'm sure didn't help at all. So it just was a lot of little things in that round that didn't go their way. This hop in right there was kind of the end of it. As soon as J9 got to the down on the defuse kit, that is all his round every day.
We find ourselves in a very interesting position where we could be 3 minutes away from the end of this matchup, or if SSG pulls off the comeback, I like their chances in overtime. We could be an hour and a half away from a conclusion here. Kafe will be the decider if one is needed, which was another map that we saw played in that M80 OXG series just about 2 hours ago. SSG have shown some flashes of brilliance, but again, they have had their stumbles. Wildcard too. I said in the previous round that Wildcard was playing like a team of individuals. We have seen that more often on Chalet than we have on that first map of Labs. Granted, playing as individuals is something that tends to be a bit more common when you're attacking and you're uncomfortable on attacking. I do imagine there is a bit of discomfort here from Wildcard on Chalet. They did not pick this map, though they did let it go through the ban phase. SSG should be the more coordinated team. And again, as defenders, the side will work for you, especially when it's a defender-sided map, as Chalet presently is.
Well, Wildcard are going to be going for a piano over clear to get towards Library and eventually the site in games. They brought, oh, an aggressive play. I was about to say they brought Kansan on the Aurora, but Ashen steps up, the hero that SSG needs, and will take out maybe the most important operator on this push. That was supposed to enable them to walk through that blue hall, go through cases. That's a strategy that we've seen SSG use back at Reload. We saw Shopify use it earlier in the stage as well, but Wildcard will need a backup plan as the most important operator has now gone down in this push. They've got Dash in control of Kitchen, but this isn't a super valuable piece of map control. They still need to gather through top floor. They're going to have to breach the office wall, although they only have can openers on Spiker. They're going to have to clear through Library. They're going to have to make it down those blue stairs. Time is not really on their side. They don't have that utility from the Aurora too. This is going to be a really tough push for Wildcard to pull off. They would love a freebie pick and response, but I don't know if SSG will give it to them.
Yeah, yet another round where Kansan being first pick will likely doom them. It was only the previous round with that Amaru and Sens that we talked about where there's no Capitao. Your high-value utility is gone. Now you're just going to have to fight your way through it. Good news for Wildcard is they do have some punching power at their disposal, but I don't think it stacks up well to SSG because not to add insult to injury, but Kansan dying as a high-value utility op is one thing, but he's also, I would argue, the most mechanically gifted player on this team. So not having him also hurts from a gunplay perspective, let alone the gadgetry that would be brought. Still, far from over. 50 seconds remain. Wildcard can find their way out of this in the right direction, especially now that Newers is gone.
Watch out for Benja. He's in Library, and he should be the one player that can answer back. He starts with one frag. Can he get much more?
Well, SSG seems to be finding all of these Wildcard players, and they are indomitable. We're going to go to overtime unless Baby Shark with his 3 kills can double that. Finds Benjamaster. That's one. Benjamaster all by his lonesome. 20 seconds. The bigger issue won't be finding these 3 players, but will be doing so in the right amount of time because they know they can play the clock. Whether they want to take engagements with him is one thing. Whether he fights back is another. He's effectively a target for Fultz in that very final push, and SSG have saved the second half, saved themselves here in the playoffs, and we will have a 3-round shootout to determine whether Wildcard emerges 2-0 or we go to map 3.
I almost couldn't believe my eyes when I saw every single player of SSG fall off except Benja, left stranded alone inside of Library. And I'm honestly not sure if Wildcard knew he was in there, lost the fights, or if he caught them off guard, if they thought, hey, Benja's already fallen off. Obviously, by the second kill onto Dash, they knew exactly where he was at. But the first kill, that really started things off for SSG to claw back that man count advantage. That was really the play that Benja needed to make. I also need to keep giving credit back to Ashen. He's the early round playmaker for SSG, and he's woken up. He has 3 of the last 4 opening picks in these last couple of rounds, and he's gotten 5 opening picks total in this game. He is starting things off aggressively for SSG. He is catching Wildcard off guard round after round, consistently out of position, you could argue, but in a position that's not being anticipated, and so he gets rewarded with a kill and always getting out as well. I'm not seeing any trade backs onto Ashen. He's always finding these opening players all by themselves, hitting those shots as we know that he can, and then escaping back to safety. Wildcard will have 2 chances on this overtime to attack, assuming they don't lose 8-6. They need to be able to shut down Ashen in these rounds because he is always solo, always roaming by himself, and always getting away with big, important frags.
I mean, it was Dash who shut down Newers, if memory serves, on that when he was playing Nook, and Newers was on Smoke. And then what happened immediately was Ashen got shut down just a couple rounds later from a similar position, but with obviously Dash playing the Deimos instead. This is a suicide spot for Ashen, by the way. He's going to be playing to die at this point in time. He gets Bay. What a remarkable move. He's been down and will need to be secured, but he manages to evade the nade for now. Kansan should get the secure, and there it will be. But my God, I would be steaming mad if I was Bay after that one.
Yeah, and I mean, at least you trade him back, right? That is what I asked for, but he's still getting away with his 1. That's going to be his 4th opening pick in the last 6 rounds. So much of a menace in the early game. He clears the top frag of Wildcard and the IQ off the board as well. So might be a little bit safer if you're playing around some of those dread mines. But can the last 4 players bring this home for Wildcard? Can they do it without Bay? The threat has been eliminated. You've still just got to go against Janero, Newers, Benja, and Faults. Those are not easy players to take out. But at least the main brunt of the problem over the last few rounds has been taken care of.
I will say, I think an IQ is probably one of the lowest value operators when it comes to gadgetry of this wildcard lineup. So at least that's a good thing. But just as we said with Kansan, when you eliminate a great player, the gadget isn't always the most important. A has been able to stack up against this SSG firing squad very effectively. If you've got guys like Baby Shark or Spiker as the last 2 alive, whether they want to admit it or not, Space Station is going to be a bit relieved that the main threats aren't there for the execute.
Okay, well, 60 seconds on this clock, 4v4. The top floor is not really being held. I guess it's Benja and Newers. They're playing over towards Trophy and Master. The run out, it was a good idea, but watched for. Faults gets punished by Dash, and so that's going to make things nice, but Newers equals out 3-3 and gets the advantage as well.
Baby Shark and Dash are the last 2 standing. Newers is just going to punish them all from this position, but he loses it to Baby Shark, who has just a pistol. A befuddling series of events. Dash still very high on HP, but Benjamaster manages to get under his skin, finishing him off. It's just Baby Shark, who, if you blow him a kiss, he'll probably crumble. Benjamaster will do just that. They call that Danish hospitality, and it's SSG now on match point.
Benjamin Dorelli, he was the only negative player from Space Station Gaming after the group stage, but he's still able to make these big plays when he has to. You could tell that that was a play that was made off of the damage that Newers had already done. Newers clearly communicating to Benja that, hey, I just did a ton of damage to Baby Shark, come help. So Benja runs up the stairs. He's looking for Baby Shark. He finds a guy rappelling in Master Window instead. He says, I'll take that too, even better. Cleans things up in the late round, and he's one of those guys. SI champion, of course, has done it at the highest level, never gonna shake. Even in these tense games, even when you're down at a massive round deficit to wildcard, even when everything is not going your way, he's going to be focused. He's going to be locked in for these big matchups. And sometimes on SSG, he's not the big fragger that he used to be on G2, right? There's a lot of names on this team. They're all fighting for kills. Benja oftentimes isn't the one who's finding the most amount of frags, but the frags that he does get are highly impactful, and you're seeing that at the end of this game.
We were about a match behind, but again, the comparisons that M80 OXG best of 3 is still here and at Space Station now in their M80 cosplay. Albeit they were a bit of a map behind, but that's okay. They are now here scaling back and clawing back on Chalet. SSG needs to be very precise now on their attacking rounds. This is a very defender-sided map. If SSG can pull off a victory here against all odds, that will be terrific. But again, I really do like SSG's odds solely because if they lose this, they go back to defending. And that is where they need to be. That's where they've been most comfortable. Wildcard continues to suffer early losses in these attacking rounds. It will be a bit trickier for SSG to find that opening pick with Wildcard defending, but SSG are setting a pretty brisk pace here, Jesse.
Yeah, they haven't attacked in a while. Obviously, it didn't go so well for them when they were here. Takes a little bit of damage on Ashen. Newers can be the tip of the spear playing on this Blackbeard. Ashen doesn't have to be the entry engagement guy. At least if he wants to play in behind Newers, could give himself a bit of an advantage in that first fight. But taking a lot of good space so far. They haven't contested too heavily into Piano. Wildcard happy to give them this ground. A drone goes in ahead of them. Ashen currently sitting on the Piano window, maybe hoping for a cross, but nobody is there taking the bait just yet. It's very conservative on the side of Wildcard, staying just inside of Piano, just inside of offices. Part of the reason they can do that is because this Kaid Tuberau combo makes it really annoying to open the office wall. This is one of the most powerful Tuberau spots in the entire game, and you can see how good it's being.
This Dash just waiting for the Blackbeard of Newers to make a mistake. Gonna waste some time for the time being. Spiker tossing out a Nitro Cell. Down goes Benjamaster. The threat of the death mark is gone. Fultz is struggling a little bit with this Maverick, and down goes Newers. So that was the Blackbeard that we saw Dash being so patient for. His patience will be rewarded. A jump out here from Dash is something I do not like. You don't need to get more aggro at this point in time. You hold a 5v3, just sit and wait for them to come to you, as is done by Ashen. Ash still wants that jump out, still wary of somebody pushing him from outside. He finds him, gets the down on a J90. This is the Dash show, by the way. Last one standing is Fultz, who on a corner angle is not going to be receptive to a shotgun blast all that well. Dash exposing too much of himself, but gives away the position of Fultz in the process. At this point, there's 4 other players alive. You are gaining value by exposing Fultz's position and giving that confirmation to your teammates. Fultz will toil over by Piano, but he gets played just like the instrument. Wildcard push us to the 15th and final round. What has come down to a 1-round shootout? Wildcard take the series 2-0, or Space Station propel us to map 3. 3.5 minutes, and we'll know the answer.
Once again, Dash, a player who has had a night and day difference in his game plan, minus 24 at the start of the season after 2 weeks of play. After the last 2 weeks, though, battle back was plus 24 for an even stat line overall. And that's just fantastic play with the SAS shotgun, playing on that Warden. He got the opening pick actually with the SMG onto Newers. We missed it on cam, but nobody was playing with Newers. He got headshot by the SMG. I'm sure it was some close range shenanigans, whether there was some melee battle going on. Didn't quite get to find it, but Newers ended up losing that first gunfight. And once your Blackbeard goes down, man, it gets really tough to take a close engagement with the Warden, especially one so talented like Dash is. So that'll be enough to equalize them here at 7-7. One more round, as you said, Parker. And I mean, feels almost do or die for both teams, because even if Wildcard lose this and they go to a map 3, you've got to imagine SSG, after the bounce back they've had in this series, will have all the momentum and will be favored on Kafe. I won't write the end of the story just yet. Who knows how this could end, but Wildcard would love to get it done now so they don't even have to think about what Kafe might look like.
Well, I mean, it looks like a cafe. It's largely vertical,
All
3
right.
stories.
All right, Parker. Yep, thank you. You're hilarious.
Only 1 bathroom. A bit puzzling if you think about it, but it's tough, you know? The bathroom's on the top floor and there's no elevator. I don't think that's compliant with a lot of disability regulations, but, you know, maybe Russia does it differently. I'm not sure. Something to think about. You know, you ever think about that?
Ashen's in the bathroom here on Chalet in a bit of an aggressive position. Faults over by Mez as well. They've spread themselves across this top floor with only Benja just now dropping the hatch to maybe play a late round Nitro. He's actually still got a Mira in his pocket too. I'm not sure if he's planning on using that. Usually it would go kind of in the closet looking towards Solar on a top floor defense, but he's opted to just keep it in his pocket instead.
I think patience here from SSG rewards them with a victory. If I'm Wildcard, I am very worried by a static SSG defense. Wildcard's already shown some struggles to gain information and survive that opening duel. They've managed to do it up to this point. Nobody has died on the side of Wildcard, and that is a genuine improvement from previous attacks.
Yeah, the line charge forced them all out of library. As soon as that started to come out, they said, screw it, we just got to get out. And so get out they did. 5-on-5 now. You're absolutely right. The onus is on the attackers to make something happen, and often you can get very nervous in these situations, stall out, and the defense just win on time. You cannot allow that to happen if you're Wildcard.
Especially for a younger team like Wildcard, those nerves definitely do start to sink in. Bay is the main focal point right now, and oh my goodness, a shotgun blast from Dash will crack this wide open. Benja dies. Ashen is still the big bad, who is still very much upright. He's somebody who'll need to be watched. Newer's getting aggressive over towards Piano to try and keep these numbers close. At this point in time, with the clock being what it is, it surprises me very little that they will get active as defenders. Now Kansan dodging a Nitro cell. Dash has taken some damage. Kansan now will join him with a tiny bit of a dent, but he's still very much upright. Bolts was being tracked by Dash. They very briefly gained that information as nades go out, but this beachhead that's been established by SSG over by Piano is working out very effectively. Wildcard tearing through them, and they will do it flawlessly. They snap their fingers, and everybody on SSG disappears. Wildcard have been, just as their name suggests, a wild card, finishing fourth at reload, clawing their way into a playoff spot, and with that, now a date against Dark Zero tomorrow, 2-0 for Wildcard. They topple Space Station and send SSG down to the lower bracket.
For the third time this season, Parker, the Jester bests the Astronaut. They just can't get a handle on Wildcard. SSG, no matter what they do, in reload, in groups, and in playoffs, have fallen every time against this Wildcard team.
And Wildcard are going to play for glory tomorrow up against a very strong opponent, but they toppled SSG today. Can they do the same to DZ? We'll find out tomorrow. We'll be back after this short break.
You know how they say, it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Keep an eye out for contact.
Available now.
No.
On me. Alright, 3.
One of his,
2. 1. Line scanning. Hey, dead. Nice.
One on my all. Okay.
Under dead.
Yeah, one deep bedroom.
Dead.
Oh, bro, way to job going off the trap, bro. That's what I like, bro. Way to switch it up, bro. So much better, bro.
Let's go, boys.
We didn't even need a third map. The upset is complete in just 2. Wildcard slam the door on SSG and close this one out in lightning speed. We'll welcome In Bay to talk about this one because, man, was this a performance of a lifetime from you specifically, Bay. This one was amazing to watch. You went off over the series. You guys were popping off a moment ago. What's this moment like to have started the playoffs with such a big moment?
To be honest, like, I just know how those guys play and I know what, like, they're weak to. That, like, those matchups are kind of easy for me every time we play them. Like, we kind of just, like, expose where they're weak. And, I mean, it just, like, you can literally see in our gameplay. Like, these guys are shutting down map 1. It was just, we just know how to play against these guys.
Yeah, I mean, we definitely saw that. I mean, as for you guys have looked like a completely different beast coming into playoffs. We kind of saw it towards the end of playoffs. How do you feel like the team has finally clicked? Like, what's the aspects that you guys were working on to make sure going into the super week into playoffs? And, you know, is that aspect the main reason why you guys are just hitting it home in playoffs?
To be honest, like, it was just like a little bit of we had some like disagreements in between like the first couple games in between the super week and that like 2-week break we got for like the July 4th break or whatever. It just like it absolutely saved us. Like, we really got it together and we just like got out of that mess we were in.
Well, Bay, I want to say congratulations. I'm sure you have a lot of secret admirers after that performance you put up today. It was a wonderful performance from you. Now, going into your match tomorrow against DZ, what's going to be the big things that we're going to be looking at in specific from the last time you guys met them versus what it's going to be this time around?
I mean, it's no different. We're going to show up. It's just like today, bro. We're going to play the best. If we lose while we're playing the best, bro, then it's just not meant to be. Like, we can beat literally any team as long as we're all just like here, you know?
Yeah.
It's just like sometimes we lose to ourselves, and if we can't pull ourselves out of that, that's when, I mean, I've seen it. It's just not a good wild card to see.
Would you say, just one more follow-up, would you say you're almost back to where you guys were at Reload, or do you feel like you're even better now?
I mean, we're far ahead of that. We've been scrimming so much since then. It's like, we're so good. It's just the days that we're not good are very bad, and just like, we got to get over it.
Absolutely.
And we're going to do that for playoffs for sure.
Right, I'm going to throw you a curveball here just to see if we can get a little something to work with. And, you know, hoping all things go great going forward against Dark Zero. You guys win. Worst case scenario, you lose. Who would you think is the easiest opponent to play in the lower bracket?
I mean, OXG for sure. M80 we could beat. The SR we could beat. I don't know. They're all. We can beat them all. It's just like OXG is definitely the easiest. You can give us them, I'd be so happy. But that'd require us to lose, and I don't think we're doing that.
There you go. I like that answer.
Well, tell me a little bit about your expectations for that game tomorrow. Obviously, Dark Zero ahead. It's a big one, but you just took down a team that was seated above you. Do you expect to do the same thing tomorrow?
I mean, same thing for DZ. They're considered a good team. We're going to show up. We're going to play our best. And, I mean, hopefully we can win. But if we don't, I mean, it is what it is. We'll move on. But we're not going to, like, sit here and play different because they're considered good. They have spirits on shields. We don't care, bro. Fight us. Beat those guys.
I respect it.
Yeah, you gotta. Bay, thank you so much. Congratulations on the win. A big one that I'm sure we're going to be talking about for some time. 27 kills for you. What a day. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
All right. Well, Wildcard. What a way.
He's stone cold.
Stone cold. I mean, he knows what it's about. They clearly laid down the hammer and got to business, and that business was sending SSG straight to the lower bracket.
I mean, straight to the moon, not the lower bracket at this point. I mean, they saddled them up. I mean, it was a good game from Wildcard. I really wasn't expecting it to play out the way that it did. I mean, a lot of those rounds really came down to just minor mistakes from both teams where then Wildcard would then realize, like, this is our opportunity. Let's take it. And, you know, we talk about where Wildcard, they've been struggling being a team. They've been struggling having that dynamic and that structure. But even in that last round, you heard in those winning comms, they understood what needed to happen. They were all in coordination and in unison of how they were going to execute in that last round, and they did the 1, 2, 3, and then it was just body after body after body. Round 1, Series 1, Match 1. That solidified them, and I mean, this is a very scary wild card going into tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think what Bay said speaks true. Obviously, they had a really good matchup against SSG. I mean, we saw it on map 1. We're going to see it on map 2. Same thing. They do a great job at isolating individual fights. I mean, this roam in the last round by Dash was so good. Yeah. Gets the information, but obviously, being able to get the picks that Wildcard was getting was the biggest factor when it came to a map like Chalet. Obviously, just being able to identify where everybody on the map is, isolating those picks. And even when they were man down, because oftentimes they were playing from a deficit, they were still doing such a great job pulling rounds that should have never happened just because of SSG's over-aggressiveness and just playing alone. I mean, there was that, when it was 2-4 split, and it was like the Clash 1v1.
Yeah.
Obviously, that was a 2-on-4. So Wildcard should not even be getting themselves back in these rounds if SSG just doesn't peak and you have a clash. So it's like, yes, Wildcard played amazing, but SSG honestly was their own nightmare, like their own downfall. They were losing it for themselves by being over-aggressive. They didn't have to complicate it at all.
Well, I'll add this, and I think the last round was a great example of this. That was a round, a flawless one from Wildcard, by the way, that SSG played very passive.
Yes.
Like, they were backing off, playing the time, delaying as much time as possible, making Wildcard work for it, and Wildcard still thrived in that situation.
I think they showed a little too much respect. I think there was still more time on the clock that they could have dwindled down. Instead, they just went back, and then due to that, it really played a process of elimination for Wildcard to understand the win condition, which was taking the bottom control and then hitting the flank and hitting the site head on, which realistically was a flawless round from them.
Yeah, it worked great. Obviously, we mentioned it in the interview. Bay had a fantastic showing from him specifically. 27 kills to his name across 2 maps. We highlighted him after map 1. Gotta do it again after map 2, Fox. He was lights out and continued to propel this team towards success.
Oh yeah, this round that you're seeing on the screen, obviously, too. I mean, 2v4 situation. He gets the picks back, runs up to the shield while being slow, dodges the knife to get his own knife. I mean, Bay was floating, thriving in his own. And obviously, like we said in the prior matchup, if you just have your entry able to get all those kills, everything's going that much easier for you. I mean, when you're in a situation where Bay's just able to play behind his teammates, I mean, Wildcard was doing such a good job at stacking up on each other, and they'd always have a shield or somebody in front of Bay, and he would just be able to trade out. And then when he's put in those 1vx situations, I mean, he was not missing, and his confidence was so exposing. Yeah, just because of the interview, you could see it. I mean, obviously, he had such confidence that he was going to win the gunfights against SSG.
Well, if there's one thing that is clear, that has been that this first day of playoffs has delivered. Already off to a hot start here in the NAL. Our first day, 2 quarterfinals under our belt. Both a little unexpected in their own right. Of course, Oxygen not able to complete the upset, but they came out firing Lax. And of course, we just saw Wildcard doing SSG dirty.
Yeah, everything delivered. I mean, realistically, I would have loved to see it go into a map 3 versus SSG and Wildcard. But overall, I mean, today has been a very good day. It's really showcasing everyone's abilities and capabilities in a best-of-3 series. And I personally, as being a former player, I love best-of-3s so much more than best-of-1s.
It's amazing seeing the best-of-3s because all of these teams coming into it, we didn't think M80 would be as close with the OXG. Nobody necessarily would have thought Wildcard was going to be going into it if we looked at them, you know, week 3 around. And then that Super Week gave Wildcard a little bit of that hope. And wow, they really hit the ground running coming into playoffs. Absolutely smoked SSG. And now, if you're SSG, same position that they always find themselves in. Okay, like, will we make the event? But how can we consistently be better? You know, they're just in that middle stuck era, you know, and they just constantly find themselves there. That's the ceiling that we want to see them punch through. But Wildcard beat them to it.
And Wildcard did it with some flair along the way. Our blacklight detail of the day, it is Kansan who went off on the Blackbeard on round 10. Just a moment ago, it feels like it had all of us screaming here in the studio, and it was huge. Lax, take me through.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I yelled right here. I mean, playing up in piano, getting all 3 of these kills. I mean, these are the blunders that we're talking about, where this is a 1-round difference maker, where had they just doubled up, had they just put that pressure onto Kansan, we would possibly see this going into SSG's favor. But again, it's small mistakes that end up becoming just snowballing into bigger mistakes. But it's a good heads-up play from Kansan, being able to convert that into a 3K when that was realistically an unwinnable position. He was getting swung by 2 players. Somehow none of them hit the headshot. Maybe go back to the practice range, practice your aim a little bit better. But for Kansan, I mean, that was a beautiful 3K. There was multiple rounds that could have been the blacklight detail from that game in specific.
Well, obviously, we're off to a hot start, as we said, but we've got so much more coming in the playoff picture. After today, our upper quarterfinals wrap up, and we take a look at now what is, you know, bubbling up down below. Oxygen and Space Station, they await the losers of our upper semis. But those matchups, Shopify and Dark Zero await, and that, Fox, is what tomorrow is all about. Our chance to lock in our top 4 seeds and showcase our top 2 teams in the NAL.
I mean, yeah, that's the downside for all these teams coming into today is, yes, they got a little bit of a warm-up, but these 2 teams look so unstoppable during the regular stage, and obviously, we're hoping to see them continue that reign of terror. But it gives that underdog potential for Wildcard and M80, both teams being the underdog, you know, the teams like Shopify and DZ have not gotten the chance to warm up today, so they're going into it relatively cold. So, you know, there's a little bit of back and forth, best of 3s. Hopefully, we're going to see the best out of Shopify and Dark Zero at least. You know, we don't want to see like teams like Dark Zero kind of taper off.
Out,
since Super Week.
I mean, that's for me. I mean, the DZ wildcard, I think, is going to be the most exciting, in my opinion, just because DZ is on a losing streak currently, and we've seen a lot of teams from time to time throughout history. They start out very strong, and then they come to their first loss, they come to their second loss, and then you just see these snowball effects of so many issues going on. Whereas for wildcard's sake, you're on a hot streak right now, a very good hot streak. So for me, if I was to say which game I'm looking forward to the most tomorrow, definitely that one.
Gotta second that. It's going to be a big day tomorrow. We had a big one today, and we just keep on rolling as we get this playoff week underway. Somehow on Saturday, we are going to have all the answers to figure out who is that #1 team in the NAL. But that'll do it for us today. We want to thank you so much for watching, for our amazing producers, Devin and Ferme, for our director, Ian, and our entire studio crew, and of course, for Foxe and Laxing. I'm Jonas Willinger saying thanks for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow as the playoffs roll on here in the NAL. 2 p.m. We'll see you then. Have a good one.